Hello, hello, welcome back. We are going to be heading into the action here in South America, Series 6 in the CCT. I'm excited for it. Before we delve deep into today's games, obviously I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. Charlie, give us a wave and look, how are you feeling? How are you feeling today? Give us a little bit of a, just a bit of a view of how your day's going.
Yeah, I mean, so far, waking up, waiting for the South America to start. Obviously, it's a bit later for us, so we're going to be kicking things off here with the action. But, I mean, it's always nice, a bit of a later start to things. Going to go all the way into the morning, at least for us. And I think we've got a great bunch of games going on, really. I mean, if you're looking at things, so far, I think we've had the Swiss stage. There's been some interesting results. I was keeping track of Nitro all the way throughout the Swiss stage, just to see if they could make the impossible, go down 0-2 and make it. It hasn't been for them. They sadly couldn't make it to playoffs. But we've got our playoffs confirmed now, though, don't we? Yeah. And we've already started to see a few of the results. So we're starting to get a little bit more of a lay of the land. Honestly, I'm just excited to jump on these games.
Yeah, definitely. And look, we saw the schedule, obviously, for today's games. But to give you a rundown, obviously kicking things off today with Legacy against Exolus Laser, Fluxo against Bounty Hunters, Otic against Solid, and then ending things off with Imperial against Bad News Chickens. I think, to be honest, I said I'm loving this Bad News Chickens game, this Bad News Chickens team. I feel like they've got quite a tough draw with Imperial, but I'm praying for them. I'm hoping that they can make it through because I'm just loving the team. But obviously, as said, look, we've got Legacy against Exolus Laser being that first game. Obviously, you kind of touched upon the Swiss stage, Exolus Laser being a team that qualified 3-0 in the Swiss stage, and obviously yet to drop a map here in South America's Series 6. So they've done really, really well. You just have to look at the kind of the eye test. You look at the games; they've looked very impressive. And I think it really is going to be a cause for concern here for Legacy because I feel like Exolus Laser is certainly one of the stronger teams here in the Swiss stage, and also we've seen fairly recent roster changes for Legacy. So I think there's really a chance here for both teams. I think it is going to be a close one. I don't think we're really expecting dominant 2-0s, or at least that's not what I'm thinking right now. Obviously, if there's any kind of changes with the players' roster, if there's a standard needed or kind of the vetoes, maybe that might sway our kind of minds. But I'm thinking right now we're in for a banger, aren't we, Charlie? And why don't we just get into it? We can bring up the rosters, we can have a little bit of a talk about the teams and kind of give our 2 cents. So look, we'll bring up the Legacy side. Who do you want to mention here?
I mean, in general, this team that we are looking at, that we're going to be seeing, there's going to be a lot of players that I'm sure people are going to recognize from that old Godsent team that was being sort of managed by or sort of helped, supported by Phelps, by Taco, and there's a lot of these younger guys that have been able to come through those ranks there. We saw that team have a lot of success, and we're now seeing this success with this roster.
Yeah.
And we haven't actually seen a ton of them this year. There hasn't been a huge amount for us to talk about in 2025, but you flash back just a few months ago, this team was pushing top 30.
Yeah. And
this is honestly where I think this team should be, because that's where that old Godsend team was. And I think this is now, you've got these players like Damal, like Lato, who have come through with very little experience those number of years ago, but now they're in their early 20s. Now they've got a lot of tier 2 experience as well, even some tier 1 experience. So this is where these guys have got a good amount of experience for their age, for this roster, and it feels like this team, honestly, the biggest thing that I think they're missing right now is just having a few more officials in this year. I think that's the biggest issue that they've got. So even then, I don't think it's a huge one. Maybe there might be a little bit of rust here or there, but I'm hoping at least that during the player break, they've had even more time to work on this team as it is, and I think we'll see them fly straight back up the rankings, because yeah, this is a team I'm a big fan of, being honest.
Yeah, and look, I touched upon the fact that there's some fairly newer additions in being Nissim and Lux, but obviously these are players that we know have played in that kind of tier 1 level. You just have to think of their time back on Pain. This was a team that was breaching into, well, it's been top 30 for quite some time now, but you just have to look at the heights that roster was at. I believe they were 12th in the world when Lux was playing for that team. So it's clear that not only does this roster have kind of a lot of experience under its belt, but also they do have that firepower about them as well. On the flip side, though, for obviously Exolus Laser, we have got Tattersyn, Morth, Detroit, Bartin, and Danico. I'm looking at this roster. You just have to look at the last couple games they've played. I feel like consistency's been a little bit off when it comes to kind of the top tier fraggers. I feel like Detroit's had some pretty good games, Danico as well, but it seems as though you can just look through all of their series and okay, yes, they are winning, but it seems like it's always someone else who's at the top, which I think a lot of people might look at it and go, okay, well, there's consistency issues, but if anything, shouldn't it just highlight that anyone can be the carry? Everyone can have their moment. Everyone can really step up when called upon. So I think right now you're looking at this side and we're going to be seeing similar signs, obviously, on the flip side for Legacy, where everyone is going to be able to have that impact. Everyone is going to be able to step up. But who do you think is going to be the highlight there for that Exolus Laser squad?
I mean, honestly, I'm looking forward to actually seeing a little bit of Barton. I think he's going to be interesting to see, just because maybe a little bit of rivalry for him. Obviously, I'm pretty sure he is just temporarily standing in for this Exolus Laser. I'm pretty sure he's still benched for Legacy, from what I'm aware at least. So maybe that'll be an interesting one to see, because obviously most of the success and the highest this Legacy team has peaked was with him in the roster.
Yeah.
So I do think it'll be interesting to see how that matchup works out. But I think there's a ton of players that we can mention. This is obviously going to be the head-to-head that we do have on our screen, and I think both these players as well are going to be people I imagine we're going to be talking their names all the way throughout this series.
Yeah.
Because I do think, sure, we're coming into this one, Fred, and I think it's clear to say there's a lot of teams, and pretty much every single team that's been invited to the playoffs. There's some scary South American teams. You mentioned Imperial, you got Red Carnage, you got Legacy, Bestia. I mean, there's a lot of teams who, realistically, any of those could win it. But there's also these games where Exolus Laser, sure, why can't they beat Legacy? But it is fair to say Legacy are coming into this one as that favourites.
Yeah.
So I do think Exolus Laser is going to be difficult for us to say, oh yeah, they got one player who should be in the head-to-head. I think pretty much everyone is going to need to play at their top form. But you mentioned they all have the ability to do so. Maybe the Vetos are going to help with that, as that is what we're going to go through. Any sort of expectations?
Yeah, see, I'm interested here because, you know, we haven't, as you said, we haven't seen all too much from this Legacy side over the last few months. So when it comes to sample size, when it comes to kind of an idea of where they want to head, we're not too sure of it. Obviously, Anubis is their most played, so it's the reason why they're picking it. It's clear it is their kind of first pick, I guess. But right now, you're looking at a map like Dust, you're looking at a map like Mirage, Anubis as well. You know, it's a map that can just be taken by storm, taken by individuals, and I feel like you're looking at these three maps, and obviously there's going to be intricacies and tactics and protocols in place for all of these maps. But to be honest, you look at those three and you're thinking, well, these are maps that it kind of can just be, well, let's play it a little bit puggy. Let's kind of just let our players have their freedom and see who can kind of hit the heads the best, because it's not as though you've got yourself a nuke, which is obviously, you know, you're going to have many rotations to think about. Same goes for a map like Train, new to the map pool, where are going to be some differentials in intricacies and kind of strategies as well. But I think you're looking at this map pool, I think both teams are going to be really happy with it. Look, let's just get the kind of more puggy maps. Let's get the maps where the individuals might be the differentials. So I think right now, neither team are going to be disappointed. I think obviously for Exolus Laser, they've got a map that they're feeling pretty confident on in Dust. You just have to look at that, you know, their most recent form. They've looked exceptional on Dust. So I think right now they're going to be very happy with the Vetos. And I think for Exolus Laser, the fact that there isn't a map like Train that's in the mix, or something obviously like Nuke being their insta map, it feels like they kind of got their, you know, a very strong portion of their game style and plan of just having these crazy fraggers. And they've got them on their maps as well. So I think right now, I think it's a fairly even Veto. And I think in that, I think that is only ever going to fare to the underdogs, because it means they're not playing on unknown territory. And they're not playing on a map where you'd say, okay, well, this one's guaranteed. So I think right now, I think both teams are going to be happy. But I think Exolus Laser being the quote-unquote underdog, I think they will be feeling a lot more confident now.
Yeah, I mean, it is obviously going to be quite a decent bit of a step up. Exolus Laser, I think the most difficult game that they have had in recent times, probably even just this year alone, was against a side like Solid, and even then, I certainly would say Legacy have shown us a lot more than a team like Solid have over the last few months or so, and that's no disrespect to Team Solid. I really like them as a team in general, but this is going to be a step up for Exolus Laser. I think it's important for them to kick things off as quickly as possible, really, just to make sure they've got a good start to this series, because I could easily see Legacy start to run away with things here. I never want to predict a 2-0 or anything, but I do fear that if Exolus Laser lose their map pick, I do think that's certainly where we are going to be looking at that being a possibility or being a question. So I think a map like Dust 2, a map that can be based so heavily on individuals, but you can literally just win it by a couple of players sort of playing out their mind. I think we are going to need to see this side sort of, hopefully everyone's warmed up into this game as quick as possible and they don't have that big a slow start, because I think if they do, I think that's where the panic alarms will start going off.
Yeah, and I think as well, look, we've said, okay, in the CCT they've been flawless, but they've had a couple 13-11s, they've had a couple OT victories. It's not been perfect. It's not been kind of, when you hear flawless, you think far better, far greater, but it's not really been that. There have been really close ones. You just have to look at that game against Nitro. It was an OT win on Inferno, an extra time win, which is never a nice one, not being able to do it kind of in regulation, and then on Mirage 13-11 as well, and we saw that against players. So it's clear that this Exolus Laser roster aren't perfect, but I think it's just a question of what they can do, and obviously Legacy, they are a beatable opponent, aren't they? The fact that they have got these two newer additions, so maybe they aren't going to be feeling too confident. But Charlie, we've got word that there are some slight power issues, some slight connectivity issues from one of the players. So I think what we will do is, before the game goes active, before it goes live, we will be jumping to
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
For everyone patiently waiting at home, we've got some sad news on the side of Exolus Laser. Sadly, one of the players was having connectivity issues and have not been able to field a roster for this game, so they will sadly have to forfeit. Obviously, Charlie, we did allude to the fact that we were expecting Legacy to take the series, so obviously they have won. Were they going to win it? Probably. It's always unfortunate though, because we've kind of hyped up this Exolus roster and kind of said that look, they're a side that can provide brilliance. They can have that kind of the ability in the server, and it's a little bit unfortunate that we don't get to see it. So obviously, you know, for Laser, for Legacy, they're gonna be, I guess, happy with that. You know, a free result into the quarterfinals. It's also unfortunate when we see stuff like that. Already, we've seen a couple of these kind of results. So hopefully, we're not seeing. Hopefully, for the rest of the day, it should be smooth sailing. But obviously, you know, we can have a little bit of a look at the playoff bracket and maybe give our insight and our anticipation of what the rest of these quarterfinal games are going to be. So maybe you could give us kind of predictions for the rest of today's games.
Yeah, I mean, just touching on the Exolos roster beforehand, because obviously, look, we can see that these are the Swiss stand-ins. And they did go 3-0 through. You mentioned there was a couple of close games, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter how close. They didn't drop a single map. They still managed to make it through. And it is obviously disappointing that they're not going to be able to play this round of 16 game.
Yeah.
It is one of those things that welcome to online esports. These things can just happen. I believe there's a power outage in the area, something like along the side, or along the lines of that. And there's honestly not a lot you can do. It feels like it's just one of those unfortunate situations, and it didn't look like they could have got a stand in time. So obviously it's going to be a disappointing finish for Exolo's Laser, but they have to look at things like this. They're a team who made it through the Swiss stage. They did it in that 3-0 fashion. Sure, they brought themselves to the playoffs, and that in itself is a victory. There's a success story there anyway. Sure, they were going to be up against Legacy. It was always going to be a difficult game, but there's no reason why, in theory, they couldn't have won it. But at least they've got something that we've made it to the playoffs. That's something to hopefully build on throughout the next South America series and beyond, really. Because this is a team that I'm excited about seeing, and hopefully it's going to be something that we can see them actually continue a bit more success as time goes on. But if we can bring up the playoff bracket once again, just so we can have a little bit of a touch on that, because yeah, like you said, in terms of teams going through, honestly, the main thing I'm looking forward to, Fred, is that Sharks versus Bestia game. I think that's going to be an unbelievable one to watch. And then you look on the other side of things, you got Red Canids waiting, you've got Imperial waiting as well, potentially going to be playing up against Legacy. I mean, what a couple of quarterfinals we're setting ourselves up for.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think there's going to be plenty of exciting games throughout, the rest of the playoffs, I guess. But obviously, with that forfeit going the way, obviously, of Legacy, our first game of the day, but we're actually going to see the action unfold, will be, or hopefully will be, Fluxo against Bounty Hunters. Obviously, that's going to be kicking off in quite a while's time. We've got, about 2 hours and a bit in which we are just going to have to sit, wait in a break screen. Hopefully, there won't be any issues throughout the rest of today. But Charlie, look, in beforehand, I guess we can just hope that none of this continues. But obviously, as said, before that Fluxo Bounty Hunters game gets kicked off, we're going to be going to a break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be heading into the second series of today. Obviously, it's going to be a big one. For us, it will be the first on stream, obviously, with that forfeit loss for Exolus Laser. Unfortunate. We've mentioned it before. We'll try not to bring it up, but it's something that is going to be said. It's unfortunate for them. I think that game would have been a banger. I think the rest of these games are going to be bangers as well. But Charlie, before we delve deep in, how are you thinking about this game?
Well, I think I'm back now. I think this is going to be another good one that we do have on our hands. I'm really excited about this one. It's been a little while since I've got to watch Fluxo play. Didn't actually get to see them play so far this year whatsoever for me. Got to watch them a decent part last year. I was liking what this team's had. I feel like there's a lot of decent players on this team, and I think we're still just waiting for them to hit the heights that we know a team like this can. But obviously, there's been a couple of new additions. We'll dive a little more into the actual Fluxo team in a bit, but we've got some good games all across tonight, don't we?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Fluxo against Bounty Hunters, Otic against Solid, and to end things off, we've got Imperial versus Bad News Chickens. And I think that game is going to be the one where we look at and say, okay, is there chances, is there possibilities? Imperial, they're a top 30 side. It's not going to be easy, but certainly can be said, certainly can be seen. Obviously, for those teams that aren't invited, for the teams like Solid, obviously for Bounty Hunters and Bad News Chickens, we bring up the Swiss stage standings so you can have a look at how they fared. And obviously, Solid 3-1, Bad News Chickens 3-1, and these are. They've looked pretty good. They've looked consistent in the Swiss stage, but now up against kind of tougher opponents, it's a question of how they will fare. But Charlie, you alluded to the Fluxo roster earlier. Why don't we talk about the rosters? We can kind of have a bit of a deeper dive about the teams, and I know we can talk about maybe their newest additions, because with this Fluxo roster, obviously, one of the key players that we always are going to be talking about is a player like Art, right? I feel like Art is always going to be the focal point of this team. I think Kay as well, obviously a player that was at Fura for a little bit as well. But yeah, I think Art's definitely going to be in the focal point. I think always he's been such an impressive player, and I think now it's kind of his new project of what he wants to achieve here, because it's still a fairly young squad on paper, even when you take into account Art, he's 28 years old and the average age is 22.3, so I think that clearly says that this is a young star-studded squad. But I think, who do you think is going to be the difference maker here for the Fluxo side?
Honestly, there's a couple of names that I do want to talk about. I mean, he's got to be the first one. He's someone I've been really happy to see his sort of turnaround from that time on Furia. You look at him on that aside, his whole time on that roster, he was averaging a 0.88 rating. We've seen a massive turnaround since joining Fluxo, and we've seen a big turnaround in general in his game, and it feels like this is finally the level that we've wanted to see from him. And it feels like he's only progressed as time's going on. Yep. We saw him have a good start initially, but it has only got better over these last few months. And I'm so happy to see a player like this, a young player who goes into a team, doesn't show their best, what they're really capable of, but still has this second chance on a great roster like this one, and is able to turn things around. Yeah, I think a lot of that's got to be put down to Art. I mean, there's certainly going to be a conversation about that Furia roster. Why couldn't they get the best out of a young talent like this? And I do think there was already a lot of roles that were filled up, and it feels like definitely. He wasn't given a lot of room to breathe. But it feels like Art's found a way to get this man firing on all cylinders again. And that's a really great thing. And he is now one of the most dangerous players. So you're asking who's going to be a big difference maker. I think we've definitely got to talk about Key in that aspect as well. I mean, Art's an obvious choice in terms of who you're going to talk about. You've already mentioned someone like Kim, but a couple of their newer players I think I wouldn't mind touching on slightly. And History has to be one. Obviously, he is coming on into this team. There's going to be a lot of pressure in terms of anyone who is going to be picking up that big green. Yeah. But he is someone who has been on this Fluxo roster multiple times, and it feels like we're seeing him come back to this side, and we're seeing him rejoin once again. And clearly, maybe he's the missing piece that this Fluxo needed to push for that top 30 themselves. Yeah,
definitely. Obviously, we can talk plenty about about this bounty hunter side as well, because we've seen them throughout the Swiss stage. And I think Mayan's obviously going to be a player that we talk about, obviously a player that we look at to be that kind of success story. I've actually been a little bit unimpressed with the likes of Kaiser recently. You know, you've touched upon the AWP of history. Kaiser's not had the best of performances as of late, and I think that's something that we've got to mention. We talk about confidence affecting players a lot of the time, and I think it's got to be said. Right now, you're looking at this roster, you've got 4 players who are in the red when it comes to rating in the last 3 months. Obviously, Mayan, he's an incredible player, 1.14 rating, very impressive, and you'd usually see those stats to be near the top, but it's the fact that no one else has above a 1.0 rating, which is a bit of a scary one here for this bounty hunter side. I think that has to be said. Obviously, Charlie, you touched upon Kay as such an impressive player for this side. I think when you look at the Furia roster that he was playing in, though, it's like taking roles away from Yuri, away from Kay Serato, Shello as well. I think realistically, are you really going to gamble that? Are you going to risk that? And I think that's obviously something that you're never really going to be seeing, because does he have the same firepower level? Does he have the same experience? No, so he probably wasn't playing the most favourite roles. But as you said, under Art, he's been able to unlock him, which I'm very excited to see. I'll be honest, Charlie, I think maybe we're alluding to it, maybe we're not. I think many people at home, and us included, are going to be thinking this should be a 2-0, right?
I mean, you have to, or at least you have to give Fluxo a big favourite. We'll look at the Veto very shortly to discuss if we think the 2-0 is possible due to the maps, but just touching on this bounty hunters side quickly. I mean, the Swiss stage is a perfect example of that. Sure, we've seen Fluxo be one of the teams to get the playoffs invite. They're obviously going to be alongside these sides like Imperial, Legacy, teams like this. They are going to be, a lot of people are looking at them to take the whole thing. But Bounty Hunters, they haven't showed us a huge amount in the Swiss stage. They did manage to get through, but it took them the very final game. And that was in that 2-2 record where they did beat Shinden to progress. And that was a reasonably close affair as well. But it feels like there's a lot of elements in this team that feel very good. But then next round or next second, you see a moment that you're like, okay, this is a big issue for this side. And it feels like there's a lot to work out. Yeah. I do think this playoff experience is going to be vital for a side like Bounty Hunters, just so they can really just get that experience under their belt and really show us what they are made of. And there's a lot of nice pieces. I'm a big fan of Mayan. I think he's been a very talented player, and I think he's a player that I'm looking forward to seeing if he can continue a lot of the hype that came from him when he was a decent bit younger, and it seems like so far so good. But yeah, there's a lot of different sides to every story, and it feels like the Bounty Hunters one, them making it to playoffs might be the victory in itself.
Yeah, look, I'm happy you touched upon the Swiss stage and maybe the problems that this Bounty Hunter side have seen, because it seems like they are very confidence orientated. Because in all 5 of their Swiss stage games, it's either 2-0 victories or 2-0 losses. And you look at some of the losses, they lost to Solid, they lost 13-6, they lost 13-2. Same goes in the game against Exolus Laser. Okay, yeah, they lost map 1 in the 19-17 scoreline, and then 13-9. So it seems that when the Bounty Hunter side have that early first map victory, they've got the confidence behind them. They seem to be playing far, far better. So I think that's something that really could come into play, and the vetoes will be a determining factor, because you have to imagine, if it's their map selection first, they might have a good chance of it. I think it's got to be said. There could be a world in which we do see a Bounty Hunter's victory here, because you just have to look in the games that they have won, obviously against Shinden and Dusty Roots, it was, in the Shinden game, it was their map that they got to play first. So whether that's going to have any impact, I'm not too sure. But you just have to look to their losses against Solid and Exolus Laser. They were their opponent's map picks. So it seems as though Bounty Hunters are a real confident side. But we're looking at the vetoes. We've got Dust, we've got Mirage, we've got Nuke. What are your thoughts on that? Any kind of unknowns? Any kind of unexpected outcomes here with the vetoes?
I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't really think there was a lot of great positions for Bounty Hunters to actually take this one. Fluxo don't particularly want to play Anubis. They also haven't played any Train yet. So both teams not really wanting to play in Train, as Bounty Hunters once again haven't played the map either. So Fluxo slide it, sort of forcing Bounty Hunters to ban it. Would have been interesting if Fluxo were given the option for Train as that final map. Maybe this is something they've worked on, that's why they're looking to slide it. Or maybe just sort of power playing over their opponents. And with the Anubis ban from Fluxo, there's not exactly any good maps that Bounty Hunters can go into select that they'll be feeling confident in it. They have opted to go for Dust 2. It's a map just we already touched on the individuals that that Fluxo do have. They can sort of wipe teams on this map.
Yeah, definitely.
The only side that they have lost to on it recently is Eternal Fire, and obviously 7th in the world. You're not exactly going to be taking that one too harshly. And even then, there was a decent bit of a competition there for a little bit of time. I think Bounty Hunters are going to have a really tough time winning this, to be fair. We're moving on to Mirage as that second map. This is a map that, I mean, Fluxo are so happy to play it. I think I'm actually a little surprised they didn't want to go with Ancient, but I mean, Mirage is fair enough in itself. It's a map that it'll be similar, that they have shown some good things on. They have looked a little off occasionally against some of these South American teams, but obviously, in general, they've got a good win rate on it. They're a team that's confident on it. That might just be why they picked it. And Nuga's Decider, I also think this one massively favours Fluxo.
Yeah. You know, I think with the kind of the decision to pick Mirage over Ancient, I think that's obviously going to be the conversation between the Fluxo players of where they want to go. But I think realistically, it's kind of maybe just going off win rate of them versus their opponents. Maybe, as you said, it could just be, oh, they've been bracking and prepping for Mirage a little bit more than Ancient. They feel a little bit more confident. I feel like with the whole map pool here for Fluxo, bar maybe Train, which obviously Bounty Hunters could have picked. You're looking at the stats, you're looking at the win rates. I don't think Fluxo are going to be too bothered about any map that they play. They're looking really, really good. Obviously, the last couple months for Fluxo have been against, maybe you could say, lesser opponents. Obviously, we did see that game against Eternal Fire, but it seems like this could be slightly, I don't want to say skewed, but because of the fact that they haven't been competing in a crazy amount of events as of late, it's got to be said that maybe their win rates are going to be higher based on the fact that a vast majority of what they are playing in is more regional CS. Obviously, we saw them playing that Blast Bounty season, which, you know, it was a loss to Eternal Fire, as we said. So I think it's got to be said, their results might be and their win rates might be slightly skewed, but seeing as they are playing against an easier opponent for Fluxo standards, so to say, I think at least there you can see, well, the stats probably are going to make a little bit of sense here. Look, I think Bounty Hunters, with it being Dust as that first map, I think that's the only thing that I think the confidence, as I mentioned before, is really the only thing they've got going for them. It sounds so harsh, but it's kind of just how it goes, I guess. It seems like if Bounty Hunters do lose Dust, as you say, which is very possible against a side like Fluxo, is it all over for them there?
I mean, I think it is clear to see. I think it's going to be a difficult one for Bounty Hunters regardless. I mean, you spoke a little bit about the sort of stats from Fluxo maybe being skewed. I honestly think it makes it as even as it is. I think if they played solely against higher opposition, that would probably skew it in favour of Bounty Hunters, just because the win rate would probably be lower. But I mean, the fact that both sides have been playing against similar teams, this is kind of, it shows you what both sides are about. Fluxo aren't perfect. They can lose to your occasional South American side. But normally, if they do, it is one of the teams that we'd consider the slightly higher caliber of them. But, I mean, all the pressure is going to be on Bounty Hunters now. You've made it to the playoffs. What a result it'd be if you can knock Fluxo out straight away.
100%. And as I said, for a team that seemingly play off of confidence, what a way to start off your playoff campaign. Taking down one of the heaviest hitters here. But Dust 2 underway. Fluxo to be starting on the CT side. You know, a lot of teams have been favouring the CT side on this map. Fluxo, in fact, statistically, are a little bit better on the T side, but nice opener here from Zoc, takes down Art. Great opener onto the B-bomb site, and as we talk about time and time again here on a map like Dust, we know the difficulties of retaking this bomb site. So Fluxo, if they're not given a pick soon, maybe an argument to just save these four bits of Kevlar or go for the reinvestment. Great find from Pariah. Takes down Kaiser there. Great awareness, great discipline. The fact they're smoked off from tunnels, yeah, it is just going to be a save, but they are hunting for these exits. Just get a little bit more off of kill reward. Obviously, with the bomb plant location, T's can actually save on the bomb site. A lot of damage dealt to History and Kai. Nick's now searching for a pick here. Struggling. Able to find two. But it's just not collecting on the dart. Last, and he will go down. All casualties seen there. Not a single survivor for Bounty Hunters.
I mean, the grand scheme of things, probably what Fluxo were hoping how it would go. Sure, you might lose a couple of players, but They took everyone else down. They saved a couple of weapons across, maybe a bit of armor as well. So we could see the force buy, and yeah, we are. 3 for masses being invested. A couple of pistols alongside it. It's not a bad force. Obviously, Util is going to be a bit limited here or there, but weaponry alone, we know what this Fluxo side can do individually, and that could be enough.
Yeah, most definitely. I think when you look at this side, it's a scary one to face, and I think this is a side that if you told me, well, it's Fluxo versus so and so in the finals, I go, oh, well, that's kind of how I'm expecting the CCT to go. To be honest, I think the sad thing is we're not going to have a Fluxo Imperial finals as they are on the opposite sides of the bracket. So on the same side of the bracket, sorry. So I'm interested to see that semi-final. To be honest.
Oh, I gotta get through this one first. Might not be Fluxo.
Yeah, no, very true.
3 on 3. Kai's getting all of this information.
So the bomb, though, got to be cautious. Down to 12 HP. And now crossing. There is a smoke in Bruninho. Sadly, completely out of the action. Mine's got a flash. Art is going to go searching here. Timing. Art will get taken down by Kaiser. Now all on Pariah. 1 versus 3 here. Information of both Kaiser and Mayan. All timing for Pariah. We'll get 1 though. Now just needs to be prepared for Mayan. Swing looks good, but Mayan playing an angle that isn't completely aware there for Pariah. So Bounty Hunters 2-0 start here. And this is the exact formula that Bounty Hunters need. They can just sit and wait. Fluxo going to re-aggress in this type of round. Able to isolate these fights. I really like, actually, how Mayan and Kaiser played that. Just waiting for that re-aggression. As you mentioned, look, they haven't really got the util to bunker down on bomb sites, so they've got to go searching.
I mean, Art could have actually taken down Kaiser when he peeked up towards short, but just position was slightly off, wasn't able to find the kill. What looked like a decent force buy did slip away. Mine has been taken down here without being able to find anything.
The bomb carrier here of Bruninho, very isolated. He's slow to clear out long. His teammates should have been able to convey that there's at least, 3-4 players in tunnels. Pariah finds another. This is a 5-on-3 now. They cannot be giving up chances here to the Deagle of Pariah. We saw a slight peek come through there from Turtle. He has reevaluated that decision now, and it's going to be the aggression through long. Bruninho out in the open. Bruninho surely to go down, but a team kill comes through. Devastation here for Fluxo. Around this seemed somewhat promising. Unable to attain it, surely. As it just leaves our minimal time. I don't believe a world in which he can win this one now, but it goes so wrong. You see that the player wielding the AK, very timid, doesn't want to take down his teammates, doesn't swing wide enough to get kind of an effective trade. Smoke here now from R. He can isolate, we'll get 1, traded by Zark. Although there was that chance when it was the 5 versus 3, still, Fluxo are going to be so happy with the result of that round.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit disappointing when they do consider that they could have played it better. I hope we do get to see Bruninho's triple there, or sort of double before the team kill. Because that really was the moment that changed it. But Bruninho could have went down for nothing. We saw one of the pistols honestly just jump straight across. The issue is you saw they delayed it slightly. Wanted to make sure the AK's there so they could fight it together. The issue is they ended up just lining up.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit awkward, a bit unfortunate. Nice HE grenade onto Mayan. Already, though, we've seen a casualty in Kaiser. Taken down on the boost against History. And look, you said History can be a really impressive AWPer. He's had his stints on Fluxo in the past. It seems as though he's been sent out on loan, but now he's back. And already, round number 4, he's providing.
Yeah, it hasn't actually had the greatest return just yet, but it's not exactly like he's played a ton of games for the team just yet. It's only been 8 maps played, so it's still very early into his 10-year back here at Fluxo. But in general, yeah, he certainly is an AWPer that we are going to be expecting a lot from. And in a game like this is certainly a map where History can thrive in. With his man advantage, Turtle tries to get a kill back. Mine was by his side, but the smoke grenade dropped. The player's being isolated. Mine thinks better of pushing through.
Yeah, I think for mine, he's already been chipped away at. I think going for the trade's a difficulty, but now, you know, it's a lack of information. It's a two-man disadvantage. I think realistically, you've got to take a bit of a gamble, a bit of a risk in this moment now, and as things have kind of fallen out of favor and out of hand, Bounty Hunters are just going to have to save these weapons into the next. But Fluxo, an incredible response here in their first true weaponry investment. Real team performance. Obviously, we saw Nyx's kill towards Long. I believe he was on to, I want to say it was on to Turtle, but I'm not 100% sure of that one. It was just nice timing on the peak. I think right now, Fluxo, it seems like they're not having any fear, not worried at all about what Bounty Hunters are kind of opting for and going to be going for. So
first round on the board for the CTs.
yeah.
And obviously money's in a good enough spot where we are going to see a buy come through, but it's not going to be a good buy, that's for sure. And that's just the damage that Fluxo have done even in these rounds that they've lost. You look back to the pistol, second round, that forced a lot of casualties there. And obviously that round that we saw, that sort of partial buy that almost won it, or in fact more of just an eco that almost won it. A lot of damage has been dealt, so that's why we're already seeing the T's here in a tough position, and Kaiser's all getting eliminated. It should be easy pickings from here, as it's just the weaker weapon. Switch out to the USP, and Pariah cannot connect the final bullet onto Benigno, who somehow takes him down with the tech from range.
Am I watching professional CS, or is this a silver game?
I think it's one of those situations where you're Pariah and you've just got 4 kills, and you're like, here we go. Here's 500 damage from me and the ace. But it's the pressure of, I want to get this ace hit.
Yeah. It's a tough one. It really is. But I feel like both of them, if they when the demo review comes around, I think they're both going to ask, can we just skip the end of that round? Can we just skip the end of that fight? Don't really want to watch me shoot 18 bullets with the Tech 9 and number 17 be the one connecting. But what round, as you said, from Pariah. The double B setup as well works really well. I think Fluxo were prepared, okay, to save weapons. Money's not going to be perfect. Maybe a B rush could be the goal. And Fluxo, very well prepared.
Yeah, nice hold there. I mean, I like the idea, actually, that Fluxo want to peek into the B tunnels, even though they know there's a safe door. Often the play that you see. Yeah, the rest of the T's waiting just behind the wall, waiting to see if the AWP can find the pick, and if so, burst onto the bomb site. But Fluxo, no fear whatsoever.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I always like rounds like that, where these professional players miss. They both miss loads of shots. It gives me a belief, you know. That's my gameplay. Maybe I can make it. Already though, we've seen a casualty here on the side of Fluxo. Kaiser's got a retrieved rifle. Unfortunate there. Okay, going down quite early on from short. He just gets aggressive and wants to fight towards tunnels alone. It's clearly not the best decision. The CTs are quite split as well. Art does have an HE grenade. Surely got to send the nade in through now. The T's haven't pushed in yet. A lot of discipline. Rotation will be seen now from Pariah. Pariah and Art surely to do enough to deny and take them down. Triple there from Pariah.
He's having a good game so far. And a couple of kills though found from Bounty Hunters. There was next to nothing invested. A couple of pistols here or there, but very little. So 2 kills. I mean, you would love to have got the bomb plant, but you can't exactly ask for too much more. Leveled up game here, though. A walk for Kaiser.
Yeah, the finances here for Fluxo are going to be something that Bounty Hunters are going to be somewhat worried about. You know, you look at the money on Nyx and history, and this is just the beginning. Fluxo continue on this streak. Could be very tough. Nice find from Pariah here towards Long.
Yeah, I mean, so mobile this game so far. Great to watch. feels like he's been everywhere, wherever the action is. We occasionally go into games, we sort of highlight a player before a match, but then when we watch them, it feels like they're just completely out of the action.
Yeah.
And sometimes it really affects the performance and the team's outcome at times, but a bit of a miss Molly there. But, I mean, yeah, Pariah, so far, he's been wherever the action is, and actually a big fight here towards short.
Well, it just goes to show how kind of fluid this Fluxo side are. Obviously, Dust, we know the CT side quite a lot of the times. You know, some teams might play it off spawns, they might play it off kind of decisions, but it's clear that the goal was let's try and take long, and just whoever's got the first spawn is going to be the one going and taking that space. So, absolutely excellent. Kaiser, oh, Kaiser with a 2 for 1. 2 for 0 currently. We're expecting the trade, but the orb could get found. Nice from History. Mine progressing through the smoke to find Pariah. Oh, Mine doubles to find R. The trading here from Fluxo has not been perfect, and it's allowed the opportunity of this round. It's on History now. Minimal time. Mine going to be being held currently from CT. History. He can, in fact, find Turtle on the cross. He could just hold for the line, but he needs to be worried about Mine's position. There's 9 seconds. He could have just held for the cross from CT and would have been safe. There was clear kind of indecision there from History. It's a tough round. It's not going to be easy, and realistically, the rounds, it goes the way of Bounty Hunters because of the double kills that we see here. Obviously, great double from Kaiser. Mine able to get 2 as well. But it's got to be said, Bounty Hunters, they really shouldn't have won that round. It's a 5 versus 3 for Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Kaiser double initially that made that one close, and then I don't even know how things transpired towards B. How was Pariah somehow behind Maya? And then somehow Mine pushes through the smoke to take down Art. I mean, it looked a bit messy over on that side of the map, but I mean, important kills from both Mine and Kaiser there to really change that round.
Yeah, I think it just seemed like the players towards short, they had the slight idea to back away, but then kind of went in again, and obviously timing goes against them. But as you said, you know, why are we seeing a player pushing into top tunnels? It's a 5-on-3. You've got an advantage at every avenue. You don't really need to go looking for space anymore. You've got yourself that advantage. But Art here towards long, going to be facing off against Mayan. Double AWP in play already here for Fluxo. A lot of the time when we see a double AWP out, it comes from a place of weakness. It comes from a kind of a place of necessity for a change. And already we're seeing it in play, which is interesting.
I mean, I actually really don't mind the double AWP. I follow the double AWP on Dust can be so strong. On a number of maps can be so strong. And a lot of teams who aren't as confident on their T side can really get punished without having much of a solution to a double AWP play. But what a low HP, finding History. This kill's really important as the final two is so low now. The USP could have just tapped away to find Mine. Still a chance. Got the AWP, but no room for error from the Argentinian rifler.
Yeah, I like the smoke that's actually thrown there from Fluxo. Obviously, it allows Mine to retrieve the bomb, but it kind of allows a bit of an escape route, obviously, for Nyx. But there's only 20 seconds. There's no time that Mine can go towards the B-bomb site. Fluxo, they do find that round. Bit awkward, bit unnecessary fighting. You see this repeat come through, and it brings it back down to that 3-on-3, and I think in that moment I was very worried. But then the same question goes for Zoc. He's flashing himself through a smoke. It seems like both teams are playing quite frantically here, which, to be honest, it always provides excellent CS and kind of great CS to watch.
I mean, if there's not a bit of chaos and not a bit of a sort of wild, fast plays, then it's not South American CS. I mean, Art, one of the real trailblazers of that, back on his time in Furio, some of the most entertaining CS probably to ever watch until the team started to clock on a little bit and then to change up. But yeah, it was a great time. Well, plays down towards middle. Okay, only able to find one there.
Look, you say, you know, Art's going to be a player that maybe some of this region would be trying to base their CS off of, or would have been kind of a real idol to a lot of these younger CS players. It's crazy to me that he's only 28. feel like I know his stint on Furia was 7 years ago, but it's still that kind of, I say stint. He was there for quite some time, but it's always crazy to me when you see a player like Art that who has such history within CS and kind of within the region. And for him to still be, less than 30 years old is always amazing to see. Another player that I always look at and I always question, is he really still, not 30 yet? JW, he's another one. Only 29.
Yeah, it's pretty mad how young some of these players start.
But you look at it now, think of players like Donk,
I mean, look, we think of a lot of young players now, but I don't think we fully realise that a lot of the greats, started just as young. It's not as unique as I think a lot of people do think, but obviously, CS has only grown and evolved over time. So things maybe just seem a little bit unique here. I'm liking this play towards tunnels here, though. Art posted up Pariah. Swings into Mayan. Wasn't ready for his angle, and Mayan just backs away now. So Art's up. Sure, he's still got this deep control towards tunnels. Still has a large piece of real estate, but I think Hunters don't really seem particularly interested in fighting this now. That you've got the opening kill.
Yeah, definitely. And as well, look, we can just crunch in on the A-bomb site, or we can split through middle. It seems like Kaiser and Mayan are going to look to try and find Art. But it's clear that Bounty Hunters, this isn't the game plan that they usually opt for. They're very, in this game they're playing far more timid, far more reserved, waiting for these pushes, because I think they know it's coming. It's the type of playstyle that many who've watched Art through the years, he likes to take space, he likes to kind of get up in the face of your opponents. So it's clear Bounty Hunters have that preparation. Molly and nade from Art here, 30 seconds on the clock, should be a key indicator that Bounty Hunters, they've got a couple players here still towards tunnels, so if there's any time for them traversing to A, it's going to have to be through short, and that's why we've had this push through long here from Nex. He's not spotted anyone, he's still conveying, look, they're still towards tunnels, all they're saving, but Fluxo will find themselves 6, and obviously, it was a 3-0 start here for Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, it's a big round there in itself, but Bounty Hunters, the thing is, it's still a close game for now. Sure as that 3-0 start, we are starting to see Fluxo string more and more rounds together, but you can see, economy-wise on the CT side, they're certainly not out of the danger yet.
Oh no, definitely not.
We can see Bounty Hunters get a big win here, but there's not a lot of rounds left to play. But obviously, with the lack of loss bonus, it'll make some issues happen. Bounty Hunters could win this. There's a real chance that they could go on to find a 6-6 half, and that's a great start with Mayan. He's actually looking pretty good with the AWP.
Yeah, well, we know Mayan is such a talent on the rifle, and this is where, I feel like a lot of players can still show such great abilities here with the big green. That's why, as you said, look on Dust, I feel like a lot of teams opt for that double AWP playstyle. Nyx goes down to Bruninho. Turtle's holding for Raya as well. And you said if Bounty Hunters can find themselves this 5th, the finances for Fluxo are in a disappointing position, and that's exactly what's going to happen. History can obviously keep the AWP, but you've got to imagine the Bounty Hunters are going to look for a hunt here.
Yeah, we're already starting to see Turtle have a glance towards T-spawn. Deeper into tunnels, but yeah, important round for Bounty Hunters, and yeah, like we were saying, there is still that chance of that 6-6 half, and that could be a big turnaround. I think that's the most important thing for Bounty Hunters in this game.
Yeah,
keep things competitive. You're against Fluxo, you are against what is on paper a greater opponent than you faced in a long time, and should be a game where I think a lot of people at home are going to be predicting this is going to be a defeat for you. So keep yourself in this game, keep it competitive. If we see Fluxo make a mistake, capitalize on it there.
Yeah, and as well, it's got to be said, obviously, there's a reason Fluxo are the favourites. Obviously, they've shown, a lot of dominance in the last couple of weeks, and just in the last couple months as well. But I think there is always the negative aspect of being the favoured side, of being kind of the team that should be the victors on paper. Because if the game isn't going your way, if you are losing, there's got to be doubt, there's got to be pressure, there's got to be the kind of that factor against you. Yet for Bounty Hunters, this is a nothing to lose game. You know, if it doesn't go their way, it's expected. Fluxo should be beating them. And if it does, talk about confidence. So I think that's something that we've always got to talk about with these kind of David and Goliath type stories in the round of 16. And if Bounty Hunters can take map 1, as I said, a team that they seemingly play so heavily off confidence, it would be exceptional for them. But nice opener here from K, does find Turtle. Mayan here on that AWP. Missed shot. Able to switch to the tech, though. Been able to bring out the sidearm. Will find one. Can't double down, though. Important trade from Nyx. History on the AWP can find Zok. Aggression up from ramp, continuing from Bruninho. Gets the eventual trade, and now onto the 2-on-3. He was chipped away at so early on in this round. Still surviving. Kaiser, he's going to back away. He wants to look for a kill towards long before they look to strike. It's now going to be clearing. And it seems like Bounty Hunters in these kind of leveled up playing fields or disadvantage, they're happy to just freeze. They know Fluxo are going to overstep. And that's exactly what's happened there with Art.
Yeah, just go searching for something. I mean, very good reposition there from Kaiser. Completely caught out. Yeah, the Fluxo players, Pariah will peek in slightly late, but in the meantime, that's his teammate gone. 16 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is dropped with Kaiser.
Right now, Pariah can take his time. Great from Bruninho. I love the gamble from Bruninho. It's excellent. In his mind, the bomb's not going down. I'm playing for the kill here. I'm going to fake a step backwards, force Pariah out into the open, thinking he's got the one up on me. I love it. It's a type of play that takes real nerve.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Pariah as well, because he wants to peek, but he wants to peek as he's backing away. So finally thinks he's got the play, but Bruninho just reads him like a book, and it is going to be a 6-6 half. This is a positive sign for Bounty Hunters. Of course, they won the pistol. They bested the force by, so they found 3 rounds from that. But I mean, still to go down 6-4, to keep things competitive, to bring it back against an opposition like Fluxo. I mean, credits definitely is due.
Yeah, and I think as well, look, we said in the first half, Bounty Hunters, they don't favour the T side so much. Fluxo, they don't favour the CT. This is where both teams seemingly do provide success here in this half. So this is going to be an exciting one. This one is going to hold so much weight. But nice opener from Zok. Bruninho takes down Nyx as well. And that's the problem with that chokehold is it's just such a simple funnel system that the CTs can pick and choose when to peak. And they have chosen correctly in this round. No damage taken and 2 kills found. The mid to B is going to be seen here from Fluxo, but a fast flank from Bruninho lining up the shot onto Art. Will connect the bullets, and now the Julies on B struggling to connect, but so are the Glocks. How has Kaiser been allowed to find both players there while he's being shot at?
Yeah, outrageous there. Fluxo now trailing again. I mean, how has he not gone down? It's just these slight movements from Kaiser that it feels like he's just keeping him alive there. But, I mean, for the players that Fluxo has, you do have to be asking a little bit more from them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think the fight towards long, really not the kind of expected outcome. But with Glocks in hand, you've got to just try and get up in the face of your opponents. Just be really annoying to deal with. The Bounty Hunters, if things go to plan, it will be that 8-6 scoreline, and I quite heavily doubt the Glocks are going to make things work. Art does have 2 flashes, though, so I'm interested to see what the game plan is. Is it going to be flashes up short? They're going to look to make their way through middle. Smoke's going to be fading soon. I've been able to cross paths with it, though. Let's see what the game plan is here. The smoke in short kind of allows the T's to get out a little bit closer. Flash is coming over. Turtle playing deep enough not to be fully blinded. And the FAMAS has been reduced in price and kind of increased in favour regarding aim. And Turtle providing that there. Nice triple there from Turtle. A player that, you know, we don't always see too highly on the scoreboards, but to be honest, some of the plays and some of the kind of the game plans that Turtle shows, he's an exciting player to watch. I do really like to see it.
I mean, this is what I mean. Bounty Hunters, they are a team that you can watch a game from them or a map from them and say, yeah, this team's gone really far. It's just the issue, it feels like you touched on consistency a little bit with this roster. It feels like that, honestly, is one of the main issues, because sometimes you can see that map where you think they're a brilliant side, but the next thing you watch and think, how did they even win a single map?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they can be a little bit flip-floppy with how good they actually look, but so far, I mean, there's nothing but positives that were taken away from this one, and getting the opening kill here as well. Fluxo maybe going to start to be a bit sweaty here, as pressure is on them.
Well, I think it's got to be said. You know, there's only been 20 or so maps here with this Bounty Hunters roster. Obviously, you know, the partnership between, I believe, Mayan and Zoc both played for Bestia, if I'm right in saying. So, okay, yeah, there's some synergies there, but it's not concrete. It's not solid. As a 5, we've only played, 16 maps together. There is going to be that inconsistency. So, big round here, though, for Bounty Hunters. If they win this, they get themselves potentially a route to double digits. History now aggressing, spots the player towards Car, tapping away. The swing from Mayan delayed, but calculated as it finds History. And yeah, all that remains, 1 versus 4. Mayan just trying to gain that vital information, but Mayan finds him. Bounty Hunters acquire 9. And right now, Bounty Hunters, the eye test alone, they're looking as though they are the better side. They are playing a lot better here. And Fluxo, it's not been the best of performances, it's got to be said.
I mean, we haven't seen a round from them in a while now. It's been 5 in a row from Bounty Hunters. And with no sign of slowing down.
Certainly not.
So, I mean, maybe underestimating Bounty Hunters or something, but, I mean, there's not many rounds left for you to do that. It should be 10 here for Bounty Hunters, 3 rounds away from actually taking this game if they're able to win this. But maybe it's not over yet. Nice scout find there from Mark.
Yeah, the wide swing on the scout, an unexpected kill. Smoke towards top tunnels here. Great decision, obviously, from Zoc. Trying to delay as best as possible. Gonna re-smoke as well. Jumping out of the smoke are the T's. Zoc trying to isolate, trying to find. The flashbang comes over, not fully blinding. But Nick still dealt with. Same can be said for Kian. All on Pariah. Bounty Hunters, not only do they take this round, but they're able to look very, very dominant here. In a round like that, there's a few Tech 9s, a few Deagles. The only kill that's found is with the Scout.
And Fluxo really needs to sort things out here.
Yeah.
If they're going to recover on this at all. Because, I mean, we touched on, they've had some good Dust 2s in the past. They obviously played against the Eternal Fire not too long ago. Where they did still lose that game, but it's just simple things like this. Missed shot from History, goes down to the molly.
The fact that Fluxo might get more rounds against Eternal Fire on Dust and Bounty Hunters is a crazy statement to say.
Yeah, they feel very off. They had some nice moments when they were on their CT side. When we finally saw them getting a few rounds. They got 6 out of 7 rounds at one point. But look, we haven't seen a single round since. It's continuing this streak. This was 7-4 in favor of, 6-4 in favor of Fluxo. Yeah, still have not seen a round since.
Well, I think as well, as I said, Fluxo in the series that they have had here in the CCT, it's either 2-0s for them or 2-0s against them. And look, for a team that can play with confidence and for a team that are looking on hot form at the moment, if I was Fluxo, I'd be worried. I really would. I know this map isn't over yet, but kind of security of the series could be slipping. Bob from Kaiser posted up. Symbol shot there, and it's another round with plenty of survivors for Bounty Hunters. A very dominant showing here from the CTs. Obviously, this is Bounty Hunters map pick, but as he said, Dust is a map that Fluxo have looked good on in the past.
Yeah, not in the present, though.
No.
It's going to have to be halfway from them. There's a good chance they are giving up 12 here. It is an AK on Art. There are still these upgraded pistols with a bit of util behind them, so it can get competitive, but it just doesn't feel like we've really seen too much in the strategy department in this game, which I'm surprised to say for Fluxo. I wouldn't mind having a few sort of a couple of sort of pocket strats that you're just pulling out if you do need something. But
We saw it on the eco. It was kind of the smoke thrown from Art, the double flashes onto the bomb site. It seems like they've got creative outlets, but I think a lot of the time Fluxo are kind of hoping, well, we'll just push, we'll win the 50-50 fight, right? That's what we will do. It doesn't seemingly go their way, and the triple long setup here from Bounty Hunters, they're so prepared for kind of an aggression from Fluxo. I don't know if you saw that, but I'm liking already just how Zoc's kind of pre-firing all these angles. Okay, yeah, might give up your position, but Zoc, what a round he's had. He's found 3 so far. It's now Kiel on the AWP. Kaiser and Zoc can just push out at any moment, and there it is. The trade comes through. 12 will be found, but the quad kill there from Zoc. And this is, how many rounds in a row? 8 in a row, did you say? Ridiculous.
yeah, I mean, we're in a 6-4 scoreline for Flux, so it has been a. But I mean, you can see. I mean, this is something I haven't actually seen on MR13, apart from overtimes, where we see players refuse to pick up the AWP in favor of the AK because you have so much money.
Yeah.
So they just stick to the AKs and drop over an AWP instead.
Yeah, look, they're so.
What a game!
Well, they're so confident. You know what? The AKs will give us a better path to victory. One instant kill with a headshot. Let's just keep the AKs. We've got enough money. We're not bothered. We're going to win it this round, so who cares? And I think with that mentality, if Bounty Hunters do take it here, if I were a Fluxo fan, I'd be not too happy at the moment. And I love that smoke. The smoke thrown just there, it just baits in Bruninho. There's no way they're going to be expecting this off angle. Got to be somewhat cautious though. Shifting through a smoke is right within Art's repertoire. Smoke's faded now though.
I mean, how the T's are playing, I mean, this is kind of a bit of a one-and-done position, but how they're playing, there's a good chance Bruninho can find Nix, and History has no opportunity to even look for that trade.
Yeah, I think the problem is History's probably going to send a flash. Bruninho get fully blinded. Speaking of flashes, Mayan the first to feel the flash and taken down because of it. Quick trade from Turtle though. Are they going to make their way back to long? Oh, Nix. Nix is just going to creep on in. They are in fact going to make their way to long. It's just a question whether History does send the flash. Oh, Bruninho caught off guard there. Potentially had a quick look at the minimap where his teammates were. Just wanted to get some information, but goes down there. Oh, an important kill onto Kaiser. It's a 2-on-2 here, but with minimal time. There's 8 seconds remaining. The bomb's not going to go down in time. The problem is for Zoc. He's on the bomb site. He's going to be found in the final seconds there. If Zoc is anywhere else on the map, the game is over.
Yeah, sort of needed the player in CET. Maybe just to fire a couple of bullets just to take attention away, but then just survive.
I actually
That's
think
it.
I think it would have been better if the player in CT just hid. Zoc's on the bomb site. You know, he should be able to take down the bomb carrier. There was, what, 4 seconds left? Art's going to have the bomb in hand. Unless if Zoc doesn't show himself.
I mean, anything along the lines of that. I mean, Bruninho's going to feel pretty rough after that one as well. Such a good position from him, but yeah, clearly just focusing on something else.
It was just a half a second
Misses
of...
his chance.
Yeah.
But it's that, I mean, look at the round there from Fluxo. I mean,
Oh!
it's pretty
What?
weak in terms of decision making. There's no time on the clock, but in this one, so much chaos in the middle. Look how low they both are.
Yeah, mine obviously takes down the first. He sprays 1 bullet more, and it gets the dink. It gives the information away. Final player in Bruninho is currently here towards short. Art is very much aware of it, though. But look, Charlie, you said you're liking these types of games because of the chaos that's seen. We've certainly seen that here in the last couple rounds, but Fluxo, they do double down. But it's not convincing. It's not because of strategy or because of ability. It just seems things are going their way. I think we would have seen, I want to say, 4 missed shots from History in that last round. This is not the quality that is expected of this Fluxo side, is it?
No, not at all. And right now they're still in an awkward position. Sure, they're going to force the CT side onto at least a half bite, potentially an eco, but yeah, they're still definitely not out of any danger.
Well, look, I think the real beauty that Bounty Hunters have is they had a 6-round lead, they had 6 opportunities, they've still got 4 to close it out, and they've already booked their spot in overtime if needed. So right now, I think Bounty Hunters are going to be feeling no pressure whatsoever.
I mean, not yet, but sure, the overtime spot's nice, but 12-6 up, you do want to close out the game before overtime's even on the cards.
Yeah, definitely. They're obviously going to have 2 full buys and a half buy before it gets to OT, with this being an eco. So I think Bounty Hunters are still going to feel fairly confident. Although, getting aggressive here out of long in the smoke, in fact, allows the CT, to get very close, but sat silent in the smoke. And finally, he will progress and find Kaiser.
Mine on the other side of the map.
Trying to work out what that is. The Mayan cam. Is that a light?
Which is a light, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's the light bulb in there.
Couple of light bulbs by the looks of things. It'll be a bright one.
Yeah, hopefully for Bounty Hunters, they have that light bulb moment that takes them across the finish line here.
Actually, I think Fluxo need it more than them. I mean, like you said, a couple of these rounds have been very scrappy, and I mean, they should have lost that round when they ran out of time, or where it should have been them running out of time. But yeah, it just makes me a bit concerned about the T side of Fluxo right now. The fact that time management just seems very off, the fact it was so frantic. Yeah, it's not something that you want to look back on and say we played that one well. But it's a weapon round again for Bounty Hunters. Kaiser's got his AWP. Rest of the side have their weapons. Util isn't perfect and there is no defuse kit, but Bounty Hunters, what they've shown us so far is that it might not matter if they're missing a couple of pieces or so, because the whole team is so similar in terms of the impact that they've had this game.
I think as well for Fluxo, if they can take this OT and they can find victory here on Dust, regardless of the outcome here, this is a let's sweep this game under the rug. Let's maybe just forget about it completely, because, as you said, it doesn't seem like Fluxo have shown that kind of discipline and eloquence that you'd expect here from a side that have got such experience, that have got such quality. Hopefully we can see a change of tune, though. I think the fact that Fluxo could be eliminated in the round of 16 if Dust 2 goes the way of Bounty Hunters is not the most promising of decisions. And obviously we touched upon the lack of selecting Ancient for Fluxo being their best map statistically. Whether that will come back to bite them is a question.
I mean, this is what I mean. If we do see a side like Fluxo get eliminated here in the round of 16, I mean, obviously, you'll give a ton of credit for Bounty Hunters.
100%.
They'll certainly feel a lot of the admiration that will come their way, but I think there's going to be a lot of disdain to Fluxo and say, what is this?
Turtle goes down here towards A, but the steps have been heard. Bruninho found by Nyx. This is very late to maneuver your way back, but they're going to give it a go. 22 seconds on the clock now. If Kaiser finds this kill, he can take down the bomb plot. There is an opportunity. He's worried it's already on the site, but it's not there yet. And very much in tune with Fluxo's game plan. It's the last second bomb plant. It will go down though. Still very split here. Is, I believe, K. Should be safe, should be fine. Bounty Hunters, these final 3 players just going to save. If you're in this position for Bounty Hunters, look, you've got 3 players that are going to be saving weapons across. Obviously, this is all hypothetical if they can still save. But what do you think's a better idea to kind of utilize these weapons and have a couple 5.7s alongside it and get a perfect buy in the last round? Or you go for it all, you go for the drops now, because I believe it's just the 2.9 loss bonus, so whoever's dropping weapons over aren't going to get utility.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance Kaiser might not even be able to see to the next round now. Needs to hit the shot onto Art. Will do. So, Art was able to save across. Yeah, I mean, I probably... It's actually full loss bonus. I probably would drop weapons over. For the main reason that Dust 2 is naturally one of those maps where it's a little bit like Inferno. If they take one side of the map, there's a good chance you don't have a lot of chance to win it. So we could end up still seeing more saves. Of course, you don't want bounty hunters to play in their heads that, okay, we need to save this round if things are going wrong. Because you can still win these types of rounds, but it sort of just gives you, hopefully, 2 great buys rather than one pretty good one. And then one great one as well. But we'll have to wait and see how this goes. And plus, also just don't want to think that you're going to lose a round, do you? But a lot of damage has been dealt to a number of players early. Zoc and Turtle whittled away at, similar to history on his orb.
Kaiser looked as though he wanted to go for a bit of a find there. Kaiser is going to be shifting through. This was the problem that Fluxo had on their CT side, over aggression. It's waited for a little bit. Utility's going to be seeing the steps heard. A lot of weight here on Bruninho. No teammate close enough to get a trade or offer a helping hand. Mine's going to be rotating through CT now. All of this control's been taken from Kaiser, though. This is clear indication it's going to be the A-bomb site. Obviously, there's still 50 seconds remaining, but Bruninho tucked away. If Art peeks out, there is no one to trade him. Art will be able to go down. Bruninho gets his second. No third, though, but there's a world in which he could have found 3. Oh, just jiggling out in the open now is Mayan, and he might regret his deep position. He could have just waited. There is a flank coming through from Kaiser, but he's on the AWP. Not the best of weapons for it. And Zoc now just needs to sit in this smoke. And because there's this late play from Pariah here from short, he's actually going to be trapped in the smoke. Zoc in a very difficult scenario right now. Ooh, AWP shot from long. It's all a bait. I love it. Zoc's able to find one. And now, Kane nearly went down there. An attempt from Zoc to deny the plant. Reposition now to Cart. Both
plays on the AWP is so awkward. They got info from the short. It's Zoc again on low HP, and Kaiser's AWP finishes. Spread the double AWP retake works.
I don't know how. It seems like there's no need for it. A player on the bomb site can just hold for the push to ramp. The secondary can swing off contact. Obviously, they're a little bit antsy, not happy on the bomb side. But Bounty Hunters, what a game there. Look, you said everyone was having moments from Bounty Hunters, and a truer statement couldn't be said. Everyone having their big rounds. We see it at the end there, Zoc getting 2. He was on the drop to cross AWP from Kaiser. But how is this game going the way, obviously, of Bounty Hunters, especially when you take into account it was a 6-4 scoreline for Fluxo. But what a comeback. What a game there from Bounty Hunters. The second they hit 12, I think it was a question of when, not if. But you've got to imagine what that's going to do to a team's confidence.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you look at it, I even think the scoreline's a bit skewed to make it look like Fluxo played better. I think we have to say, other than the initial sort of streak rounds where they did make it 6-4, they gave us nothing for most of that game. That ended up being, from a 6-4 scoreline, ended up going 12-6 in favour of Bounty Hunters. We saw 8 rounds in a row from Bounty Hunters before we saw any sort of response from Fluxo. Sure, it took them a little while to get over the line. Most important thing is, they still did it. We didn't go to OT. It didn't need to get that close. And again, the players... Sure, there's a couple of moments where you look at in that final round and say, okay, definitely could have been played a bit better. Bruninho found 2 kills, and then we saw a player fall elsewhere. We saw Mayan maybe go a little bit too close towards the long, a little bit too isolated, and it ended up becoming favoured for Fluxo. But at the end of the day, it's still a round victory, it's still a map victory for Bounty Hunters, and somehow they are one step closer to advancing to the quarterfinals and knocking Fluxo out.
Obviously, that next step will be Mirage. Obviously, the selection of Fluxo, so not going to be easy for Bounty Hunters. But let's see what they have to offer on Mirage. But beforehand, we go to a break. We're going to be heading back into the action in a matter of moments, Charlie. But look, I think it was an incredible upset from Bounty Hunters. I think they're going to be delighted with the result. And now the question is, can they take it in a 2-map fashion, or can they take it in general? I think with that performance on Dust, they're going to be very, very happy. The chance of a 2-0 is there, but is it possible?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why it's not. I mean, they've played very well. Everyone sort of felt like they were playing at the same level. It didn't feel like they were getting sort of hard carried by one player. It felt like it was a real team performance, and that's one of the biggest compliments I think I can give the Bounty Hunters for taking map number 1. Obviously, it was their map pick, but it was still a map selection that, I'll be honest, when we were seeing the vetoes, I didn't feel like there was a map that Fluxo could have lost on. So the fact that we're here now with Bounty Hunters taking map number 1, moving things onto Mirage, a map that I think equally we can see a lot of the talent on this side show up. I don't see a world why they can't take it as a 2-0. Do I think it's going to happen? I still do think Fluxo are significantly favoured in this game, though.
Yeah.
I don't think they stepped up. I think there's a lot of problems they had. I thought their teams are pretty abysmal, if I'm being honest. And I think we're going to end up having a great map number 2. I still think it's very up in the air, though, whether this one is going to end as that 2-0 Bounty Hunters or if Fluxo can bring things back. And I think that's a bit of a damning statement for Fluxo, because it should feel like one of those things that's kind of nailed on.
Yeah, and you just have to look at recent performance of the last 3 maps that both these teams have played in Mirage. It's been 3 losses for both. Obviously, for the side of Bounty Hunters, a bit more dominant losses, 2 being 13-5, 1 being 13-2. Obviously, that game against Solid in the Swiss stage. So, I think right now, neither team are actually going to be feeling too confident overall. Obviously, Fluxo, they are the ones that have picked that. But still, I feel like recent form, you've got to say that it isn't the best of performances. Obviously, in that game for Fluxo, I feel like Art actually had a really good game. You just have to look at his rating, 1.19, just below the top performer in Zoc. I think realistically, both teams, they had some individuals stepping up, but it wasn't about the highest heights. It was about the lowest lows. And History going 9-14, obviously Nick's 9-15, not kind of a memorable and a good enough performance from either of those 2 players. So it's got to be said, Charlie. Look, Mirage, although it's the selection of Fluxo, although it's a map that we are thinking they're going to be taking, and kind of a series that we're going to be thinking they're taking, there is certainly the possibility, and I've already alluded to this point about Bounty Hunters in their games, the last 5 games here that they've played here in the CCT in Series 6. Every single one of them has been 2 maps. It's either them 2-0ing or them losing 0-2. So it's clear that this is a team that play off confidence, and when you're taking down one of the favourites to take the whole event, it's certainly going to help your confidence, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, surely it's got to. I think, you touched on it obviously a bit earlier when we were in the game. The team hasn't played a crazy amount of maps together with this whole side, and this is a huge one for experience, but it would be even big one for confidence if they can go on to take it now. Right, we are going to jump into Mirage. Map number 2. Are Fluxo going to be able to bounce back, or will Bounty Hunters take this one in that 2-0 fashion?
Yeah, look, I think the 2-0, I think it's safe to say, a bit of a pipe dream, right? I think it's a very long shot to say, and I don't think many would have been predicting it whatsoever, but look, you look at, let's just see how these first, 4 or 5 rounds play out. Let's see how the kind of weaponry versus weaponry investments pan out, because realistically, if we see a strong start for Bounty Hunters, let's say they go, 4 or 5 rounds uncontested, that's where alarm bells have got to be ringing here for Fluxo.
Oh, nice find from Zog there. So he does grab one back. Zog looks like he should be going down here towards window. Both him and Pariah being whittled away at, just sitting 1 bullet from death. But a reasonably even start to this pistol. Still plenty of time on the clock. No need for either side to rush anything.
Well, look, we saw the rotation come through. Obviously, Zoc's now made his way towards the B bomb site. I think if Nix took his timing and looked to progress out of apartments, it could have been excellent. Obviously, Art's going to make his way back through under. There's still 2 sitting in middle. Pariah holding for any short peek. But right now, Bounty Hunters, they've got a deep player in Palace. They can just afford to rotate these 2 away from B, because if it is A, if steps are heard, obviously early information will be gathered by Kaiser. And if they go towards B, they can triple stack it. And that's exactly what's happening here. And Pariah's low HP. I think he will just sit here towards short, maybe try and look to catch off some rotations. But taking the bomb site is going to be very difficult. There's 3 players here, but already Bruninho has showed his hand by being spotted here. They've seen the player towards short as well. No one out of maps yet. Zoc on the back of the bomb site, even on low HP confined. Mine as well. Great kill onto R, and now the player in apartments is trapped, and it's all on that low HP Pariah, which I touched upon. He is just going to be playing for the rotations, and now there's minimal time here. We will see the kill come through from Kaiser.
Yeah, he
I don't know
needed
about,
to die.
I don't know about you, Charlie. If I'm Kaiser there and I'm hearing the steps in middle, I'm running away. It's a type of play that maybe not many would go for, but imagine you lose the pistol and you go into the next round with $150 to your name.
I mean, that's the thing. It messes up whatever Fluxo would do. Because if they go for a force, sure, you can. That's probably the best option you should do if that's the case. But you're forcing with one player who literally has nothing. Or if they go for the eco, you have one player on the full buy who literally has nothing. It would always be a bad situation. But yeah, Pariah just taking so long, hoping someone rotates through mid. Brilliant call from Bounty Hunters to rotate 3 towards B. And they have taken the pistol round thanks to it.
Well, look, it's all aided from Kaiser taking that space towards Palace. So vital. Just allows for those rotations. Really does.
Right, does have this deagle, he's invested. Kaiser's heard this weapon fire off and isn't interested in peeking back into it. I say that as he swings on out, but Pariah does fall. Bruninho maybe gonna be able to clean up the rest of them, and we'll find 3 in this round. Wants to find another with the MP9, aiming straight at history, and we'll eventually find him as well. Bounty Hunters, nice clean sweep to get the second, and Bruninho making a good amount of gash there.
Look, it's an interesting question. Bruninho might be able to answer it now, but he has in fact invested in the kit. They know it's going to be Fluxo's full buy. Would it be crazy to drop over an AWP even while with an MP9 in hand? I think it could be the type of play that can make or break a round. You know, you get Kaiser on the AWP as soon as possible. You let him kind of gain his confidence there. You shut down Fluxo's decisions. I think maybe it could be a worthy risk.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly is going to be an element of risk to it.
Ooh, great HE grenade. Smoke to be dropped in Palace. And they're so hell-bent on finding the player on the bomb side. They don't account for Mayan. Kaiser will take down Nyx. Important trade from Kay there, but Bruninho still on the center of the bomb site, still towards default, and he's able to find while blinded. Doesn't in fact take down Pariah, but eventually does so. And now,
off the smoke, I thought I was going to go down towards default. Could have actually taken down someone like History. But History's almost been taken down as it is. 7 HP, both players trapped here. Not enough util to actually force them out, and with the CTs not directly holding, these are being given room to breathe.
There is a kit as well on Bruninho's dead body, so they don't have to rush this retake massively, but they are going to have a bit of speed to it. Add some venom to the attack, and now the time is ticking. History, low HP, and he's able to find a pick while low. No trade. Eventually, Zoc takes him down. Turtle just having to stick the bomb. And, oh, guys, not going to be able to find this kill. Is enough time for the defuse. And the first full buy versus full buy goes the way of Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, really well played there. Turtle excellently done as well. Doesn't offer up the 1v1 directly. And by the time he does actually peek, chances are the diffuser will be able to come through even if he does go down. 3-0 start. And I mean, that's the risk of why they didn't go for the AWP there. Because you get the reward of, you've won a bonus round, you've got these would have been the MP9s upgraded to AKs, and you've still got money in the reserve on everyone. So even if we do see Bounty Hunters lose this round, they'll have money to buy in the next. They can bring out the AWP on Kaiser, and then you are in a spot where you've kind of been able to just have a round for free. So it is definitely always that argument. Is it worth going for the bonus round, or do you just invest in better weapons? They've had sort of the best of both worlds.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's the fact that it wasn't the MP9 that costed them. Obviously, they did still win the round, but Bruninho got his kill. You know, that's all you can ask for in a rotating player. Not rotating player, kind of a player with weaker weapon. But I like the fact as well, Kaiser's still retaining the M4. He knows it's going to be against pistols. A little bit worried they could get up in the face. Don't maybe want to drop an AWP over that could be utilised in a post plant. I really like the idea. No need to bring out the AWP unnecessarily. AK, though, is in play for art. It's that hero AK, and we will see Kai find Mayan as well. Zoc repositioning now towards ladder. Are going to be boosted up, but caught off guard. Zoc, great find. And the AK, in fact, dropping into window. So no AK to be retrieved. Obviously, 2 rifles have been picked up. History going for a risky plant. Zoc could have denied it. And Pariah, all that remains now towards bench, will be spotted eventually, and that's where they can just look to defuse straight away. But Turtle swinging, Bounty Hunters, they will go 4-0 up, and this is the kind of spot that I mentioned that if Fluxo are in, this could be worrying. The outcome of this next round is vital. If Fluxo don't find success here, Bounty Hunters could be going on a 6-0 streak here on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's where things will get a little bit worrying. I mean, I do like the hero AK there from Art, only able to find 1 kill, but it's a nice idea.
The bomb plant allows to invest in another.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, things did get close there. At some point, it was a 3-on-3. Obviously, did get caught out towards window, maybe. He was able to get in there, even more damage could be dealt, but we've seen the CTs look to fight towards middle. The flashbangs are good. Art caught out blinded, but still finds the kill when History's up now posted up with a nice easy find onto Bernino. Top of this round for the CTs, not gone their way.
I don't really know how Zoc's not found that kill. It seemed like Art was still looking into a wall when Zoc swung. Maybe just Zoc wasn't prepared for him to be tucked away there, but I don't know if you saw the odds there, Charlie, as they flashed up. They were still in favour of Fluxo.
I mean, it is very hard to sort of predict anything or to bet against Fluxo in any regards.
Yeah. Still early doors in the game.
Huge surprise, and yeah, it is early doors. We can see likely Fluxo are going to find their first round tier as long as they play their cards right. And I think it's a good call from Bounty Hunters. You've got 3 players towards A. If it ends up being an A hit, you've got a chance to win the round. If not, keep the weapons alive.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, looking at the finances of players like Turtle, like Bruninho, Zoc as well, finances certainly are there, but Kai's are falling. And now, a chance to reinvest comfortably might be taken away from them because retrieving that ramp.
Or is he?
Yeah, he's tucked in ramp. He's tucked in ramp, I think. I believe so.
I've got no idea why Kaiser wasn't glued towards Palace. He was looking towards ramp.
Maybe just was so sure of the fact it'd be open.
Maybe.
That's the only explanation, I guess.
Yeah, because it felt like a little bit of a simple way for him to go down. Turtle is trying to retrieve this orb. As picks it up. Uriah. Ready for Mayan and does take him down.
Yeah, going to be a real difficulty now for Turtle. We were so close to posting up towards jungle. He would have found a kill there. At least you'd assume so. But now, aware of Turtle's positioning, the hunt comes through for Fluxo. I mentioned, though, that the money should be good enough, in fact, for Bounty Hunters to reinvest here. 3 players at decent money, Turtle being one of them. He can drop over the AWP and a rifle and still invest as well. So, it will be the finances drain, though. You said, look, if they have 3 players sticking to A, they either gamble the round and have a chance to fight off aggression, or they can keep many players alive. But 2 casualties there. I think that's throwing a bit of a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the buy. Still a bit of money on Zoc and Bruninho. You do think, though, if those 3 players did survive, honestly, might be able to get a buy in the round after as well. But for now, money's good enough. Fast play here towards B. Turtle stays towards Van.
Oh, it's all a ruse. The flash is over. But to try and keep Kaiser in a difficult scenario, but Mayan finding history in the process. Turtle taking down Art. It's all on Nyx. Yet to find a kill in the 5 rounds of play. That stat line might continue as the smoke fades and Zoc finds 4 survivors here for Bounty Hunters. And we see the strategy unfold. We see the attention taken away from apartments. But it's the fact that we can just see Art. There's about 4 or 5 flashes that are sent over. The problem is, he's still in apartments. He's got to get himself out of there. He's got to find a kill on the players blinded. And then we can see, obviously, Kaiser would have had his attention elsewhere. The players up short would have easily caught him off guard.
I mean, it's brilliant work there from Mayan, actually. You see Kaiser find 1 kill towards short. He obviously dies while trying to throw out the molly. He couldn't switch to his gun in time. Mayan, in the meantime, does a bit of extra damage to that player, as well as find the kill.
Yeah.
So that 3-man short push
all it needed for Kaiser to hold it off was find one kill, and Mine basically did the rest. The Molly did actually finish off another kill, so Kaiser got 2, but it was all the damage that Mine that even allowed that kill to come through. So another hit towards B. Turtle and Kaiser combined. Players still in apartments. Turtle finally will go down, but it's a 4-on-2. And Fluxo are really struggling to find an entry path into this map right now.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem is they can't find entries on the B bomb site. The way in which Bounty Hunters are playing here on B, it's very disciplined. I think the real idea is, look, I'm going to have teammates rotating in. If I can just wait long enough, that's where problems can be seen. And we saw it, Zoc rotating in. But it's a 6-1 scoreline. Money now broken for Fluxo. We could see a Hero AK in play from Pariah, but Bounty Hunters, they lose one round, but they're back to winning ways straight away. And it's a fast B hit from Fluxo. It didn't work in the last round. I don't really know why they've opted for it again. And they've taken a dimension away from the attack. It was just towards apartments.
Oh, out here towards middle very fast. Surely has to find the kill, but somehow Mayan still alive. Oh, with so much speed here. CTs need to be wary not to give him too many openings.
Yeah, it is
Had
this
a couple
kind
of chances, though.
It's this double Hero AK.
I really like the play around the armored pistols as well. If you see Pariah go down, they can just easily be swapped across. 2 players here in window. That should be what catches out of Zoc. Even if he finds one, will he be ready for the second?
Yeah, to be honest, I'd much prefer Kai and Art to kind of switch positions. Have Art be the one kind of waiting. But great find from Pariah. A lot of damage, but here's the problems. It's Art going first. Kai wants to get himself close enough for a trade, but they both go down. We see the Orb of Kaiser find one, and Zoc continues. Not ready for his 4th of the round, but he's done so much heavy lifting here. All on history, unarmored AK, and the shifting of Mayan surely catches him off. A 7th round found now for Bounty Hunters. And I said, look, you look at recent form here, Mirage isn't really been the best performing map here for Fluxo. We said, why don't they look to pick Ancient? They've had 10 games of it on the last 3 months, 9 of which being victories. Ancient could have been chosen from them. In fact, they could have had Ancient as the decider, but they still pushed for Nuke over it. We might not even get to that decider, though, because Bounty Hunters, the way they're playing is exceptional. And quite rightly, Fluxo, they need a 30-second breather.
I mean, we've seen Bounty Hunters play this map yesterday. They lost it 13-5. They played it even just before that. They lost it 13-5 as well. You said that. I mean, even before that, they lost it 13-2 to Solid.
Yeah.
They have struggled on it a lot. I'm still definitely not getting ahead of myself here and saying Bounty Hunters are going to win this game, because it's still a long way to go. Sure, they've won the half. I want to know how dominantly, because that's what will make me start to feel more comfortable and confident in Bounty Hunters having a chance here, because I still see a lot of teams desperately struggle to do anything on the T side of this map.
Yeah, that is very true. Obviously, as well, you know, we've spoken about the losses that Bounty Hunters have had on Mirage. Their victories are against a team that went 0-3 in the Swiss stage. That other 13-10 win against Dusty Roots, who went 1-3. It isn't the same level to Fluxo. These aren't the same opponents, or at least shouldn't be. But right now, Fluxo, they've got to find themselves at least 4 rounds, you'd hope. Otherwise, a 9-3, a pistol round can completely upset this whole series. Smoke thrown here from Turtle. He jump spotted again before it lands, and he spots players backing away. So that could have been an indication, but we have seen a rotation. Zoc now does have a smoke. Problem is there's no one close to trade him. The bomb is still going here towards B, and the elevation of Turtle, I don't think he's been spotted. Now the question is, if Mayan just jump spots, surely they're not expecting, but the molly will come through, and Turtle trying to find a pick before goes down, before he drops off. They do deal with Turtle. Great openers here from Kai, but Kai's are quick to trade. Nix will eventually find Zoc, but Bruninho gets that trade, and now a 2-on-2. Great entries on B. Nice luck, obviously finding one, but still a 2-on-2, still a round in which Bounty Hunters can find. Smoke down here towards window, finally fading. Kaiser got a pistol in hand. History on the AWP. Playing behind default and Art just tucked away here towards Electric. Molly sent here to bench now. History. It's all about timing. Whether he's going to go for this peak. He might just wait for contact onto Art, but shoulder spotted. And History, he will get one. And now Bruninho's got to find this pick. Time is ticking. No scope connecting from History. A great clutch there. It does give Fluxo their second. Not the most convincing of rounds, but still, victory for Fluxo is all they hoped for.
Yeah, they might actually feel a little bit lucky after that, because look at this peak here. You see Bruninho, great find on the Art, but it's History that somehow finds Kaiser. Kaiser was posted up there.
Yeah.
You really think Kaiser should be finding that kill, but apparently not. And we go on to see Fluxo take that round. Still money, just about enough for Bounty Hunters to get another buy.
Art, we've been seeing these aggressive plays on his own time and time again, and to be honest, he's been getting caught out more often than not. I praised Art quite heavily, but he's 3 and 10 so far. But a great looking round here for Fluxo. Although they lose the opener of Art, they find all the kills here.
Lose a second as well. Was a 3 versus 5, yet to lose a player since.
Look at Mayan though, he's quick in his decisions. And the flashbang coming over from Turtle, that could be an indicator, or at least kind of a slight indication to Fluxo. Okay, well there might be 2 players, he might be flashing someone in here. So there could be a level of disregard for a flank. We have seen reposition now. History now holding Shadow. Spotted, missed shot from History, and Mayan will find him. Kai taking down Turtle. At least they've got that valuable information. They're peeking one by one, though. They're giving the opportunity away. Flashbang coming through. Mayan trying to isolate, and the fight's been given up. Pariah, he goes for the peek here. Could have just waited for Kai to punch in the digits, and they play together. Luckily for Pariah, Kai will win the round.
And that's a huge one from Fluxo. That actually should be allowed to, allowing them to actually claw their way back into this game now. It's going to have to be the eco from Bounty Hunters. That would have been a massive clutch for Mayan to win. But I mean, you have to look at things. It was a 5-on-3. Bounty Hunters had all the opportunities, but you see, Kaiser goes to the peak towards Palace, finds a kill with a Yorp, has no support from the rest of his team. They're able to walk out ramp without him knowing. The molly comes too late. He goes down, the player on the bomb side falls, and as does the rotating player. Fluxo just have too easy a time. If there was that molly towards ramp earlier, we go on to see Kaiser get a kill and back away. They
I think
hold on to that 5-on-3.
I think as well, when you see a play like that, you know, an early Palace peak with an AWP, usually there's a player towards underholding, or at least quick enough to get the trade. But no, we don't see it. Set up there, not perfect. Against the Eco, Fluxo deal with it quite comfortably, which will be positive for their confidence. But a player who hasn't been performing too well, though, on the side of Fluxo's Knicks, 1 and 9.
I mean, Kai's been big. He's been a big reason as to why Fluxo are actually winning some rounds. He was sitting 2 and 7. Couldn't get into the game himself. But now looking at him, not far off topping the charts on the Fluxo side of things. Just 1 kill behind History. As soon as we've seen that turn in that player, it feels like that's where Fluxo have more to give.
Yeah, really getting their success off this individual. And we might see it again as he's shifting through under. Zoc, got to be prepared for this. Flashbang coming through. Nice find from Keys. Got to get hunted down, though. He's got to be found. Great trade. Turtle eventually takes him. And Turtle, History falling. Man advantage found. Great mid-hold there from Bounty Hunters. And now, the remaining 3 to head their way out towards A. We see the smoke land towards top con. Bruninho wants nothing to do with it. Still sitting behind it, waiting for a lurk. Turtle in jungle just holding. Great flashbang there onto Bruninho. Pariah can find 1. Nix, in fact, to take down Turtle. Aware of Bruninho, only goes 1 for 1. And it's another man advantage scenario the Bounty Hunters are in that goes down to a clutch required.
Mayan has a chance. He hasn't been spotted towards CT. Nix somehow able to turn on Mayan. 3k from him. You pointed him out and gets a 3k. And Fluxo another round victory. Yeah, biggest issue honestly there for Bounty Hunters is they probably could have honestly got double digits on that CT side. Just a couple too many rounds towards the end there. That they're big man advantages and still went on to lose them. But, I mean, it's still a victory. on the halftime switch, but it was a 7-1. So they're certainly going to feel a little bit bittersweet about it, as they're against a tough team. They're against Fluxo. It's never going to be easy, but I think they're probably going to look back at these rounds and say, yeah, we could have actually done better.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's the fact that a lot of them were man advantage scenarios, but you still see players swinging individually. You still see that kind of lack of cohesion that Bounty Hunters we've kind of already identified could be an error. And I think a lot of the time, we've got to say that pressure could be affecting them. Moments like that where you see players swinging individually, kind of hoping, okay, well, you know, we're in a 5-on-3 or we're in a 4 versus 3. I want to make sure I swing, get the kill, put this round to bed, but instead, it's going against them. But nice openers here in the pistol. I say that. History and Key both finding picks to give them the advantage now.
Nino towards CT, backs up, doesn't actually want as much of this fight as I think he thought. They want to take this fight towards jungle instead, perhaps. Bruninho is spotted. Mayan, well, Kaiser goes down for nothing, while minus P250 is trying to tap a right at range. Finally connects. Another clutch attempt for Mayan here.
It could just be the stick of the bomb, but it's planted, obviously, for Connector. If Mayan finds this kill, tapping through the smoke, needs to get the knife, not close enough. If that's a Glock there, would have had enough ammo. Obviously, might not have been so favoured in the fights in CT, but unfortunate there for Mayan. But it's a great round for Fluxo. You know, they're even on the pistols now. If you take away the pistol rounds, both of these teams, well, and kind of the expected victories afterwards, both of these teams are in a solid spot. I say expected victory. It's no eco here. Bounty Hunters, they're going for a risky one. Both Mayan and Kaiser have dropped over AKs to Turtle and Zoc. It's the type of play that I really like.
Yeah, they've got to be ready for this underpass push from Art, though. And the AK's being revealed.
Yeah. Obviously, though, Artie loves a hero AK himself, so that's something that they might be a little bit worried about. Okay, maybe it's just a hero AK, but with the utility coming through, it's expected. Zoc goes 1 for 1. The double apartments push of Nyx and History will take him down. Bruninho just holding towards top con. Art elevates himself to ladder, but he falls off. And that gives indication that he's in window. Great find from Turtle, and this should be the acceleration towards B. Bruninho at range finding Nyx. Art rotating him from market, and Key as well on the back of the bomb site. Excellent stuff here from these two riflers. It forces Kaiser in the clutch. He's got time to work with, but in fact he's shown his hand. Looking for these fights, and Key can find him.
It's the rotations. They were so quick there from Fluxo. You just killed a player towards Connector. They kill one on B, and they think, okay, we've got maybe a bit of a easy time at things now to get onto the bomb site. There's still 2 more players nearby.
Yeah.
And they were so quick to that, but Fluxo just somehow even quicker. Great attempt at the round there from Bounty Hunters, but we're in a leveled up scoreline now.
Well, I think as well, you just look at the delay in which Kaiser's still in Palace. It's still Apartment, sorry. Realistically, yes, they get those kills on the B-bomb site, but it didn't seem like the whole Bounty Hunters side were ready to progress. There was no trades. There was no kind of possibility for that whatsoever. And I think it's moments like that. Obviously, we understand, as you said, they've got a kill in con, they've got a kill on B. They're expecting maybe one towards market, not another on the back of the bomb site. But still, if Bounty Hunters play together, play for the trades, they should be winning that one because they had the hefty advantage once again.
It's just these upgraded pistols in this one, but not being given any avenue to find anything just yet. Approaching that 1 minute mark now. Fluxo somehow should be taking the lead here from 7-1 down.
Yeah, great resurgence, somewhat similar to what we saw from Bounty Hunters on Dust. Nice flashbang. The goal here is the fake towards A and the play through B, but the problem is, if these kills come through so easily here towards ramp, the fake, not as much of one. Oh, and the bomb dropping as well. Nyx finds them both anyway, but even the bomb dropping in apps, if that trade comes through, might not even have enough time for a bomb plant. But Bounty Hunters now, after losing the lead, they have opted for a pause of their own.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think maybe they'd run it a little bit sooner, but I think when you look at a lot of the rounds and how close that they have been, they've just maybe wanted to get on with it. But finally, you're going to see that tactical pause from them. Weapons out, no warp for Kaiser. But important that we start to see a turnaround from Bounty Hunters soon, otherwise Fluxo, this momentum might not be able to be stopped.
Well, look, you said Kai's had Kisory's had a real big kind of performance. I pointed out Art when he was 3 and 10. He's now 9 to 11. You know, that's 6 kills and 1 death. It's clear to see that Fluxo are playing far, far better now. And it's good to see that History's on form. Obviously now on the CT side, you'd expect him to be getting a couple more kills here with the big green. I think this is where Bounty Hunters, they realised, well, the vast majority of the rounds they got on the T side of Dust was kind of a pacifist mindset of not looking to aggress, looking to just wait and hold. I think that's what they're opting to go for again.
The ramp take now coming through. Raya is cleared, at least the initial portion is knows that this part of the map is clear.
Yeah, Zoc's creeping into connector. No one's seen this. Bit of a spam coming through. If Zoc can make his way up con, this would be excellent. Art is holding for it. Free smoke now from Art. You're going to see the top con, the jungle smoke in fact, thrown. Zoc, it's all about creeping up. And as that unknown entity gets one, Zoc, information gathered now. This is still all a fake though, Charlie. Players are going to be making their way onto B. History's prepared for it though. Orb's been spotted. Now they've got to hurry things along, but the Orb's able to reposition now. And History's been able to find these kills far too easily. Look how split the T's are, but there isn't enough time. They've got to make their way towards B. Kaiser will get one. Needs to be worried about Nyx. Timing a bit awkward, but Kaiser still finds it. Kaiser is able to get another. Denies the rotations of Key. Absolutely incredible shots. The round's not over yet. But a round-winning moment for Kaiser.
Wow.
What a round there. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, he could have picked up the AWP. Can you blame him for not? Keeping the AK. What an unreal couple of kills there. He surely should have died by the player towards Get Right. Look, he's fallen. Somehow finds this kill. This one, though. Incredible. And then wanted to go for this peak. So clean. Look how smooth that is from Kaiser.
Just too easy. Makes it look far too easy. But as you said, a real important point is he's opted for the AK. Bounty Hunters, they feel that they need a bit more aggression. Kaiser's such an important player, you know, in these big moments for Bounty Hunters, and he's sticking with a rifle. Finances as well for Fluxo, really difficult to manage, difficult to work. They've opted for weaponry on 3 players, utility on Nyx, but this could be a dismantling round here. Bounty Hunters, if they find victory, it could unravel some disappointment for Fluxo. For Riot, playing under balcony currently, it is going to be this playthrough a Smoking Palace. Whether the T's can indicate that he's playing from under balcony just off the bounces. Utilities coming through now. We've got Turtle as a lurk in middle. Smoke towards window, smoke top con. Oh, there is a gap, and Art might look to isolate. Oh, Turtle does find him, in fact. Utility coming over now. Pariah able to get one. Great trade. And now History on the bomb site. His shoulder's been spotted. He's going to send a nade at the smoke, and History backing away. Will be able to get himself towards CT. Although it's a man advantage scenario, both Zoc and Turtle have been chipped away at. Flashbang to jungle. They're still not out of ramp. They're waiting for these pushes.
By History. They still think he's on the bomb site. They don't realise he's crossed towards CT, so they're just glued towards his angle. Not knowing what to do because they haven't cleared it out, but Just the util alone has already done that. They've got to make a move soon. 40 seconds on the clock, and yet all the CTs are now here.
I think the longer they wait, if they can wait without showing their intentions, well, they've done so with a Molotov, they could really catch out Fluxo, because we saw it there. Nyx was having a little bit of a look. They're going to refight in middle. Oh, the boost is excellent. Kaiser elevated up, and now History emerges out of CT. History can go 2 for 1, and Nyx finding that kill. It's a possible 1v1 now. He's got the bomb. Will be quick enough to plant it, but a rifle's now been retrieved. And Nyx. Oh, Nyx. He's allowed Kaiser to get out in the open. The HE grenade could do it. Kaiser dodging the nade, but down to 14 points of health. Nyx can just spam through triple. Could be about timing here. Kaiser trapped on the bomb site. Nyx.
It might not be well, he's still crossed, yeah.
The steps have been heard. I think he's assuming that he's been crossed, but Brown goes their way anyway. And somehow the clutch goes the way of Fluxo once again.
I mean, yeah, they've won so many of these big moments, these clutch moments as well, and this could honestly be what goes on to kill Bounty Hunters and Mirage. Just the lack of potency and this lack of killer instinct that this side desperately need. And I mean, you look at that round, they just took so long, so scared of History. And because they didn't have a smoke for jungle, they didn't want to cross.
Yeah.
You've got to take these risks sometimes.
And I think as well, look, you said they've got to go at some point. If they waited it out, there was a slight worry. We actually saw, I want to say it was Nyx on that 5-7. It looked like he was going to go through Murder Hole and rotate towards B. But then we just see the molly land on the A bomb site. Subtle intricacies, though, potentially costing Bounty Hunters their chance for a 2-0. Middle not fully taken yet. Turtle now with UMP in hand, with the utility coming down. It's going to be a nade of the smoke. The problem is, spamming through that smoke is going to put a bit of a delay. It's allowed some of the T's to get themselves onto the bomb site, and even the carrier somehow made it on here. Renino has got himself an HE grenade, another nade of the smoke scene. So much damage taken from Zoc. There's 3 players close towards CT. Turtle's just going to drop a smoke now. Flashbang coming through. He's going to send another. Kaiser, a little bit out of this round. He's still holding towards T-Spawn. He's going to be sending the flashes. So many players blinded. Turtle now sitting in the smoke, but Nyx with a double of the MP9. Time is running out, and Zoc gets a double here towards triple. We've got Kaiser still sat ramp. He spotted out so many, but instead of backing away, he continues to spray. And now it's Zoc in the 1v1, but without time, without health, without chances. The round will go the way of Bounty Hunters. Finally a clutch in their favor.
Chaotic round, I think, is the least we can say there. I mean, absolute madness. The util from Bounty Hunters, they used everything they had there towards CT spawn just to delay. And Fluxo, they opted to send everyone towards CT spawn. So you saw them just having to burst through the smoke. Turtle had the chance, but with the UMP, couldn't find anything. And initially, Nyx, the first 2 kills that he found, big favouring from Fluxo, but finally it feels the Bounty Hunters do give them a taste of their own medicine as they go on to lose that advantage round. Pariah, great angle, but man,
yeah, that's
got a kill.
That's one of the 2 rifles falling for Fluxo, with this being the full buy and the low loss bonus. As these 4 spy wars continue, it gets very scary for a side, because we expect that Fluxo, they will bite the bullet, they will just go for the eco in the next if Bounty Hunters win this. But if Bounty Hunters do win, we're expecting them to be in kind of an 11-round scenario. Very difficult. The 5-7 under balcony's been flashed in. Nyx, he's been spotted dropping into sandwich and has been taken down. And now History, it's his game, but only one to find. And Turtle, a late flank, holding for him, but Turtle besting and all on key. We'll get 1. The 1 versus 4, it begins now. He's able to ice it. It seemed, and there's a low HP on the Turtle. If this kill comes through, if Kaiser goes down, could be over, but Turtle's Mac 10, even on low HP. He makes sure victory is seen here. Again, though, it's in these rounds, Bounty Hunters continually offering themselves up in these 1v1s, and it's something that they cannot continue to do because a vast majority of the rounds that Fluxo have won, not only here on Mirage, but also Dust 2, have been Bounty Hunters making little mistakes like that. And look, Bounty Hunters, they're in the lead. They've got the opportunity to close out this game in a 2-0 fashion. We should be seeing an 11-9, but little mistakes like this can cost you massively. Luckily for them, it wasn't in that round.
Yeah, just about won that. But I mean, you see Turtle go down. I think it's in an awful position, but it is just going to be a standard hit towards B. They're just up against these USBs. I does actually find one, but most of the CTs are kept at such a distance that it's not going to be really any chance that they win this round now. The rifles at range just far superior. Fluxo maybe have to get one more kill. A lot of damage to Bernino. The nade does decent amount of damage to themselves as well, but I'd say one more kill is best case scenario here for Fluxo.
Yeah, they've all been chipped away at now. Ooh, crazy shots from history. Okay. And
Bernino's low. They're not expecting art here.
He's 4 HP. Is he going to risk saving? He's going to risk going for this weapon? We'll go down to man. Bounty Hunters, they do find that important 11th. And this is it. Fluxo. They've got to find victory here, otherwise Bounty Hunters get 12. It won't be the best of buys for Fluxo, and that's why we're seeing the glass cannon for history. Look, Charlie, we said there was a chance for a 2-0 in this series, and we might be seeing it, but didn't expect it to be Bounty Hunters.
I mean, I still don't really, even though they're so close to winning. It just seems so outlandish to have said this before the game. To really think Fluxo can't put up any sort of resistance in this series, I just don't. I just couldn't believe, and even now I still don't. I'm just waiting for them to sort of turn on, to lock in this game, but yet to see it right now.
It's got to be said, look, I think Bounty Hunters besting, if they can best Fluxo here. This will be the highlight game, you know, in every pre-show, in every kind of post-game where we say, well, look, how do you think the playoffs games have gone? This will be the game that's isolated. This is the one that's will be spoken about. But Brunino, nice find onto history.
Yeah,
haven't cleared Firebox.
I think
It
they're going to eventually, Mayan.
Oh, but it might not matter. Oh, my arm goes down. The kill feed all gone orange. What happened there? It was a 4v5.
There. That's mapping series point, Fred. I mean, Fluxo needed these weapons. If you're going to lose the round, they had to save them. They've got nothing. The loss bonus wasn't full. It was 2.9 before that. So they're stringing together whatever they can. Art has dropped over the M4.
I like it.
He's been having a scout in return. Swapping over to France. He has no armor. So it is definitely going to be the scout. I mean, this is the buy they've got to fight with. This is survival for playoffs to keep fighting here in the CCT.
I don't know if you've seen, Charlie, Bounty Hunters have opted for the most simplistic T-side. You say, look, Mirage is a map where you feel like the T-side's where teams get caught out. Bounty Hunters have just gone for the simple, let's just hit A. Let's just keep hitting A until we win or lose. And it's worked very well for them. He's on the edge of the smoke.
We're seeing very slow to get out, but it's still the kills, the trading's going the way of the T's. History's in the open.
And it's all on Nyx now.
Down.
Nyx in a 1 versus 2. Mayan under balcony. Nyx. This is going to have to be a huge round. He spots out one towards Ram, and now Mayan, seemingly aware of Mayan's position, trying to isolate these fights is Nyx. And now the T's, they could just count it down and swing together. They're waiting for Nyx to make the next move. I really like this, just jiggling here. Neither team want to make that mistake, but Nyx, he's been spotted, been found, and Bounty Hunters are your victors here in the round of 16 against Fluxo. One of the teams that would have been expected for that deep run, making that way to potentially semi-finals, potentially grand finals. They couldn't even get to a round with the final in the name. It was the round of 16 that they were eliminated. But what a game. I said, look, Bounty Hunters, they're a team that play off confidence. They're a team that look absolutely amazing when they're feeling it. And the victory on Dust was just enough to give them that confidence. But it's got to be said, it's not just going to be praise for Bounty Hunters. There has to be some cause for concern here for Fluxo. I think going into their next games in whatever event they're playing in, whatever game, whether it even just be practice, they're not going to be feeling confident at all. They were the outright favourites massively in this match. I don't really know how Bounty Hunters have taken it, and I'm not sure they'll know either, but what a game.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable moment. I mean, if anyone predicted this, I mean, then hats off to you, because that is an outrageous showing. I mean, big response on Dust 2. Do you remember all the way back then? Fluxo were leading 6-4. We ended up seeing a massive streak from Bounty Hunters ended up going 12-6 up before eventually closing that game out. There, I mean, this time it was Bounty Hunters who were leading, and then we finally saw Fluxo have a response. They went on to take the lead, and then Bounty Hunters again. It felt like it just triggered something in them. Yeah, we're not letting this happen. We want this 2-0. I don't believe they dropped a round since then.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think realistically for this game, we have to say that right now, I think Bounty Hunters, they're going to be very, very impressed with that game, and I think they are going to be looking really, really positive for the rest of their times, for the rest of their games here. Whether they can make it past the quarterfinals, whether they can make it past the semi-finals is a question not many have the answer. But when it comes to answers, Bounty Hunters, this was not one we'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty mad time of things. It's been very interesting in terms of what we see, and this playoff bracket is really starting to shape up now. I mean, I was looking over on the side of Sharks, Bestia, and I thought that's going to be an absolutely unbelievable game. We were looking down towards Legacy and potentially Imperial, thought that one was going to be a banger as well. And then on the top side of this right bracket, it felt like we were going to get to see Red Cannons versus Fluxo, which also would have been a banger, but yet somehow Bounty Hunters, they passed one of the hardest tests here to beat Fluxo, advanced to this quarterfinals, and now they've got Red Cannons to face. I mean, there is no easy matchup for Bounty Hunters. They haven't passed the hard one, and they've got a couple of easier games to go to. They're all going to be very difficult. But if Bounty Hunters can keep on performing like that, I mean, who says they can't make it further?
Yeah, obviously not. I think right now Bounty Hunters, there's kind of there's no ceiling for them. I feel like they've kind of been unleashed, and look, the fact that expectation in this game was a loss, the fact they've already gotten over that first obstacle, that first hurdle, they are going to be feeling really, really confident throughout. But obviously an incredible game that we've been able to witness. We do have plenty more to be seen, obviously, throughout the rest of your time here this evening, as there's another game up and coming. It won't be commentated on by me and CMD. It will be the wonderful Exeter and Vincent. So make sure if you guys are staying tuned to show them some love as well on the stream. But before that game does come through, Otic against Solid, we will be jumping to a break.
The round of 16 continuing here at CCT South America as we have a bit of a personnel change. Myself, Vincent, alongside of Exner to bring you through the final two round of 16 games here this evening. Cole, how are you doing, my friend?
Doing fantastic here as we highlighted yesterday. It's good to be back in South America once again after doing so much North American action here, and obviously we've got a pretty exciting look as to some of the powerhouse teams heading in South America. Now we'll get to kind of continue that journey with obviously a bit of a forfeit win for Legacy, and then Bounty Hunters in kind of a surprise victory there, getting a big win. So looking forward to seeing how the rest of the day plays out, because I think this could definitely go any way here, and I think this matchup to start us off is the matchup of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. The Otic Solid matchup is definitely the one I was most looking forward to. I'm actually really disappointed that Legacy and Isola Laser didn't actually happen. I was kind of hinting at a couple of days ago that that's a crazy first round draw for Isola Laser and Legacy, considering they're both normally playing out of North America. But here at the beginning of the season, come back home, play a couple events here. And then I would assume continue to move back, considering they're both in ECL for North America. But yeah, I think that Bounty Hunters roster, as per usual, actually kind of like showing off. They did that last season, and really surprised people. And I mean, I'm certainly surprised that Fluxo, the one to fall from that game. But Bounty Hunters doing it again in pretty cool fashion. But this is where we stand currently with our round of 16. A lot of quarterfinalists already set in motion, and we just gotta determine who will go up against Patins da Ferrari and who gets the chance to take on Legacy on the other side of the bracket.
Yes, so I mean, there are certainly big opportunities here so far. I think that looking to be picked up. Otic, in the meantime, a roster that I think has been building in a lot of excitement. I mean, I'm kind of always been a fan of Woody and his ability to call around this team here and kind of call effectively, give this roster a pretty high floor in terms of what they're bringing to the table. I do think it's going to be interesting to see Solid and what they're bringing to the table. It's a roster that has a lot of fight in them, and obviously with Woody being in this team and seeing what they're made of, they've gone through some roster changes. I want to see how they land on their feet here pretty quickly out of the gates, and how they're able to show up against some very tough competition. There's going to be no easy matchups here, considering the way that they start out this competition for Otic, and I think that's going to be a value for this team.
Yeah, I mean, I've been actually a pretty big fan of Otic all throughout last season. Unfortunately, I kind of feel burned. Like, Otic were super consistent, but they never really got those big chances to show up at any of the significant LAN events. I mean, they made Challenger Atlanta, but honestly, there was a little bit of a weak field in that qualifier, and they got smacked around at the event proper. Otherwise, I felt like they had a lot of the right pieces. It seemed like everything was working, but then in the big moments, they really just struggled to deliver. They never could take that next step up. And so, as much as it seemed obvious that a change was required for this team, and the issue was that it wasn't obvious where to make that change. They elected to go with Case Locks, which seems crazy to me considering how good I think he is / was on this team. And they brought in Siraterra, who is an entirely unknown quantity. This is just a young guy that doesn't have any history. Not at this level, and certainly not at the level that you would expect Otic to be pulling from, typically speaking. So I think that they've got to have seen something massive out of this guy. It hasn't been great, some of these opening matchups in ECL for them, but obviously Woody being there, as you were talking about, definitely kind of leads them in the right direction. But they're up against a team Solid that I think is newly minted, a team Solid that has always had upset potential before, but honestly I think they look like they could be even better with this look. If we could take a peek at their roster, team Solid, man, they add some pieces. I don't know if this is like official, but this is who they've been playing with since the beginning of the season. In Nithon and Tomate, I mean, these are huge upgrades in my opinion, for both the rifling that Tomate brings, but then also the experience that Nithon can bring, both as an in-game leader, but also as an operator.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to be a chance for him to kind of bounce back here after a tough spell with that Red Canids roster that seemed like a kind of a not a bad environment, but kind of a poisonous team in terms of like how they bring in some of the newer talent and what they're able to do with it. I feel like that wasn't the best opportunity for him to shine. He got his op role taken away from him, halfway through that tenure with the IGLing, and I think it was key that he should have had his opping taken away in terms of what that roster expects. But now, like you said, coming through here, being able to kind of dip into a lower level and lessen the expectations is going to be big for Nithon. It's going to be a chance to revive his career in a similar fashion to what he did when he was on MIBR. So there's a lot of anticipation here in terms of that head-to-head here battle of kind of op IGL players that have those capabilities, and as much as you love it there, we'll see it again in a couple of different scenarios for this team. For me, though, I mean, as much as it is an opportunity at redemption for Nithon, GBB here is this guy's main piece of the puzzle here for this team's Solid, and I think it's just given this roster an incredible opportunity to upset any team with how explosive this guy can be, how he can take over a game so effectively. And if we see that GBB today, I do think that this Otic roster is kind of building in and looking to, bring in some younger players and test them out, is going to struggle out of the gate. So the firepower here from GBB is going to be pretty fierce, and I think they're going to feel that early on.
I couldn't agree more. I think that when you have the fact that GBB's been playing so well previously, he was really held down. I think, unfortunately, by Ale individually struggling. I think as a leader, I like what Ale brings, but he does struggle individually quite often. And so you bring in some rifling prowess with Tomate that I think is really important for this team. And then if Nithon can just be at a high enough level with the AWP, like it doesn't have to be on him. He doesn't have to be the star of this team in any way. He just has to be there to be more of a supportive element and provide the good calling that we know is possible from him. So I'm right there with you. I think that this iteration of Team Solid, again, assuming that this goes through, I think technically Nithon is still on the Red Canids bench, and there's no official announcement that's happened, but this is a good look for Team Solid. But it is a difficult place to go, this Veto. I wanna mention that we saw these guys play each other, and they split maps in ECL. So it's difficult for Team Solid because they don't want to play this Anubis, but they also don't want to play the nuke. So they have to let one of the two through.
Not going to be the easiest of options, and like you said, they let through Anubis here in this matchup that out of the gates again kind of looks a little bit scary for them. That's going to be a tough option here. Again, as I highlighted, this is a map that I really think that potentially GBB can kind of take over. You split these maps, it's going to be Otic that are looking to run back the playstyle that they won out just a couple of days ago at this point in ECL. They'll look to try and replicate that same success. We'll see Ancient as a decider, which is interesting as well because that was very one-sided in Solid's favor. So if at all that replicates here, or if opponents look to best the opposition twice, it'll be really interesting to see how things shape up. And then smack dab in the middle is Dust 2, which I think both these teams can kind of operate on, but I would say Otic kind of setting a new direction in that sense of trying to play this map more often, maybe in 2025 here, given the roster that they're building together.
Yeah, I think Dust 2's a little bit of an odd one for Team Solid to lean into. I feel like, Otic have been pretty shaky on a Mirage, and that was available to them to pick into, but Solid actually banned it out in the second round of Veto's, so didn't feel like they were comfortable to go into that direction. But either way, I think Dust 2, the only concern I have about that for Team Solid is the op head-to-head, because I think for me, I have a lot more faith in Woody's explosiveness, even if it's often a weakness of his. He can really get active though, and if he's on his game, I think that's going to be really hard to deal with on Dust 2 actually.
I'm right there with you. I think definitely Woody favored in that head-to-head. Hopefully at some point we see Nighthawk get his ability back, but I would like to see him bring that explosiveness that he was once able to possess. Good news is, though, we're ready to hop into the action here. We kick off this series on Anubis. Last time, again on that 27th, was pretty, kind of one-sided. We'll see if that goes in the favor of Otic once again, or if Solid are able to adjust their game plan here into this matchup, starting on that T set as well. Always really nice, as they instantly dismiss it. And there's GBB starting off this series, leveling out a bit of an understaffed Matios.
I mean, that's dry. That's no utility. Just taking the duel as quickly as possible. But Togs, another younger player on this Otic roster to try and bring things back, evens up the score before Woody goes down. Makes this retake a little bit more approachable. Terra straight through the smoke with the dualies, and a nice shot out of Togs to help entirely clean out the bomb site as the T's push back. Solid are going to have to duel at some point, and that may be too early. It's all up to Tomate. Tries to take his time, piece up these one by one, but ultimately can't overcome even the first fight.
Successful retake right there. This is how it all starts. A nice opener like that from GBB sets a scary sign, but also Togs already in position where he can succeed. And this is not an easy retake to tear through, but that opening dual Beretta skill, pushing past the smoke and not respecting your opposition is a great sign here, as Otic should be playing with a lot of confidence in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is their home map. Well, this is where they do, I think, their very best work. To be honest with you, used to be more ancient, but Anubis has been throughout the last season where they are able to thrive. So an early opening couple of picks as well for Otic. You get traded, but it's 2 for the price of 1. But that's a little bit of a commitment made by Nighte. Necessarily need that, and it's given back over that man advantage.
Careful here, mid-aggression. Woody's aggressing. Got so much control right now, and that's going to help out. Both players low, and it seemed like there was a communication breakdown there with that peak. Either way, it didn't matter. Woody had it wrapped up. And we'll come through quickly on the flank to seal the deal. Otic moving comfortably forward here.
Besting the force buy as well from Team Solid. That's crucial. That'll force them onto a bit of an eco, which should be a little bit simpler to deal with. I think for Otic, man, I was so surprised to see K-Slux the one to be gone, just because I felt like Togs and K-Slux really enabled Nighte's aggression. He's a guy that is just unendingly confident, will always take duels. And, I mean, we're seeing it here. Obviously, Nico round, but this is exactly what he did last round against a couple of forced up AKs.
So much confidence here. See if you can't just take initiative. Yeah, K-Slux on the bench right now. For me, kind of with the replacement that they have, it makes me think either, you know, split decision pretty quick, like snappy decision maybe by one of those transfer markets opening up there, or, you know, potentially just like a hard piece to work with.
It's gotta be. I mean, it kind of feels like it. Obviously, there's a lot of voices in this team already, in Woody and Naite specifically, but I don't really know about Matios, to be honest with you. So, you know, if he was a strong voice as well, I think that's a pretty reasonable thought. Put in for this AWP early on. Both Woody and Nython. Get a tag off. There's not much more. It does make it very difficult, though, for Togs, who is the mid player. He's the one who got tagged up. Got to play a little bit more passive. Take a few less risks. Slower, but a steady approach for Solid. As they take that space over in mid. Don't know if they had confirmation. Didn't get to see the tag. Taking advantage of the space that it's created. Togs goes down, and it's DRG who just continues to want to duel with Matios. Was with lesser weaponry, now onto the AK. That's a lot better to work with. This is ending up B, though, Cole.
It seems like here we'll see what the reaction is from these two defenders ready to go. Not going to anticipate this temple flank, and it is so hard to deal with when that comes through. A triple-pronged approach, and DRG from temple continue to tear through them. Numbers are punched in. Matios, odds are, tries to hold on to his weaponry, but there's a little bit of an upgrade around the corner. AWP retrieval mission. Could be the move. But, you know, not risking the AK is good too, I think. Nython's covering that with his op, so.
Yeah, I think better decision is to hang on to this if possible.
You let it explode your direction, use that bomb. Just ensure some safety. That's not the most damage on this bomb, so there you go. Nice little curve right there. Right to his open arms. They won't be able to bring in the op. Solid with a fantastic round, get an opening advantage of GBB, or rather, it's DRG, just kind of work through all the way into that fight.
You know, a rough sense of timing, too, for Otic when they have Togs go down there. It's fairly fast that it was Matios to take up that location. He doesn't see DRG cross. Would he given back the op? Another full buy into this one, Otic, or certainly not out of the woods yet, but they can make their way back. Ooh. A shot out of Samate will help to redirect the opening duel that Woody wins out.
So got that flank covered there. Now this double up on aggression towards A. Try to stay active all over the map. Should be well punished, and it is. Destiny and GBB coordinating perfectly. So they just win. The default holds super steady. And Woody's sitting here with the AWP. They spotted. And foot race in towards this B side that I think he might win if he went straight towards Temple. But probably going to be in safe formation now. Should steady routes in. Safety.
This is a commonality of what Otic love to do on the CT side of this map. It makes them super threatening, difficult to deal with, especially for teams that are unprepared, but you see it work against them in this round. Their aggression continues even after they have the man advantage. Woody gets the opening pick at mid. They don't have any way to refrag Solid, and yet still Otic are double aggressing, offset from one another as well through B. Just a continual push. And once they lose both those B players, honestly, the A players don't have much of a choice other than to move forward. But it's a tightrope that they walk very often, and I think, unfortunately, falling in this case.
I like the aggressive stance. That's for sure. To apply the pressure. Better for worse in this case. Last round, definitely for the worse. In this case, for the better, Woody, I believe, can move it over towards the B side. He's got deep vision with the op. But,
oh man.
Airstrike out of this round, and Woody drops off the boost just to get greeted by Mate, who turns around, punishes with a quick headshot.
This is what Tamade brings. And I'm going to be honest, these last 2 or 3 rounds, I'm already feeling like Solid have been in the kitchen. They took that loss a couple of days ago, as we've been referring, and it feels like they spent some time looking at what happened in that loss.
I mean, I think that's, what happens a lot of times when you see these very one-sided losses is, you take a little bit of soul searching, you look to come back stronger afterwards. And that's definitely what they look to do here in this matchup. Come through stronger, have a better finish, identify what Otic did to pressure, and succeed, and work those defaults, and then make sure that they don't get away with that same success this time around. So far, so good.
First couple gun rounds showing off exactly how effective that has been targeting it. I mean, that nade stack on the eco, that's a telltale sign, and that is a massive opener for Nighthon. Again, low contact play, heralding back to the ID on the pistol round, this time with the AWP scoped up. They aren't even going to overcommit to this. They have denied all types of information. Nobody knows on Otic's side how deadly this attack towards A is going to be until now. Talks, investigates, and he'll lose his life, but they do find a very important bit of information.
Which do they want to go for? I'd say on the back of the sight has a good timing, but only lands a headshot. No kills confirmed. Fast flank, though, formulating could be a problem until it's smoked, and that'll help. And now again back to safe formation here. After the default holds up, they are able to then translate that into some more opening success. And Woody, unsure of how aggressive some of this hunting is, but they finally able to reveal his position on his lurk. As you said, in the lab here, they have been cooking something nice in this opportunity at revenge for this team.
And I think this recontextualizes the rest of this series. If Solid have found a way to best Otic on their best map, obviously this T side is, a very different beast than the CT side that Solid will go to the next half, but these signs of success are very impressive after such a thrashing before. I think that definitely changes my thinking going into Dust 2 and Ancient, because, you know, as much as I will give Otic a chance in just about every game, because I think they have the it factor. You know, on an individual level, they can change the game. Just one guy. But Team Solid looking to pick into a Dust 2 despite a bit of a weak Mirage that Otic have. All of these little things start to add up to Solid's game plan being very strong.
Yeah, we'll see if any sort of adaptation here. Sometimes I think Woody can be a IGL that is super effective at adapting in the mid rounds here and midway through halves. The leadership needs to come into play here as soon as possible. Right now they're still stuck in the ways of walking into the aggression. A lot of trust in this triangulated setup right now. Woody looking to play a game of whack-a-mole here. When's he gonna stop? Contact. There's DRG spotted out. Hopeful trade for Nithon. He misses with that op though. And it's going to allow for a rifle to be retrieved at least in a fast motion in towards B. Can they beat him to the punch though? That's the question. And I think the CT side going to be showing up a little too late there. As Nithon whips out his sidearm and manages to find the kill. Well.
And when the op's not working, you pick up the Tech 9. That's all reliable.
That'll do.
Fade away from Adios, but again, save positions, everyone. Otic. I will say, you know, credit to the point you were making there about adjustments. That mid setup already a little bit of an adjustment, even on a round that is not got all that much behind it. A few MP9s upgraded on a couple of pistols, but that triangulated setup, as you were talking about it, in middle, it's the perfect counter to what DRG did just a few rounds ago that won them the round on the B flank. And they tried it again. Team Solid, credit to them for so fast getting back over to B. The swiftness of their decision-making really saved them, but Otic targeting what was working for them in just the round prior.
No hesitation here from this T side. Very fast reactions coming through here. Got them in good hands at the moment. Time out before we hop into this round, and now if you're the IGL here, and what are you hoping that whatever you said in this break, this brief pause gets you back rolling once again. See if there's any big changes here in the level of activity of the CT side. I saw some early smokes towards canals, which hints at some aggression, but just threatening that at the moment.
Maybe lean into, you know, some of the practice that these guys and Team Otic have been able to get over the break. They were just off the back of a two-plus week long boot camp over in Europe. Their ECL games in this event is their first one back. Otic. That was with their new piece in Sierra Terra. Lurks once again isolated over in mid. Matios, though, the one that they didn't really test for. When he misses his shot, it's an A main play that he loves to make, and now they've got to clear out this mid aggression, but Tomate, every time he's asked, he delivers. 9 and 2, and that's all against holding and lurking, against the aggression. And late round lurks, Tomate has been phenomenal.
Oh, he's just been an expert in middle here, cutting off any support system. Any hope of help coming through here's always shut down. How efficient he has been on this lurk every single time. Has to be just infuriating to deal with at this point. Whatever timeout you called there, whatever you said, if your Woody has not provided any relief.
And you think he's only playing those more passive positions, and they're on the lurk. There's a little bit of aggression for Tomate. It will be punished. A return frag. And Otic back to the business that they're normally up to, just trying to get creative in some of these aggressive positions. But at this point, Team Solid have it all figured out every time they make that move, and Woody's about to walk into the easy shot that Nithon has. Teed up. Terra, I mean, hopefully the op can be held. That's the goal. But a long time to wait, and 4 players on the other side with money to burn.
They're just gonna 100% kind of zone in on him after a little delay in the bomb plant, making sure they have the round in the bag. The hunting party's gonna start to shift. Gonna be hot on your heels.
They've already cleared out mid, clearing out canal as well. Crazy that Nithon is at the forefront of this hunt, but he'll get the kill, so... They do have actually stupid money, so... I think I might take that back.
So that's what happens when you have stupid money, you can just do whatever you want.
I mean, you can throw money away.
Wow.
That's how it works.
Now we know the type of guy Vincent is.
And normally I'd say hold on to your cash for the up. When you got 16K on like 3 players, all good.
We know. Or you know. Good to know your friends. What I'll say.
What does that tell you about me? What have you gleaned? Just wondering.
Oh, it's just good to know.
All right. Has this been 7 straight for Solid? I think it has.
Yeah, they've lost a pistol, 1 out. The gun round so far. How it goes. Sometimes, especially on the CT side of Anubis, it can be difficult. But a couple timeouts choked through. And
3.
it feels like deja vu. So more of the same. We've seen this before. Split up on the map here, hoping that they can make things work. But it just hasn't given them any success.
No, it's very, very solo too, some of these moves. I like Woody and the support that he has in Togs here in mid. This is a setup that has some teeth behind it, but it's dismantled with the utility. Well, they just go instantly back. Wow, aggressive out of Togs. Trying to get a little bit of that surprise factor with a flashbang over the top as he remains in location. This Molotov will isolate him. DRG handles it again. His presence and versatility in mid is another factor for Solid that they've been really consistent on.
Towards E-Box, just Taking names piece by piece, and again, familiar situation here. Mattios just holding on to his weaponry for as long as possible. And it's not very long there before they get locked in. Right now, it's all Solid coming up with these shifts and holding off these defaults so effectively, being able to work mid-control like an absolute beast. It's DRG with some of the opening exchanges. We've seen Tomate on some of the late lurks be effective. Whatever you need, this team has availability. You know, what's around the corner here is a bit interesting as well. Obviously, this team, Otic pick into this map of Anubis, but Us 2 isn't a map they played. They played it once the last 3 months. Before that, it was at the closed qualifiers for the RMRs. So it's not the prettiest of pictures here in terms of recent history. That's a nice shot. Finally able to punish some of the Canal's aggression, and Tomate opens up an opportunity to take control towards B.
I thought
Just smoke. We never did the move.
I mean, he had all the information. I just so surprised that he doesn't push in there, hoping for a timing down Canal. A way to stop the bomb, but Tomate falls. Solid close plant positioning for DRG, and that adjustment should win the round. Smoked off is Nithon. Commitment made. Hold on a second. Nite might still have this. Nithon is low. Thinked up at the beginning of this round, maybe known. As Nite just waits for the aggression through the smoke. Can't find the bomb initially, but a kit in hand will at least give a 4th round over to Otic.
Get the job done. Able to hold down the line. A little bit scary situation, but sealing the deal there. Moving on up.
So I'm a little bit split here, Cole. I have a lot of concerns about the way this half went for Otic, but as strong as their CT side normally is, that's why Otic are so good on this map, is that their CT side's way more reliable than most teams. They do have a really good T side as well. I just question if we're gonna get to see much of it if Solid continue this momentum.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, 4 rounds sometimes is just enough, but the way that we saw, 8 rounds in a row from Solid, that they have to really lean on that last round as a momentum stopper, finally be able to crack through the deadlock. But fast motion through Temple, mid and B in a whole new way. DRG looks to cut him off here. Really tough off angle, but still being able to crack through with some entries. And very uncomfortable for Destiny, but he manages to win the fight that he needs to stay alive on this site and keep it in the realms of possibility. Bomb going to go down. Post plant's not extraordinary here for this T side. They're really backed into the back of the site. And a roll reverse of the defense now that has to hold up. They hold the line. Woody cuts off the initial cross. And Otic win a crucial pistol there. Now they got both.
Yeah, I mean, that'll bail you out of a difficult half for sure. Otic making that play. And that's the other thing that you can really rely on for Nite on this T side is him being very difficult to contend with. Woody with 3 on a pistol. Also a massive victory for them. Solid, keep it simple. They're just going instantly for the save. No force shenanigans. No nothing. It has been an interesting move. You and I were talking, kind of seeing a lot of those NA teams going for, like, save second round MP9s next round.
Yeah.
Haven't noticed that yet here for South America.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in the like Kato games or anything like that either, so it might just be one of those weird NA things that everyone likes to do. Jump on the bandwagon.
I'm kind of down for it. I like the look.
You just love force mine.
I actually don't. That's the funny thing.
No, you love it. Just say it. Just admit it.
You're telling lies on the internet. You're the guy that loves force buy.
You secretly love to force buy. Just be honest.
No, what I love is value, and I feel like that's value. You know, you throw away a round that I think is way more unwinnable in like 5/7's armor, and you get a round that's so much more winnable. I'm a value hunter. You know,
You like a good deal.
that's right. You made me think about it. I figured it out. I cracked the code on that one.
That's a good value right there. Thought I could make you think. That's kind of my job sometimes.
That's true. What are you thinking? Is he's gotten away with something big with 4 kills in that anti-eco? He's got the up, but it's Night. I mean, this is what you're going to look towards. Every single round until they stop him, Night is going to be aggressive like that.
Scary sign there. Plays with the confidence of his picture right there. And as you highlighted, if he can get away with these openings, if he can crack it open, just like T-side was doing, that's going to be a huge factor. Woody able to hold on to his op as well, make sure it stays out of the hands of the CTs, and then take an extra gun out while he's at it. And Otic returning the favor of some aggressive mid attacks early on, punishing the CT side as effective as can be, and that's the first gun round sidelined pretty quickly.
And here's the difference between, I think, the T side and how easy, or maybe not easy, but how simple it is to punish Otic CT side versus the T side. Because on the CT side, you can know what Night is going to do, but stopping him is a whole different beast. That's not nearly as easy as a very strong default that, you know, Solid were already working on the T side of Anubis. That's something that you're putting a lot of practice on. This, though, is a lot more difficult. Now, granted, this round, you know, it's just one round. But you start to close the distance fast if you're Otic.
I mean, now it's just a one-round ball game at this point in time. You're pretty much going up against the half buy. That 4 rounds is going to be more than enough if you can tie it up quickly and then operate on a tie on the T side of Anubis. The name of the game remains the same. Default, default, default. Look for opening picks. Play with enough confidence, Naite doing just that. Steps through E-Box, fully flashed on the follow-up, but manages to just make it look easy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's how it goes. A little bit of a confidence resurgence out of Otic, though. I mean, this is them dominant on their T side, and that's something that you can really talk about Otic as. Like, I think this comes to Naite as a player, and Woody as a caller more than anything on this team. But this is a team that it's really hard to break their confidence. They're a team that will consistently do what they want to do. Their game plan is what they're doing, and it very rarely matters if you find a big string of rounds. They aren't going to be swayed.
Yeah, that's why when I was looking towards this team to see if they were going to bring any sort of big adaptions, didn't see it. Wasn't all that on surprise there. Like to stick to their style, like to stick to their guns. Got them enough CT rounds in the end, it seems. And we're already tied up at 8 before another investment's out. We'll see what Solid have to start to slow down this attack.
Here's where they're going to have to stall this attack out, at least a little bit. Because as much as the point I just made rings true, Otic are a team that can really build momentum. And their individuals only get better with it. Woody, one of those that's had a turnaround this half. doubled his kills in these first 4 rounds. And we'll add another one, up to 14 on the AWP.
Look at these big moves. Incredibly effective. Python will answer back. They're shutting down Nite. Contact approach that Nite's been getting away with. That's a perfect way to handle it. They're on this mid aggression here. A lot of repositioning now as they execute towards A is being sold. Oh, they've been sold a bill of goods right there. I mean, all of them just shifting and rotating. They're all behind smokes. It's empty on B. Mission accomplished for Otic. They have completely sold them hook, line, and sinker.
Dude, I mean, you got them wrapped around their fingers. That's a stunning round. Though I think Team Solid low key a little bit happy. They're like, well, I mean, it's an L, but at least we run it back next round. Like, there's some upside there. It's not all bad.
Yeah. I like the positive spin you're taking on that one. It's like, yeah, we lost a round. We didn't die.
Yeah. Gotta take a little bit of a win where you can in a round like this one, where, I mean, they did just get bamboozled.
Wow, yeah, I mean, no kidding. They got completely sold. They're clapping their hands saying, hey, look at over here. We're executing.
Watch this.
Perfect. I mean, that is a dream scenario right there. It feels like now at this point you're in your opponent IGL's head. That is a good place to be.
Yeah, this is where, you know, there is a lot of reliable pieces for Otic as a squad, where when one thing's not going so well, a change of half over to the T side lets them lean on other strong points. Surprising, but here we are, a lead for Otic after just 5 rounds. Python's op rings hollow. Start this round, and it's still a ridiculous amount of aggression up mid. They're just disrespecting that. I mean, that is a incredibly aggressive play. Like I said, Nite continue going until he stopped. Stopped a couple of times now, but inconsistently.
I mean, 2 runs in a row that the op has been positioned. Nighton's, AWP has been able to shut down his aggression. Now all they have to do is not fight a fake like that last round, and they should be able to handle the pressure a little bit better.
Well, I don't know about all that. I mean, guess this is going to work out very nicely. Sort of duo aggression, 2-3 box, 2 through a main. That's the only way that works out, though. When you have a lead, difficult to make that play. So forward are solid. They've already had an advantage in the round. But now Otic have really one place to go. They can't go anywhere but B. And for Solid, they know that avenue is only B main.
And they go. Successfully so, trying to play off and push and pull the contact, but Togs will crack through. Overcome that adversity. Nighton's on the other side of the map here, a little op swap, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of initiation out of Nighton in his AWP at the moment. Sticking around on the other side of the map, so Otic gonna coast to 10. That defense gets broken through.
I think money's good, actually, for Solid, because they saved, right? 4 players. So holding on to this op, not a bad shout. Even though it's a 1v2, he's so far removed. But talking of a guy that's been quiet, Togs, man. Rocks up for 4. They knew exactly where they were coming from. They knew what had to happen, and yet still Togs gets a triple. B-site his to control. Yeah, the money good enough. Ooh, GBB getting knifed in the back? Double knife? That's a lot of damage. Maybe he... I think it was too early to catch a nade, but maybe I'm crazy. Nobody was near him.
I am thinking you're Vincent. Yeah, this is taking a lot of damage. Not ideal on the start of this one. After a half of many problems, and that continues at night. Take clotheslines and almost an opportunity to open up again on him, but this time fully blinded. Okay. Woody donates his life there for the cause, and this time the B side is going to hold steady a lot more so. DRG locking in a couple. The default into the contact approach. Going to be punished at this go around.
GBB just finding out that he's actually got the bomb. Another drop incoming, maybe for Togs. Take DRG out first and foremost, but is there a chance to get a save here? Seems plausible. I was just gonna make sure that he doesn't route the wrong way. GBB pretty deep. He's going for it. Wow. I think they do have near max money though on a couple of players. So, oh yeah.
See this one. A-okay. Finally a round win. Can Solid string it into multiples. They want to play. I mean, this is one way to hold the B side. Destiny. Nython closed as can be. That flash may look like it is very bright. And they are very dead. As the forward-facing duels do not go their way. Pushing past the smoke. One going left, one going right there. As a great trade comes on through. DRT managed to put it into the realm of possibility. And Tomate's already here in Temple. So he's going to get onto the scene immediately. Here's the reposition from Matios. Now he's pushing for the contact. It's a swing from Togs that'll end it. And Otic bounced right back there with just a hiccup.
I mean, it's the exact way that this entire Otic team like to play. A 2v1 there, where you could try to get into more passive post-plant positions. No, Togs is just swinging for the fences. It's another triple for Togs as well on the B side proper. Absolutely running them down. Togs a devastator as he picks up, what, 8 kills in just 2 rounds towards that B site. Not back-to-back or anything, but this is a scrappy map, and Otic needed every advantage to bring this back to a lead. Now they have a couple of rounds of leeway.
Here's some It doesn't look like they're too interested in making any of those here. Again, just that one slip up. Destiny, though, burst through the smoke, able to deal with Togs. Not oftentimes you get sweet revenge in a burst like that.
This mid-fight starting to become a problem. Starting to become a spot where Otic are really struggling to find consistent victories after essentially a full half of wins. Unperturbed by Team Solid. That changes as we get deeper into this one. Round 21, a wash with Matios. Not got a long time to save, but once again, Team Solid not in a super great position to afford to hunt him down.
Keep this one safe. I mean, you know you're up against AKs anyways. So just camping that bomb. Adios. Like the timer's just going to expire at this point.
That's not that big a deal necessarily, but ERG, Destiny, Tomate, they all get AKs, but they all also get T-Mollies.
It's big.
I mean, that's 3 of them for the CTs. You know, 1's a pretty big deal. 3 of them, you just feel so much more confident using them. That's the only way I can, like, use to describe it.
Oh, that's real. T-Mollies are game-changing. That. Now they got a T-Molly to defend up against this pretty flashy B play incoming. So you have Destiny on this weird jiggle peek to get it off. He needs to now, and it's a little too late. Naite again doing what he does best. That's walking into duels and winning them. Haitians need to arrive onto the scene, and a nice, well-placed smoke from Destiny. It provides him so much coverage to dance in between these duels. He manages to make him work for this bomb site in a big way. Has he done enough, though, to close it out here as they try and escape the E-box? It's not safe passage, though. Matios, his location now known, and they target him. He is spotted, identified, chased. Chased into oblivion. Into a watery grave, as they will be able to cut things off, and again, it's all in the shoulders of Destiny to offer up that massive defense.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we talk about him as one of those guys that can be able to deliver. It's GBB that kind of gets a lot of the plaudits for this Solid team on the rifling. We talked about Tomate a lot, but Destiny's so reliable. And it's not just he getting 2 kills there is incredible, but it's not just about the frags. It's about the time that he buys. They can just never clear him out. Always a threat from the back of the site. That's important as well. It's a duel for who can get to 12 first. Otic mostly giving that up. They've got Woody's up, but they've already lost 2 bodies.
I kind of highlighted Destiny as a guy who is in a very similar position, just like a little bit more experience at this point with the way that Red Knids roster kind of blew up for both of them.
Yeah.
He's very familiar with that as well. Leaving that squad after a little delay.
Also a guy that Nithon clearly believes in. I mean, all but Pain. Every single team Nithon has played on, Destiny's been there at some point. Outside of that Pain.
Just continue to sacrifice so much on that Red Knids roster as every, like, new player they got wasn't replacing him. He was a part of that core for so long, and then managing to land on his feet quite nicely. this solid roster. I mean, just a huge facilitator, so smart on his rifling. Would he forced to save his op? I don't know if he's going to be guaranteed here. I would hunt every last player that you can get away with.
I mean, they're doing it. They're in. Solid know the assignment. 8 seconds. Woody in so much trouble. They closed that door fast. But I mean, this is a spot that, you know, it's just nice to see Destiny find. And I mean, he's been, for a Team Solid roster that, yeah, he's been with this team just under a year now. And I think they've chopped and changed a couple times, but he's always been a pretty solid piece of it. No pun intended.
Zing.
Not on purpose, but we'll take it.
Those happy little accidents.
Right.
A huge turn up here from this defense who looked like they had nothing really given. I didn't know how much they had left in the tank. Destiny answers a whole lot. Now they're on map point. Look what they're up against. No Woody Op, certainly.
He must have. Did he go down after time? No, I don't think he did.
I don't think so. He had like 6K last when he bought the op last round. So
yeah, he had like 1,300 after buying. So in the previous round, that is. Ooh, not the time for a little tech hiccup though. Around 24. Team Solid. It's, you know, in retrospect, 8-4 half. Phenomenal adjustments for them. You know, their game plan coming in to the T side about how to shut Otic down was wonderful. They had all the right reads, and they put the practice in, obviously, to their default to really enforce that idea. But, you know, as I said, the reason that I kind of set this up is even if Otic lose this map, it's hard to ever count them out of a series. It's because they have the individuals like Night who will just constantly put the pressure on. They just never stop. And, I mean, he's had a monster half to bring Otic back into the possibility of winning this, only for Solid to find the most important round and pick up 12 first. The OT or bust for Otic after bringing back a 4-8 scoreline.
looking to avoid a pretty scary result of like Dust 2 around that corner as well. You know, again, didn't paint like the prettiest of pictures for this Otic team on that map. Highlighted, you know, they played it once versus players last year in November. Obviously didn't play that much Counter-Strike after the season was kind of over, but that was in the last series of CCT for South America. Before that, it was in the closed qualifiers for the RMR major. So that's, you know, what, August, I think?
Yeah. I do think there's a factor we haven't kind of mentioned here. And Sierra Terra, this is a rough game out of him. And I'm starting to feel a little concerned. You know, it's still early with regard to his tenure on this Otic team, but it's, you know, out of like probably 6 maps or so played thus far, it's been rough for the majority of them. And I think that there's still time to develop, but when it's a young player that, like I said, doesn't have any experience at this level, that's just a massive hit to the confidence. So it can be difficult to bounce back. Otic, off the back of their boot camp, you know, they've been practicing with this guy for at least two or 3 weeks in Europe, you know, scrimming. So, you know, they got some faith. They've seen some stuff that we haven't yet to see. this can't continue for this guy, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, right? Gotta see some positive signs. I mean, they had a pretty good piece in his place before that. That's the big, concern kind of for me is Case Locks felt like was a good piece of this team. It was key, crucial even. So that's the big question mark, big head scratcher around that.
Especially when Case Lux is still a young guy. He's 19. Oh, what a nade. Double nade. So much damage. Gonna have to take advantage. They escape for the moment, but Nithon can't get out. Not long term. Otic might just do it. They've been equalized. ERG taking back that space and coverage provided by Woody. Whilst the bomb goes down, big kill out of Sirotera. This could be it, and that's the clutch. Showed up when it mattered the most.
Now he's got some big time plays here. Bring some energy into the squad. That's perfect. Exactly what he needed to do. Arriving on the scene when it mattered the most. Nothing more you could ask of him right there. Able to come up big time in the closing statement. And keep Otic alive here, crucially on Anubis. A better time for him to show up.
And I think that's the one thing that can change really fast. If, like I said, being a younger guy, being a guy that, I can't see any significant experience at this level. Could just be a nerves situation, and that's something that comes with a little bit more time. But a big, huge moment. In fact, keep Otic in the mix for an overtime. A lot of time to dial up the right play. Love the targeting of E-Box, too, from Woody. Trying to use that MAC-10 effectively in the last round of regulation.
In some entries right now. He's ready. He's maybe just a overtime player. He doubles up. Looking to fill up some energy here for the Otic roster. Python sticking around here, staying alive, might provide some extra coverage. A little bit of extra hope here on the inbound. And inspire much of a retake here. I mean, first round of OT, maybe not massive concerns just yet. You're sitting you're up in last here. The riflers up first, but they're smoked off. There's just no real avenue in. And they know it. They're not going to push their luck. Otic going to take away first round of OT here.
I thought I was looking to grab an exit or two. Realize he's at 3 HP. Got to be careful. Careful, they will play. Yeah, big, just a massive play out of Sirotera, taking advantage of a couple of lined up solid players. They were attempting to coordinate a double swing, but end up playing off the back of one another. And that's the double entry to A that allows Otic to filter through. First round on the map. OT. Otic looking towards B, fast as well. I mean, this is a El Clasico. Let Nite just work it onto Destiny. His reliability now gone. GBB falls. And, I mean, can Solid afford to save? I probably think not. But I don't think they're even going to get a chance to have a real opportunity. It's 2v5. And when Woody's got him stuck in spawn, it's a rough time.
Yeah, they can't even start the conversation here. Boxed in. Woody's got him kept contained. Not a big concern here. Nithon already got away with his one save. He can afford an op either way, so Play with your food. Sure. Togs looking on a little bit of a knife action there. Doesn't go for it in the end. Otic will bounce back with 2 in a row. You're an OT.
Where Otic do some of their best work is let Naite cook in one area. Finally, adjustments made for Team Solid, only for him to be placed in a different location. Trying to expose a different spot on the map. B-site where it is. Again, they go for it. This is the 3rd time in a row they're targeting the B-site off the rip.
Bird down now. His defense does hold steady for a couple of kills. Another B-side target. Smokes are in. HE ready to go. And a retake smoke as well. Meanwhile, Tomate is still on the other side of the map. Not too...
Ooh, the bomb is so
yeah,
far.
They're going to take a little while here. Now they're met by another smoke. Only as well. I'm still yet to be planted.
That's a nice timing.
Yeah, that's devastating. Gotta be kept at bay for even longer. Woody trying to step forward for a quick kill. They're still waiting on this late flank. I think everyone's coming through CT. HE for the smoke. Monte still yet to activate, but by the time he shows up, his whole team is dead. Everyone's in the grave. Woody and Togs hold down the line. Alongside Matios to finish it, cap it off, and Otic get past this difficult round.
You know, it's kind of understandable, too, that Tomate is so late onto that. A lot of times, the biggest pressure point is going to be E-Box, and you have a lot of presence that direction in the post-plant. Otic just have nobody there this time around, and he's the one who had the space to take first contact, only he didn't know. So the rest of his team just gets eaten up on this entry, and he's late to the party. 3 straight victories, powered by a Sierra Terra clutch in regulation. It's overtime, goes swimmingly to Otic's CT side. Here's where the struggle started. They won't continue, it seems. Naite is all the way through B. The bomb dropped. Recoverable? Yes. Nighton. A search inside the smoke to recover a round that has already fallen apart.
Naite really taking this game by storm here from the second half. From that B side able to assert his dominance. And then carries forward into the CT side of OT. Now into a 5v3. They got to pick up the pieces. Low HP on Naite still. They're hoping to lean on that. You got 2 key pieces still ticking. Nighthon's been good with his op, but Destiny, 5 of them with those defensive rounds, and GBB, we know him to be a powerhouse. He's still yet to get very loud. This is his opportunity. He slides unidentified. There's a Molotov as soon as he takes that contact. He's trying to cause a distraction. But no one's really fooled by it. Woody collapses in. One-way streak now has to be the B-side finish. Smoke goes in. There's Nighton with a big pick, but the trade is quick for Matios. And never even realized there's a player in the back of Dark, so Otic, I think, get away with a much-needed win here on Anubis.
Yeah, the options there moving into the rest of this series, if Otic lose Anubis, were looking darker and darker as we saw the game go on, but the recovery was incredible. You gotta give Naite so much credit. He is the one to dominate in opening duels, in opening the B site, but also mid. That was where the comeback actually began, and then where it really ends is that Otic found an unstoppable way to get into the B site. You know, they just let Naite cook in that position, and you know, he was getting one at the very least. And then it was just the rest of the team able to filter in behind that. Togg's an incredible closer towards that side as well. Like, this is an Otic team, as we were talking about throughout, that have these individuals that can pop off like that and change the course of history.
Absolutely. I mean, just big impact coming through from some of those individuals there. Naite, like you said, lifting them off pretty early. You had some resistance being brought in, but not enough in the end of the day there, right? You talk about a player like Destiny who tries to push them across the finish line. He does a great job in that sense of trying to revive them, trying to get them back into the CT side. Takes it into overtime, and I think they just ran out of steam in a big way. So that's where things kind of fall flat. And the good news is, as I highlighted, Dust 2 is around the corner. It's been a long time since we've seen last Otic on Dust 2. So I do think there's some opportunities for them to be exposed on this map here. A map that they've been looking to avoid for the later part of 2024. So, you know, we'll see if that is the case. We're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, guys. Stick around here. We'll be on to Dust 2 right after this.
What's a tight victory, but they'll get there in the end. Otic, their home map, but it didn't look exactly like we're used to. Used to some dominant victories. This one, it took overtime, and they made it work, at least eventually. But a lot of great work done, I think, before even getting into the server for this solid team, based on the way they kind of set up to deny a lot of what Otic were doing. Now we look towards Dust 2, which I think is going to be a lot less reliant on that type of preparation. But it's a map that Otic have not exactly been a fond of.
Yeah, I don't know what to really expect here out of Otic on this map. It seems like a difference in like what they have to, ban out of the gates, for me at least. So like maybe a direction here, because I mean they removed train out first. So like does that mean that Dust 2 is a map that they're gonna have to play a little bit more often than they're comfortable with? That's going to be a really interesting factor here. It's going to challenge and test their ability to adapt quickly. I think this is going to be a really tough map for them to try and play up against Solid on in particular as well, especially if you don't have the comfort, if you don't have the history. So as you highlighted, we're going to need to see some of that explosive opping. We're going to need to see some of that, great Night rifling there where he just confidently takes duels. Otherwise, it is kind of right back into the thick of it here for this team.
Yeah, and I do think Night not necessarily limited by the function of Dust 2, but I think that it's a lot more difficult to do what he was able to put together on Anubis, especially because it's just like such a comfort map for Night in general. I think that both Woody and Night like have a lot of comfort there. So this is going to be interesting. I am thinking though, the way that we see everybody kind of heat up towards the end for Otic is encouraging, because I did talk about how I think that this team often is hard to knock down. It's hard to rock their confidence for more than a round or two, but they are a team that is able to really build up off the back of that. So as we jump into Dust 2, well, we've got a lot to look forward to. Team Solid will give it their best go. I also think it's funny that they don't pick it to Ancient. I feel like Ancient was sort of the obvious choice, and it's a bit risky to leave it off to the final round of bans, considering it's where Solid picked up their win in that match a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I mean, leaving that open to a decider here and kind of identifying that they get this opportunity to catch them at a weak point. At least that's what they're hoping this is a certain challenge ahead of them. We'll see what they're up to the task, already opening things up. Woody gets sidelined, trying to get aggressive. Pushing into the lower ton side of things.
Scary though. Very obvious that this is going to be a B hit. They got the bodies here. Night blinded though. Great flashes to ensure that he's not as effective, but Marios gets up into the mix, and he is effective for the both of them. Triple kill. There's Nithon, who was dinked on the initial inbound. 1v2, and he's gonna get there.
There's quite the start right there from Nithon rolling forward. Big clutch to open things up out of the gates. Exactly the way you're hoping to start things off. You're solid, just being able to capitalize on these pistols. It was Otic that won both of them in that last map as well, so that had some, I mean, especially given an overtime affair of a game, right? That has some big undertones to it as well.
Otic all the way into this round, though. Tight victory, and they're thinking that they can transition that into a win in round 2 with the Force Buy. Woody on the scout. There's one rifle in Night. He's already tried to move in, get a forward position, but lost most of his health because of it.
go there. Naite still given an angle. I thought not fading away from holding this flank. Continues to just keep full coverage, but in the meantime, they're losing numbers. Nations continue to flood through, and Nighthon eventually has to spring into action because his two teammates are so devastatingly low. Headshots need to roll out, though, from the Deagle at that angle, and not going to favor them. Gotta stick a bomb plant. Wow, here he's distracted to the smoke. In that distance, Nighthon's going to win it. DRG actually the one to find the kill in the end. Solid get past a scary situation for sure.
I mean, it was all going wrong. Naite tagged low initially. You think that's a lot of work done, but he doesn't give away the M4. He sticks with it. It's a ton of damage done, a couple of kills too. And just a little bit of fortune tracking the tracers through the smoke. DRG, despite it being an A1S. And getting the finishing blow. Oh my goodness. It just is no stop for the Otic squad, though. They just continue to invest. Togs with a MP9 and a little bit of armor, too, onto Woody, and Matios without the armor. Gets it done. There's a rifle to be recovered for him. One of those rifles go down. Process, big risk for GBB. Investigating towards long with the bomb. Destiny is so far removed from it. They'll try to rendezvous up together here soon. And in the meantime, Surutera and Naite are going to play towards long, leaving it all up to Woody. He's the only one with some more utility left, though. Don't know that he'll get a chance to use it with an off angle like this.
Destiny dealt with on Woody. Smoke goes in. A little bit of spam there creates a little chaos, but it also confirms this quick reaction from Naite. Trying to scale through. Back of the tap. Looking for long range jiggles on that back tip, but he's exposed while planting. So now a 1v2, but that HE could do both in. Oh, and it does. GBB throws the perfect HE to lock in the win. And that's how they get the job done. Solid. Sneak by.
What a roller coaster of a round. It's the upper B crunch on pistols and an MP9. The only real investment here with just some upgraded 5.7s. Otherwise, Otic get a massive advantage. Matias, though, on a solo mission. It's caught at long. Somehow, the bomb planter denied, but the bomb plant itself not. Tees up GBB for the HE to clutch. That is ridiculous. All of that, not a gun round either. Pretty nasty HE from Solid lower tons. Catches both Naite and Woody. He was boosting Woody up on the catwalk. Removes the threat of the off boost without ever having to engage with it.
Full of really well placed HEs here today. It's always a good thing to have going in your favor. Perfect bit of utility being put on display. Holding this long flank from GBB as well. He denies that attack. That's off a quick kill. Started off effectively. That A side they go. Solid. Also giving themselves a route out. Monte shoved down there, and now It does have to be kind of a one-way street at this point in time. Your rotation's coming through from Togs, and that opens up the avenue mid to B. And they somehow manage to snake by in this situation.
This is just not the site to be trying to retake either with low HP bars. Gonna have to try it anyway. DRG wisely holding off for this smoke for as long as he possibly can. He'll put it up only now. And so there's really no choice. You got to either disrespect that smoke or route around it. Woody's up, moving forward, and he's got a duel with Ninthon on the cards. Great flashbang. That'll tee him up for success. Drop down, but DRG unchecked. Coverage? No. Can't be held, and the bomb needed to be held the entire time without a kit. Woody gets the trade, but he won't get the win. And that is the price to pay for all of those investments in round 3. It's on the CT side.
CT side. So expensive so often. Be a frustrating factor there. Watching that round slip by fingertips. Especially as you hold off effectively in a 4-on-5, and on top of that, you hold off effectively up against a mid-hold. Or a CAD execute, rather. But all of it crumbles quickly. And they just, last minute, decide that they want to go B.
A little bit overzealous from Togs. He clears out the lurker and just doesn't have, enough respect for the potential to route back through mid. Kind of walks right into Ninthon's crosshair. Makes it easy for him.
Sort of hasty rotations can be very costly and a lot more frequent when you're maybe a little bit on uncomfortable territory here.
Spot for Matios, though, has a lot of upside. Doesn't get mollied. Actually doesn't get mollied. It's the farther angle that does, but he still goes in. 1 for 1 ain't bad. Woody from the door, he's smoked. Oh, and I was gonna say Otic probably just gotta give this up, and they certainly can't fight for it now with Woody tagged through smoke, unseen. It's Tomate.
B-side retakes go. Will it ever even start the conversation? Because all the while the flank is coming through, creating so much chaos. Tomate springs into action as well before Woody can even realize what hit him. He's down. This key side remains unforgiving.
Solid have been constant in their targeting of this B site. Seems like every other round, we're looking that direction, and ooh, crazy if Togs gets away. They don't check. They don't look, and he even gets one for the road. Nice getaway, land out, and executed by Togs, but in a round loss, it's only a little bit of a positive. But yeah, Team Solid, pretty constant in the way that they have targeted towards the B site, and Otic have also been pretty constant in how often they're trying to full take long here. And at this point, they're not even putting 3 players in that direction for a aggressive take, because they've met so little resistance. A nifty little smoke. Use that one in your game later.
Maybe I
cheap,
will.
Cheap lurk smoke to work around. Give the keys a false sense of security.
Sneaky as can be there. Woody and Naite able to succeed as well, and Togs continues to collapse in on them. This one feels like no longer in the air. Matios does get blasted, but I'll tell you, not long for this world. Traded down quickly. There you have it. Back into the action here for this CT side, and a much needed defensive bit of success rolling through for them.
I mean, two big changes. The way this round is different from the last few. Otic, like I was saying, not really even committing all that many bodies towards that long take, even though they're still aggressive there, so they get information, and then they can add an additional body to the crowd aggression. It's a Woody Naite duo that is very deadly with Togs as a mid-pronged that attack. Tomate, though, he's getting farmed a little bit on this Togs fight at B. Like the duel of the lurker towards the B side of the map has been very difficult.
Battle that you want to experience. You want to have that turmoil at the bar, but Togs able to fight back here a little bit. Good sign. Planting Matios in the back of this site as well. Hoping that they can hold up steady enough, but there's the entries. Matios good for 2. But into the site they go. Another B-side opportunity to succeed. Hoping that this flank arrives quick enough that they won't expect it. GBB certainly not. Now they know Nighthawk in the back of the site, looking for a multi. But limited to only a single. They'll be able to get run down there. Defuse will come through as well.
Otic, even with the victory early into that round towards the B site, they're still pushing, they're still active. Through long, that flank comes through so quick because that was the long attack that eventually got up through upper B. 2 rounds straight will put Solid into save territory. Eco towards B, maybe the B rush coming. See if they slow it down. Quite the rush, but they are definitely heading into B. They didn't get a smoke in their face. That'll change.
Nope. A lot of targets there for Naite. Will look to face the music and fall. Thing he doesn't do is back away from a fight, no matter how scary.
Yeah, dinked on entry and still fighting. Seeing 4 people on the screen. That is the Naite way.
Oh, gonna be a little bit more expensive than they'd hope. Question is how expensive here, and they make it.
Well, to be honest with you, there's some real opportunity left. Eagle. Still on, 9th on. Oh, but that'll hurt those chances.
There's
Kick
another
swing.
gun drop though. Oh, it's just so pricey. Like I said, still a chance to make this happen as well. They're gonna give over a bomb plant here? 3? They're so passive, they're so concerned. And all the way back there in the back of long. Some shots are not connecting. One bullet would do 9th on in.
Giving him fights too. Terrifying.
Another headshot. Oh my god. Landed another headshot in the mix while he was at it. Even further concern into the mix. Now it will be shut down in the end, but again, a labored effort on a very light investment is something you'll take any day of the week.
3 P250s, a deagle, and a single flash. That's what Otic, or that's what Solid came into that round with. And on the good news side of things, Woody doesn't have to rebuy the op. Matteo strikes that down. But 3 rebuys and a bomb plant is a big win. We'll give Team Solid the op for Nython, full kitty utility on just about everybody. And they finally ready to tango here at Long. First time that they've actually taken a full execute. Ninth Day shuts him down.
And some defensive success, especially after that expensive nature of the last round, is key. Making sure that you don't lose many bodies on this situation, but
Only Ninth Day, man.
okay, just casually on the cat hold. Quick rotation comes through from Togzo, and he comes through in ample time to convert. Otic do quickly regain their ground on the round.
And this is why Togs can, be so aggressive on those rotations. I gave him some, criticism a couple of rounds ago for getting caught. That's where Solid started winning, some rounds back. But I think that he's so effective if he can get in there early. But only Night, man, will get a double kill, shut down the entire long play, and then be aggressive on Cat alone. Like, actually, 10 seconds later. That's who.
In lower, up against pistols, and he shuts it down. He completely devastates.
Yum.
TGV needs to win this duel if they want access. Access denied. Otic responding in a big way here, consistently picking up these rounds now.
Yeah, it's just devastating to deal with Naite in these aggressive positions. And this is what I was kind of referring to when I said that, Anubis, there's a lot of easy ways to fall back in a very passive default while still maintaining a lot of control, because you get it early. Dust 2's not the same way. The T's have to fight aggressively for any space on this map, particularly towards mid. So when Naite's throwing so many curveballs at them up cat and through mid, it's just very difficult to play with confidence.
Trying to find solutions here, but a lot better than how things were going in the past here for side of Otic. A lot of patience there from Nython, but all of that patience, all that build up just to miss the big shot.
Well, I mean, listen, you run that back one time, Togs, cool. Second time, you're really trying to find a lot of water out of that rock. I'm just saying, just squeezing. I think it might be squeezed dry.
What about that? There you go. Stepping into the op again. This time, Woody able to connect a killing blow. As much as they try and squeeze past this round, they'd be still successful for the side of the CTs, and they will overcome a lot of adversity here in this effort. All the way back into a lead now at this point. As much as, kind of the crazy aggression sometimes can look a little bit silly, I feel like it's just creating enough chaos at this point to where we're winning some rounds off the back of it, getting away with it.
It's more than some rounds. It's a lot of rounds, and
Yeah.
you know, that's why this team's so fun to watch. That's why I became a fan of them. You know, it's one where they get away with that in a round like last round, where they literally don't aggress almost anywhere. You saw how timid Solid were. They were terrified. So methodical about clearing everything because they don't know where Nightace is going to be sitting.
Having to structure your game plan on what on earth he's gonna do next is not fun. Challenging display of depth here being shown. Hardly blame this T side rather, for flying victim. Finally, for the last round of the half, we see a little bit of reined-in aggression, not as forward-facing, trying to run through the smoke, and Destiny still manages to walk out on top in that duel. So a big victory, a much-needed victory there for the CT side, or T side rather. DRG cracks forward even further, and good luck, Matios. Yeah, going 1 kill there, always nice, but he was always going to get overrun at some point.
Yeah, 3 separate angles that he was dealing with. No reason for Destiny to take a fight. You got the Flurk coming through on GBB. Spotted and removed is Woody. So a pretty even half. Team Solid will call their way back to a certain extent. 6-6 though. An Otic recovery, man. Absolutely incredible. Down 5-1, I believe, is the score was.
They're going to be happy with the claw back effort. Bit more to do here. Continuing to show that success, though. I got to do it on the T side, which should just be a level of aggression that you just were able to deal with. What is going on here? ERG didn't get the memo. There was no long resistance and a smoke access to the bomb plant. I would welcome this if I was the T side. They're not super eager on punching in those numbers. They want to continue to take the fight as a team. Headshot landed. 3 players on cap with this flank from Woody. Watch this flank from Woody. Gonna strike eventually, and it's gonna disrupt. Woody does go down without a kill, actually, so that's a bit of a problem. But the remaining 2 defenders are a little low, and I think that's a bigger problem here. 1 shot away from death for Nython. In between a rock and a hard place on this retake. Has to be the initiator. And 1 body shot will do the trick.
Yeah, Otic just feeling a little bit suspicious of that smoke, thinking, well, maybe that's too good to be true. There's got to be some sort of trick, some sort of angle the CT's playing at. No, not really. It's pretty much exactly what it looked like. A smoke for free to plant the bomb into. Team Solid trying to flood their way back in, and despite the fact that the Woody flank doesn't actually come to too much of anything, surprising though that may be, the rest of the team will get it done. Rest, though, for the weary Team Solid, because they are on to the force buy instantly. Trying to rocket their way back into the equation. Very strong at long will leave Tomete in a very difficult position. He's going to have 4 Ts flying at him in a moment with just a 5-7.
He's do provide some quick access. Straight on into the bomb plant. Major of these CTs probably looking to save here, but they are taking some shots. put up a little bit of a fight. Now you get kind of a second opportunity at a force buy. There's too much in this one.
It's pretty cleanly handled, man. Otic, pretty quick turn the page. Nade stack? Nade stack. Ooh, it does a lot of damage, but there's no confirmation. There's no kill behind it. Knight's able to get out fast enough so that he is, whilst walking wounded, not down.
He's still able to open things up. Again, this long scale that's quiet but deadly. Catches him by surprise. Should safely. Not too many casualties on the catwalk duel. Just be Nighthon. Pretty.
Not a invaluable, or not worth nothing. What I'm trying to get at is this bit of armor. Kevlar could be nice to have, especially given Python's role. In fact, might be able, if yeah, he has the cash to get not just the op, but head Kevlar with it and a full set of util. This is what I like. This is what I'm a fan of. It's called value. Big value out of that save, even though it's just Kevlar.
And that's the most valuable save of 2024.
2024?
That's still last year.
Okay. I was thinking I missed something. Like that was. Wait, dude, hold on. Look at Night Day. It's a minute 39!
Oh,
a minute 39!
Oh, he missed. That's a costly miss. It's a really costly miss now because collapsing in the mid to B, and Kamate shows his base here. GBB and Destiny both found one through the smoke, though. Oh my god, so that really changes the tides at this point. Stabilizes the round for a short period of time. Tamate comfortable now in his hold. Steps forward. Very difficult duel for Madius, and he does not win it.
I'm gonna say, could Woody recover this bomb? Yeah, he has. Just not gonna anticipate GBB. I don't think. GBB had stepped forward. He would have been in some deep water, but fortunately the tide is out. One flashbang, and it's AWP to let Woody back into this round with 35 seconds. The bomb on back as well. Team Solid are not playing this passively. They're taking space just as they've given it up. And the speed in this flank, I think, has already won GBB the round, even if Woody gets the bomb down.
Yeah, it's all successful, but not long lasting. Like, will eventually overwhelm. I mean, that one feels like you kind of chop a little bit of it up to misfortune. Striking 2 kills through the smoke. I wonder if we'll see it here from Destiny and GBB. You can see it in the kill feed right there, at the very least. little bit unlucky, all things considered. You're solid. You just need a little bit of fight left in him. You rush be the move. Oh wow, yeah, especially when there's a target like that on your screen. Dogs will double entry. And they will take the site with ease.
What a bounce back moment for Otic. Team Solid had to work so hard for that round. A round that Naite, 6 seconds like into the round, man, he's down mid. Like what is that? He's approaching their spawn at a minute 38.
Speed.
Yeah, truly is. Team Solid somehow still, despite that fact, despite losing the opening duel in that last round, bring it back. Only to get smacked with a B rush with a Togs double entries onto. That one hurts. I'm hurting for Solid.
Understandably so. Bit of a tough let up. Otic just resurging. Obviously, situation I highlighted was going to be a little bit challenging for them. Not the easiest of maps to come into and show this level of success. They are looking incredibly confident.
No doubt. It's a big turning point type of round. If Otic can win this one, they're in prime position to take the map. They'll be Solid on very, very little money. Probably an eco, so the 12th round likely. All that, though, is a big turning point. Solid can bring it back, start to right the ship now. It's just 3 rounds that separate these two.
Middle again, mid to beat. Zach coming through and turns around for another kill through the smoke with the bomb. To provide a little bit of insurance. The safety of that round. That is quite the statement. The access into the site, they go. Bomb planted successfully so, and puts this one on a timer.
Team Solid have had just a devastating run of CT side problems. Amount of rounds that they've had to save 2 to 3 players in, both on Anubis and here on Dust 2 already, is starting to become an absurd number. Like, I'd wager we're probably at like 7. Maybe even a couple more.
Maybe even 8.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Guess the good news is all of my guessing about how the rounds would be heading kind of changes when you get 2 saves. Otic no longer have the freebie, if you will, and it's Destiny up aggressive. This is a good move. Move that catches them off guard. They got no clue. And despite the lack of support from Nightdawn as that Molotov starts to fade, Destiny can escape and Nightdawn covers retreat.
If there's ever a game plan to lean on, it's collapsing on this mid play quickly. Okay. Still putting the pain on him.
Uh-oh.
And there's a big kill right there. That's the B side opened. Bomb's gonna transition in. Now they do have a flank. Nice his life. is going to be taken care of. The mollies are in time as well. On plant should not be an easy task. If you just get it, that'd be huge. And he's going to figure out a way. At least to start the numbers punched in. Avoids a pretty scary Molotov around his shoulder, but of course going to be closed out on eventually.
Destiny able to sprint back for the op too, so Nithon gets an AK for his teammate, while Destiny gets the op. Nithon. And there it is. That's the value gotten out of those saves that I mentioned, probably starting to feel a little bit annoying for this solid team, but it's value. That's what it's about. Going back around and with the bomb plant. Don't think Otic are going to be letting off the pressure.
Gotta show no interest in that, that's for sure. There's a very aggressive mid stance. I think a much needed display of confidence from squad. Solid to fight back here on Dust 2.
Otic are taking no chances, though. I mean, they have utilized these timeouts effectively. And taking one after that loss, despite it not being, the end of the world for them, it's just good thinking, good thought process from the T side of Otic. It's solid still down, but not very far from being right back in there. I mean, and that's what a tight game of Dust 2 will do. I noticed this earlier, but Destiny's got like the full vertical, man. Full vertical on the keyboard.
Angular.
That blows my mind. I know it's like pretty normal, but I just don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I'm not a massive tilter. I'm a little bit of a tilter. I like my tilts a little bit.
Yeah, a nice...
Slight tiltage.
20 degree type of tilt?
I would even venture to go around 30, 45 even.
Yeah, okay. I'm with it. That's maybe a little far from me, but I get there. What, the vertical? I don't know how you even press the keys sometimes.
On a whole new setup.
That's what I feel like. Like anything, though, a little practice.
Practice. Not a game. This game. Renate walks out middle again. Not able to walk out successfully. Ends up getting blasted. I think they're a lot more aware of the aggression. LAG finish off Togs, if not flush him into the fight again. Walking out misses his shot as well, so it'll end up being a huge victory for the side of Solid, who continue to fight forward in this matchup.
Been so successful, but Otic starting to run into that wall that we talked about on Nite's mid-aggression on Anubis as well. They're starting to get wise to it. You can only run it so many times. DRG, secondary AWP. With Tamonte on the secondary side of that with a rifle. Two good positions. Crossfire of sorts, playing off of one another, gets them 3 kills total, and unlikely to find more as Destiny shuts it down to lower
A bit of an investment, nothing super crazy. Now 1-round ball game here. Solid are looking a lot more stable on the CT side, and you know the B rushes are not working anymore. You're just left scratching your head.
How about the long take?
Not working either. Flash Hysteria, grass perfectly placed. Destiny. Perfect poppers. There
That's
goes
what
your full gun round.
I'd call that a kill shot, potentially. Not yet done, but solid targeting exactly where Otic are trying to win the round at, knowing what hasn't worked, what's stopped being so effective. Sierra, crucial kill. Oh, Togs has a freebie. Monte position not exactly known, but they know that that kill in that smoke is going to force him off a B, so they're routing elsewhere, but Sierra has to cross. Does he get across? Oh, spotted, and now dead. Be shot in the side of the head. Never mind. Tamate will get out of dodge as well. Safe play from him.
Just gonna join up here on puppy guard that bomb control that they have as a unit. But all that you have to do to let this round fall into your favor. Gonna find themselves an even better foundation. Reality just checking in now for the side of Otic. Chance to maybe make this a little bit of an easier job. No longer the case.
This is not a free round. Otic investing. They've got the loss bonus to do it. Only Togs everything there, and that's because he saved there in the last round. We've already lost the captain. Where do Otic go from there?
Back out towards middle. See a little bit of aggression in that department. Contacting out middle has been a big game plan of this team, for better or for worse. Alongside that late long take, but defense is still incredibly steady. Fantastic quick step up from GPB. Red's a quick headshot in. Stays alive. Still fighting. Forward facing in pit. Last ditch effort. Trying to jump around and throw the aim off, but it does not.
And this is painful too, because maybe a little bit less investment last round could have afforded Woody enough, but they won't have that. Togs is low on cash, so limited on utility. What does he have cooked up for this last round of regulation? They're going to have to do it in OT once again. Otic want to take this in 2-0 fashion. There's a lot of similarities here between Anubis and Dust and the way this has gone down.
Going to be having to kick the soccer ball. But look at this, Woody. Oh, Woody! He just found himself a miracle timing. And there is at least some reply there on the secondary op. But my god, is this the way that we take it into another OT? Bomb's still yet to transfer over.
Gotta get that thing moving.
Yeah, toss that over towards Cowok. Woody is on the bomb site. They hear these rotations flooding through lower, or CT rather.
DRG rightly gonna go over to an AK instead of a AWP. Destiny getting out long here. Woody, is he going to be ready? No, he isn't. Woody's done so much, but they still might not win the round. That is a big relief, though. Nighty ensuring the flashbang dodge, but still in the open. And the flank comes in from Togs. It's a duel on site. Wait a second, Destiny.
No kit.
Knows where Togs located, but yeah, that lack of a kit is problematic.
Oh, but he's gonna jump up right into his arms. In a back turn! Oh my god! Togs cannot track it in time. And there's a 10-second defuse. But Destiny is just about at it. Just enough time. Round 1. 13-11. The job gonna be finished. As close as can be, but you gotta lean on a little bit of experience, and seems like it's Destiny here for map 3 that's required out of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, a massive 4K to kind of bring that one back into pace, and a really incredible performance as a whole from Team Solid. They weather the storm, some difficult situations that they were put in. Otic, as per usual, just throws chaos into every situation. You think that you've got something figured out, and Otic are going to toss something at you that you've maybe never seen before, or even if you have, it's hard to actually find the solution to it in the moment. And I think that Team Solid did a good job of never panicking, never letting that chaos become what they had to work for. Instead, they just thrived at making themselves a little bit of ease whenever that chaos was brewing. So an impressive showing on Dust 2. The fact that they were down so bad in that second half and able to bring it back is very cool.
Yeah, just needed a little momentum, and for the T side right there, I think it's not that big of a surprise that we see it just lack a little bit of depth. Obviously, again, the challenges that they face here on the side of Solid gonna be felt when there isn't the greatest history, but Otic looking to dig deep right there. They need some more development in their T side, and they maybe struggle a little bit to bring through a modern approach in that sense. And I think having the next step, right, having the next play is always a key factor. And sometimes if you just don't have the history, I don't know if they really have that at their availability. That being said, we watched Dust 2 go on the way of Solid. That takes us into our decider here. We've had overtime. We've had 24 rounds here. We've got Ancient as our decider. Gonna look forward to it, guys. We're gonna be tossing to a quick break before we get there, so stick around. We'll be right back. And welcome on back here. We're going to carry forward some of the action left in this best of 3. Looking forward to seeing how things shape up, how things close out in this matchup, as we did just get some bounce back, some fight back rolling on through. Solid able to win their map pick in narrow fashion, leaves us to a decider in a rematch that last time around went pretty well in the favor of Solid here on HM.
Yeah, it did. I mean, 13-4 was the scoreline in ECL. That was just a couple of days ago too. And to be fair, Solid proved that just because that type of game happens very short time ago, that you can still find a way to make it competitive. They did that on Anubis. That being said, that is something that I feel like Otic are maybe a little less likely to be looking into. That being said, I feel like we're going to see the same conversation on this ancient map as we've been seeing through Dust 2 and Anubis. And that is that this Otic team, particularly on the T side, just runs through Nite. I think that you can see a lot of his effectiveness in the past has been towards Jaguar and towards Cave side, taking a lot of fights, being really aggressive. And if he dominates in that type of area, assuming that they haven't changed anything with the new addition, then I think that Otic are going to be potentially a team to be scared of despite that loss.
Yeah, I mean, still able to succeed here. I mean, even like you said with Naite, kind of leaning in and running forward there, it just makes me think, this team does have a key piece in it that needs to succeed here. If Otic are going to want to win, it sometimes does have to run through him on the T side, and that's a big question that they need to answer here, is if this guy can be the piece that they need him to be long-term, consistent. But yeah, I mean, no question, it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be fun to see if, it's sad to say goodbye to one of these two teams, but it's fun to see who's going to be moving forward here afterwards, trying to continue to fight forward.
Kind of feels like to me, after we're 2 maps into this best of 3, I think that Solid very much deserve to be able to take a win here based on the way they have stayed in some of these games, man. An impressive showing from them. And another upset possibility. What they were relegated to last season, but they're hoping to make this more consistent. Swinging up mid into Tog's fight, just trying to adjust the crosshair off of the headshots by jumping over. Nithon will hold back for the re-clear. He gets his one.
Looks like Otic already in a little bit of save formation here. As we said, they do like to save on their CT side. Adios with not a lot to lose, though. It'd be worth it for him to just look for some kill reward here.
That's why he's stuck around, but
I'd give it a chance when they route this way.
Terrorists win.
Bro, yeah? Really? Okay.
Fun map.
That is crazy. I know he was like at 6 health, but he's on the other bomb site. The entire opposite side of the map. What are we doing?
We're safe.
Val, please fix. That is actually absurd, though. Well, it's always been Otic's MO to go for these force buys CT side. Don't change it up now. They're actually looking for Solid to play aggressive towards mid, and in reaction to that, they're prepared to flash through and have a lot of bodies to contend against that, but they don't get that visual. They don't get any indication that that's what's happening. So they'll have to move more bodies towards the B-bomb site, where Ruda has already gone down.
The distance nicely. Ran far away from CT players left, standing. Good outlook here for the side of Solid on this T side, getting away with some fast B plays. Definitely what you want to see in their camp. Gonna give Togs here though. Dance around this pillar.
Terrorists win.
Absolutely nothing. You know, Otic fortunate that they can rest easy, knowing that at 100 health for everybody, nobody could go down to that bomb.
Get a little closer.
These are the hard-hitting questions that everybody's asking. So with a couple of kills and the saves, Tog's gone for the hero rifle here. This is Otic continuing what we've been talking about the entire series, which is that they're just constant in their aggression, that in many different forms, including the economy. Wow.
Constant, very fast moving. They already got the post plants and they've already decided again to try and run away, but the A1S falls here. He was going to fight forward for a short period of time, but knowing that that wasn't long lasting. Eventually backs out. Escapes with a Galil as a little slight upgrade, and then set their focus on number 4, where again, you know, we're looking at Solid getting off to a very fine start, one that they'll be excited about. During that history here, they're able to just bring through this momentum and not meet any resistance while they're at it. It's going to feel very familiar how they won.
Yeah, that's a good point. Keep up the pressure. Take nice nade. Togs will eat it, and it makes it easy for Destiny. Supported by Nithon's flashbangs, the mid presence is gone. Instantaneously dismissed. As Destiny looked like he maybe wanted to play through that smoke, but waits on it. Some support. Meantime, there's a move towards A. Oh boy. GBB only one to go down. And I don't know that you can get back in here unless you find some very fortunate spams. There's one smoke left here for Otic. I think they're going to get about as much as Solid give them, and the answer is nothing, because they walk out.
I mean, they do like their CT saves. That is for sure. Going to remain true here even more so, I feel like, on this map. Where things can be decided so early.
I think you were talking about it, though. It's quickly starting to look like us two opening T side for Team Solid. Ended up at a 6-6 half. 4 rounds in, nobody above 3 kills either. That is a thorough routing of Otic and all of their intentions, because, I mean, 4 rounds, and only one of those has been like a full eco.
Start to the defense, but Matios doesn't last long there before he's just shot straight through that. Into the side they go. DRG continuing to find entries alongside GBB. Your brain is telling you run away at this point in time and try and play the numbers game. That's actually what they're going to do. They're really going to call it a save here. I feel like you can save your way to a loss as well. Keep on playing it this safe.
Yeah.
Play the cautious game.
I mean, like I said before, I'm a big fan of safe play.
Gotta be valuable safe play though.
That's right.
Yeah, see? I know.
Usually that's, you know, 3-man save, that'll do it, right? Value definitely there, but an argument that I don't love to toss out, but like
5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 5 rounds straight. You got to start to put up some resistance, because they're not even in so many of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even start the conversation here before things are determined for you. That can create the problems, I think. To be able to at least start the conversation for these retakes, where they're so quickly determined for you.
How's the mid take today? Warded off by a lot of good utility, to be fair. Terra straight through. They slide by each other inside of that smoke, and a watching eye from Woody. Far back means that Solid start this round at a big deficit.
Well, being able to open up a round like that is a great way to make sure that you're not forced into an instant save. Gonna face the smoke though. Yeah, that doesn't bring any complications on back. Flashbang. Oh, that's a smoke actually. Boom's open. Both players, both oppers playing around the smoke. You always wonder who's going to be found out first. Oh my god, almost a collateral. And a follow-up from Nython. Putting this one into the realms of possibility.
Oh, but he's... I was going to say in trouble. Maybe not. From Terra, but from Matteo, certainly so. Moving with a purpose, both of them. As they swing together, neither dies. There it is, Otic on the board for the first round, and it's actually Terra who I think has had some of the biggest struggles over the course of this series, who gets him into the position to start winning that. Woody will just complete the story.
Mid duels here. Flashbang so well placed. The trades are even better. Destiny and Mate able to crack things open. Nice and early success. 4-on-3 again. They lose this bomb site. You know what's coming afterwards. Terra falls here. It's going to be a save.
Turn around, Night Day. Don't think about it.
No, he wanted to give it a show. We know which way this one's going.
Sure do.
Not fooling anybody.
I mean,
Yeah,
you could fool me.
Yeah, just for a second.
Anybody else, not fooled. Night Day,
Really
you
with
can
your
fool
game.
me. I mean, this is just Team Solid. Nothing's like individually crazy. There's not too much that Team Solid are doing that, you know, changes the way Otic think about this game or the way that they've been playing. This is just good execution and some solid enough calling from Nithon. Mid control, that's the key part of the map that's been very effective that they're taking. Otic yet to really find a solution for that, but even when it's not, their reaction has been to try and find solutions. So when Solid aren't there, well, the rest of the map is a lot easier to take. All that at B just a moment ago. Ooh, wow. I mean, that's a little embarrassing out of GBB. But TRG will be quick on the trade, Frog. And I like the pump on the brakes for Solid. No need to try and scale. It didn't go perfectly. So you just take the 1-for-1, knowing that that's an advantage for you, and get out.
That's where you can get them. Send their crosshairs elsewhere. Go to middle. A really well placed molly. CT side at the moment. That'll show them. Not gonna stop him from taking over mid eventually. Ready to go alongside a rifle alongside it. They strike in unison. And now the sight falls on the B side. Long route. Very long route. To Monte to get there. 15 seconds left. There should be time. Because they're not going to meet any resistance. That's the big factor here. Jumping up. But just a second too late. Woody. Oh, he misses it as well. Access to the bomb site. And some hope alive yet for Solid. This won't be a save, though. This will be a fight. And a very loud flank. Goes for the spam. Does not work. Ends up being a costly play. A little bit of youthful inexperience costing him dearly there. It ends up being a round win still for Solid, despite this early success.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that might have been a miscomm, to be honest. Sierra just so confident that there's just no threat to him there. Or it just could be a misread. Either way, something was off, and Team Solid get away with it. Another victory. 7-1. Otic would reach into the tack timeout again, their second of Ancient. And it's starting to look very much like it's a bit of a repeat 8 rounds in of their best of one in ECL not long ago.
Shape it up to look like here in a big way. Mid duels rarely won. Do they keep that contained here long term? That's been a bigger task for them. GBB denies 2 and pushing through the smoke. The man advantage swings another way so quickly. Things tumble and they spiral out of control for this CT side always on a move.
Ite's just got so much to cover. And he is covered. By Nithon now into the rifle is OHB of DRG. Will be favored over him. And this is another one where, yeah, 1v3, but we need rounds. Kind of have to give it a go. But another smoke is the way to end it. That nade finds anyone else. It was perfect. But it's Nithon who had full health. Otic interrupt the momentum with a single round, but it is all back in business for Team Solid. They show no signs of stopping. And even letting Matteo save that one gun. They got so much money, but the HP low. Team Solid are putting together an unstoppable half.
Being able to pull back these constant deficits is such a huge way to win. Not always starting off well, but being able to finish far stronger.
That's an important victory, though. Naite gets one instant trade, though, on the donut fight and the A main fight. Even numbers. GBB so far removed. DRG's got to buy time, and he does. 2 kills. Could have been possible, but it's just the one. But he does damage. GBB still taking his time. Still so slow about this flank. They already got the pressure on the bomb. Tomate, though, sees nobody home. Woody left with 45 health, and I guess you don't need GBB to activate at all.
Now you have Solid moving rapidly to the finish line. This CT side has nothing but hopeful aggression. Aggression that is very frequently being punished.
Just weird pairings too, you know, really a full take for B lane comes in last round. In the meantime, you've got just a one player aggressive A main. Just feels like that, you know, a lot happening across the map. Ooh, nice find though. GBB's tossing some util. Leo Stiegel from the back of the site, too. I mean, he pays with his life. But through the smoke is Togs, and maybe another one. Not a chance. Oh, a big find for Otic. Seemingly getting some lucky moments, a little bit of good timing, finally going their way, too.
Definitely needed that. I highlighted a little bit of fortune. But just a huge lifeline manufactured by the squad, giving themselves some defensive success, giving themselves something to lean on. They've not been able to start off a lot of these rounds in their favor, but kind of unshaken even despite that fact.
Well, Woody's been one of the more reliable openers in middle. Unfortunately, this round, it's the opposite. He gets opened on. Nithon covers Togs. A site open. They're about to find that out. With GBB holding the rotations from one cat. Round done. Serratera walks into the hop, and it is half over. Feels like game over, but not yet. 10-2.
Looks like we could be getting there quickly. Statement half like that. Rolling out. Domination over the opposition. That is a tough half to now have to bounce back and shake off. After an already tough defeat just mere, days ago on this map as well. That's fresh in your memory. Challenges of just a couple days ago.
Suffice to say, pistol necessary. Or mid approach that's become a significant meta for CT side Ancient. They break off one. Night's aggression punished. They'll still scale towards long. Will they be able to stay alive? So important. CCT to get that kill. Still 2 survive. Solid. Eyes on the bomb and even tap it, but GBB dismissed with some conviction behind it. Matios. Now CCT on the other side has Kamite. Will it be enough? They've grabbed the kit. Hold on a second. Not a lot of time. Matios hold. He does. He waits. Is there remaining time?
I don't think so, but maybe, just about. You can see Tomate as happy as can be, smiling up a storm there, a little cheer. As Solid, they didn't need that round, but they sure do like it. It did need that round, though.
Possible second. Yeah, they sure did. What a way to steal it, too. Gut punch. And to be honest, I don't think it's a clean cut. Left bloodied, battered, and now bruised. Or Otic. If I saw correctly, though, it's Solid who took this timeout.
Maybe one of those mental things here. Let that one sink in. Let the clutch be felt.
Plus side, Otic, no strangers to these force buys. They've been actually very effective at them. So, not abnormal for them to be able to pull something like this off.
Gotta start strong and then finish strong in these rounds here. That's been the biggest challenge for this T side.
Just a crazy amount of stacking up, though, that Solid are doing. A pistol round, this is a strategy that, like I mentioned, has kind of been a little bit of a go-to. But up against the force buy, they are late clearing mid, 4 strong. Does open the A site for Otic.
A retake situation, but using those MP9s to the best ability on half tick. But no, it's not going to be a complication. Something they can't get past.
A lot of space to close, a lot of post plant positioning available there to Otic, but the one they chose, just a lot of space to control with not a lot of bodies to control it. Leaves the donut player out in the lurch. And allows the collapse to come through once they go down. Amate again. some big impact. He leads the charge at this 12-2 spot.
A little bit of mid success. Mate looking to limit it though. He deals with the A player trying to sneak out. Doesn't let success linger for too long here. They'll fall
Already
away.
back through mid.
As you said, you know, they've been a pretty heavy stacking up setup. Reclaiming mid control here with a whole lot of presence.
I cannot believe Destiny has survived. 4 HP. The Otic don't exactly have a lot of health to work with. Maybe a full health bar between all 4.
Matt checks out. Just about. Walking wounded here, but still kicking. A little bit of life left in him. To make of this.
Got 2 mollies.
Move towards the A side. Distractions being sold. Destiny set up for success. 35 bullets in that Galil. Only a single kill though. He will be traded instantly. So the bomb gonna be delayed. Molly, well placed, and then we'll punch in the digits. Lock that in. Retake is already on, and they're so swift about it. They're falling like flies. And it's just gonna be Woody left here to lead him through this round, but he can do no more. Solid would come out on top, able to close out on Otic and do it in a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible way to close a reverse sweep and besting what was already a dominant scoreline. It was 13-4 just a few days ago. Solid showed that that's not just a bump in the road. That's not something that can't be recreated. They can do it again, and they can do it even better. 13-2. Absolutely stunning way to close what was such a super close match all the way through. Oh my goodness, Team Solid. I mean, this is why this is an exciting team. This is why when you look at the additions of Nighthon and Tomate, this is a team that can maybe do more than just find an upset here or there. This is a team that might be able to start to find that consistency they lacked for the majority of last year.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to more consistently show that at the moment as well. I mean, this is a great result coming through from Solid. I said there's going to be no easy matchups from the very get-go. Going up against this Otic roster, you're going to have to deal with some talent, but they get by and they shut it down. I mean, back-to-back and dominant ancient performances where any round feels possible at any given moment. You can call upon these players, this experienced core, and that's an exciting victory year for side of Solid that now get to carry forward in their playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible series as well from Tomate, who, you know, really stood tall when it came to the final map there. But I think as a whole, there's just not a real weak link in this roster for Team Solid. That is the difference between the previous iteration and what it is now. You know, if Nighthon can keep up that level of AWP play, it's there. They can make that work. And, you know, to be honest with you, kind of get a little bit of an easier avenue into those quarterfinals. I think Team Stuff Ferrari definitely the easiest draw if you're just looking at who's confirmed already.
Yeah, you're gonna be happy with that. That's for sure. Like you said, not really any easy competition to play up against, and being able to get an opportunity to play teams, warm up into the quarterfinals here potentially could be big. I mean, this was the first big test I think for them was Otic out of the gate, so looking forward to that. As you can see though, we only have one more round of 16 game, our opening matchups to go here. It's going to be Imperial, it's going to be Bad News Chickens. There's multiple of them. As you can see from their logos, they're ready to go. Looking forward to it. Should be a fun way to close off the day. We got Imperial alongside it waiting in the wings. So guys, we're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, we're going to be shutting this thing down with Imperial and Bad News Chickens.
We got one last round of 16 game to get started here. It's Imperial and Bad News Chickens, a matchup here, Cole, that I'm pretty pumped to get the chance to see Imperial coming into this with some roster changes. And I mean, I would just call it, no downside here for Bad News Chickens. They got a chance to just show up in a big way.
Yeah, maybe a little less surprised to see roster changes, but it felt like a somewhat successful year for Imperial as an organization. I mean, obviously they would have liked to do more damage at the major. They went 0-3. They definitely felt like they had hit a bit of a ceiling. But they kind of did, I would say, overall, like a pretty successful year. I think a year to be proud about in 2024. They're still looking to set their focus on 2025, though, improve upon that. And like you said, making some roster changes, doing some exciting work here. It's definitely going to be a good opportunity, saying goodbye to such key pieces. And, especially like what I thought was going to be a lock-in here for the future was Phelps. And obviously saying goodbye to him is kind of a tough loss. And then bringing in a player like Che, I think, while I've seen a lot out of Che over the last, couple of years with some of the teams in the past, this feels like a slam dunk move and opportunity to maybe bring in some fresher blood that can improve the ceiling.
Yeah, kind of honestly feels like, what went wrong in some of those previous teams, because I'm with you. He's feels like a perfect type of move for this Imperial roster, that's for sure. It's the chance to play up against Legacy, though, that they're looking for if we get these playoffs in the bracket that we are filling out slowly but surely over these last couple of days and moving forward over the next couple. But I mean, let's dive deep maybe a little bit into Imperial, talk about them and their roster to lead the charge in this one. Because if we pull that up, it is a conversation. What was the right move? Che is definitely up there, and as a whole, Imperial making good moves. I think Try was a very widely positive move. I think everybody was very positive on that, and I don't think it was a bad one. At the end of it, but I think they are struggling to reach the heights. I mean, they rock up to the major, and to be fair, end up having to play a lot of local competition, fly all the way to China and play like two Brazilian teams, which is crazy. But still, couple of losses, 3 in a row, and they're out. That's got to be a disappointing way to leave off 2024.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think some of these organizations would again just like make it their goal to be able to qualify for the major, and I don't think that's necessarily this team's MO. I think they have higher aspirations for a young leader like Vinny for two big pieces in No Way and Decency that were discovered in 2023 with this squad. So for me, it does go to show that this team has much higher aspirations than what they're set on, and I think it all comes down to motivation here, and it always has for this team. When you talk about the Henny changes, like you mentioned, and bringing in Try, motivation felt like a big factor. How motivated is Phelps to continue to try and develop where he now goes to Red Canids, a roster that feels like now he gets to play with some friendly previous teammates. So yeah, I think that comes down to it right there. That Che is going to come into this roster incredibly motivated, as you highlighted. Teams in the past being Fluxo and Sharks, Sharks always seemed like a highly motivated team, required energy, that required you to be a talent, whereas maybe Fluxo was, I think, kind of not a wasteland, but a tough ask for this guy. It felt like he wasn't ever going to show his full potential on that team, as have many players in the past struggled to do so on that roster. So a good opportunity to bounce back underneath leadership that is proven. I think Che will be able to rise to the occasion on this team in a big way. Let's take a look at the competition, though, and what Bad News Chicken are bringing to the table. This is a team that has, I think, a lot of potential. I haven't always been able to show it, but again, they've been kind of moving through ECL in a pretty impressive fashion. I got to watch them play versus Red Canids and split the difference in that series with a very impressive Dust 2. So I mean, I've been pleasantly surprised with some of the individuals. Leo Monster has been a super consistent piece. Zeddy, I think, has so much potential, but has gone through the classic woes of South American inconsistency in terms of like teams and homes. He's been on like 8 or 9 different rosters over the last couple of years, so looking for consistency in that department. That those are my big takeaways from this roster right now, are that they need to develop that consistency long term if they want to continue to rise in the rankings here of South America.
Yeah, I mean, how to develop that consistency when, like, is this a roster moving forward that looks like this? 2 of these spots, picked up by that Elevate roster, from what I understand, and Dash and Zede playing in there, Zede in short, and then Dash as well. I assume for like roster reasons, for ECL playing with Elevate. I just feel like it's hard to feel like this is a team that moving forward after this event will be this stack, because I just assume that's not possible. So I do have those questions, but on the plus side, what I was alluding to when we kind of brought this in is that means there's nothing to lose. This is everything to prove, the chance to, pop off and take down what is a huge opponent in Imperial. They don't often play, in these types of events. So the fact that they're here, the fact that they are available, and the fact that Bad News Chickens is, able to play into this game, I think that's just a huge opportunity for these guys.
And an opportunity that you'd hope they'd come prepared for here as they look to fight back and battle into this matchup. See the bans out of the gates, Imperial not messing with Train. I've been seeing so much Train in Tier 1. It's bizarre that I haven't seen any in South America or North America CCTs. Tier 2 has been very Train adverse. And I expected to see it in this region, considering the amount of teams that don't perma Vertigo. But either way, get Anubis out of the gates for the opening map here. And then Dust 2 picked out.
I don't know if this is right.
You don't think so?
It feels like it's
I wouldn't be all that surprised if that was the case there. I would imagine, their Imperial would be interested in a nuke or Anubis, but yeah, it might be in the nuke there.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. That's not correct. I think we're looking at a nuke Mirage and then into an Anubis at the end. So we get at least a little bit. I think it's just the Veto from our last series that was on the graphic there.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, interesting ideas to be sure. I think nuke is definitely going to be one though that Imperial can lean into a little bit, even if it's not one that we haven't seen from them recently. That's just because they haven't played a whole lot of maps here recently, and it opens up a Mirage that's been a pretty big win for Bad News Chickens here in the past couple of weeks. They've gotten a lot of reps and a lot of good reps on it as well. So I think Bad News Chickens have done a good job of feeling comfortable on the vast majority of this map.
Yeah. I mean, playing out maps that they feel comfortable and confident on. I'll be interested to see, because I mean, I'll tell you what, Che is actually just a beast on nuke as an individual player. Like that used to be, even back in his Shark days, like one of their best maps because of how much impact Che can bring to the table. So this could show signs of kind of a new direction, because Imperial, as you highlighted, like recently not an incredible amount of like maps being played here in the last 3 months, right? But in the past, nuke wasn't necessarily like their primary target. It wasn't always what they would be willing to pick into. And for that being said, it kind of makes me excited that this is a direction that they're taking, trusting in one of their new individuals, saying, hey, this is a specialty map for you. You can make it work here. We're going to be able to pick into that for you, and you're going to be able to show your success. So that's definitely an exciting prospect here, in a direction that says, hey, we trust you. We're going to give you the resources to succeed on this team early on, which isn't oftentimes the case when it comes to a kind of rotating 5th spot on a team.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. You know, back and you continue moving back, right? Looking at into the more recent history that was last season, but isn't in the last 3 months. These guys have definitely been, interested in playing the nuke. They've been good at it. Both locally here in South America, but also willing to play it internationally. So like that level of getting those reps in, getting that experience. That's actually a big advantage, I think, against a team like Bad News Chickens that has a bunch of guys that haven't been able to break out into the international space very much in the past. It's going to be an uphill battle, I think, for this one. Definitely got to rely on Leo Monster though for some of that firepower. I feel like this is teed up to be the perfect space for Shay to farm. Like this feels like the perfect type of game where he could pop off.
Yeah, a little bit of a opportunity to warm up here with this Imperial roster, get used to the new squad. That being said, before we hop into the action here, as you guys can see, we're going through a short delay. So we should be back into the action. It won't be on Anubis, unfortunately. It will be on Nuke, though, fortunately for us. We'll get to see some of that action shortly after this break. Guys, stick with us. We'll be right back.
Little delay, but we are into this nuke. Imperial onto the T side, and Bad News Chickens will start themselves into a CT side run. And like I said, a lot of upside for Bad News Chickens. I think they come into this with pretty much no level of pressure. So see what they can do.
See what they're made of here. The early goings. Imperial fresh moves being made here. Setting themselves up for the future. Jay can be the future of this team. No way. Has been the present for quite some time. Vinny finding the injuries off the back of it here. Safe passage for a bomb plant. Jay just locking in those digits. This one looks to be very difficult to crack on through here. They got the Raid Boss dual Berettas. They just can't make their move on in. And they're gonna escape through CT. I think they're walking out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. The biggest issue to retake the A site is trying to get up through through heaven potentially, but it even gets more complicated when you have this amount of bodies. Like Imperial just have so many looks, so many weapons pointed at every location. So trying to break through becomes a near impossibility. And it's just those 2 kills to break through that are required. Simple enough. 3 FAMASes. Here we go. Getting a look at some of these changes. That's what'll happen. This is possible now. What is it, 19 hundo? That was the change. See what they can do with them.
See what they got here in order. The Mosses. They make happen. Got some serious firepower ready to go in heaven, but the walking slow crawl looks to be heading towards the ramp side. Double up rotation down towards lower as well. He's going and gathering a lot of information playing inside this smoke. There's no way he should be able to get on top of heaven, though. Spotted out, dealt with by the MP9. I think that's going to be the decision to head in towards lower, but there's, again, multiple defenders that have rotated down here from the very get-go.
Leo Monster investigating. He's got a back turn. And there's not a trade, not swiftly, and he escapes with his life too. So, Imperial, they have the B site, kinda. Short is still located on location, and on the extremities, on the outside of it, they still have numbers. No way to get this bomb down for the moment. They're gonna have to take their time. Short still not making the move. Finally, they swing, and it's a swing together. What a way to bring that back. The FAMASes are exactly what BNC needed. Imperial want back in. They are not done yet. Ray run it down into the ramp. First kill goes Desh's way, and he's going to drop utility in order to set Freck up for a little bit of success if Imperial wanted to drop on his head, but they don't go that direction. Instead, it's towards Hell. Desh overwhelmed. Though Descenti does get his one, it's looking unlikely that Imperial are going to transition this into too much of a victory.
Yeah, there's not much you can do here. Bad News Chickens immediately recover. That lost space in Hell. Timing's been hit. So, not a lot that Try can say about this one. I like his little face in the bottom right.
I didn't notice.
You see it? Just a little face.
Oh, I see. I gotcha. I was like talking about the camera. I'm like, I'm missing it. No, I'm with you. That's funny. Funny that it's been kept that way. Normally Normally, it doesn't matter what your like Steam name is; it'll be adjusted. A little bit of a surprise, maybe, but
That base has seen some things.
yeah, sure has.
It's been through it.
We'll see if he can maybe put that look onto the faces of B and C, but Leo Monster might be doing the opposite. Hello. Try will go down. Cinti will follow, and well, the walls are closing in. But with a Glock kill, pretty impressive to be honest. Wonder if it hurts Leo Monster to shoot through his foot like that.
Yeah, the crosshair isn't supposed to aim that far down. It's into unknown territory once you start looking that way. That news chicken's able to bring in a good defensive start at the moment. Leo Monster's still yet to fall even, despite such aggressive moves. See how the default holds together. So they've been throwing in some surprises early on. Look at this. Very fast play and no trade available. No way goes in. Turning the corner into mini. But short doubles down. They've got to rotate lower. Dash ready with the op. He nails the first. Repositions into safety. Of the vents. Doesn't last long though. Stray. Able to fight back here. Keep it in the realms of possibility. You need a lot more where that came from though.
That's a great read, though, looking for Short's position. Cinti is waiting for any investigation of the ramp side. Short doesn't move. Cinti has to make his. With Leo Monster dismissed from the round, maybe there's a chance Breck still on location. This time it's the Molotov, and hold on a moment. Might just be enough to give them a chance.
You got off the bomb right there, crucially. So, for now denied, and there's no safe place to plant on this lower side given the two positions. Very uncomfortable, very claustrophobic for Try. They make it possible. They fight all the way back there, but Bad News Chickens in the end to close it out. Finish what they started. Short very happy with that result right there, having a nice smile. He should be, because, I mean, starting off that round as well as he did means a lot to the team. Gets him going.
Yeah, that'll help out a big way. Lovely. From Short to start that, and Imperial looking a little bit lost when the first step of the game plan goes wrong. Hard to have a next step going around like this when you're working with such limited weaponry and utility. Looks go out, sort of fake towards the cross. Instead, it's a mini crunch. But unfortunately, the only one getting crunched to the T's.
So well prepared for that play. Back-to-back rounds, they try and collapse through mini. Back-to-back times, it seems like it's well handled. The only complications really for Bad News Chickens have been how they close out these rounds. Last time, a lot more complicated than you'd hope in the 5v3. Technically a 5v2. So keeping these rounds tidy for the defense is key. You know Vinny and Try it cooking up something. One walking down lower with the bomb. Vinny maybe looking to sell a bit of a fake or at least create a different avenue. Separation could be interesting. Correct. Spots out the player in the upper side though. Gets a rotate out, and that's what they're looking for. Just create a little uneasiness, some separation. Access for a bomb plant now for Try. The clutch is on. It's out unscathed. Still
now he
kicking on
knows.
100 HP.
Both CT's location confirmed, but Kraken scaled out. He didn't anticipate it. Just the one misstep was all that's required to change that from winnable to lost. Get out with both the AK and the AWP. Bad News Chickens. I mean, this is dream start for them. Lose the pistol. Rock up on a force sply. 3 FAMASs deep and win that out. They haven't stalled yet.
The only complication has been when they're in these big advantages. And then Imperial look like all of a sudden they're ready to start offering up some fight back. Off position towards the outer yard. Try giving a little bit of love. Make opening moves just like that.
You expect somebody in Africa, though.
Good point. Good position. Tossing in some utility around, though. All this information, like you said, is all contained. Can Short have another big multi-kill moment, or can he just keep this map control effectively? And he's just revealed himself, so now you know.
He's getting the support same way that Imperial are tossing the utility in. It is a little bit scary. Short misses the mark initially, but confirms 1 kill, so could have been worse. Could have certainly been better. But Imperial, they have the ramp space. Should be the winning move, but look at this. How is everybody down here? No way they anticipate 3. Leo Monster through the door and caught between 2 directions is Decenti.
They're playing fast and loose with their rotates, and they're getting rewarded for it in a big way. Shay walks into the angle. Leo Monster holds the line. Unable to finish the deal. That's going to be another victory. Instant timeout called for Imperial. But we came into it knowing there's a lot of complications with Bad News Chickens, but also they're playing with 0 pressure. They come into this matchup, they should be expected to be pretty heavy underdogs.
Massive dogs in this one, I would think.
So now you get to start off losing the pistol, winning 6 in a row, reading into every next move that your opposition is doing, constantly taking fights on your own terms, it feels like.
And of course, all of that, leading into the fact that this might be a team that isn't existing in this 5-man arrangement moving out of this event, but they have the backbone to fall back on the fact they are been practicing. They've been looking good. Win against Solid in the Swiss stage for a 3-1 into the playoffs. That's how they got here, Bad News Chickens. Doesn't get easier for Imperial. Hopeful spam. Actually, the hope falling on deaf ears, and it's actually Imperial that take the brunt of the damage.
There's a lot of commitment on that spam as well. Again, Short was positioned pretty early on in an aggressive stance towards the outer yard. Smoke balls come through late. Recycled smoke goes in towards the squeaky door constantly. Short set up off of flashes, gets away with a single kill, but only 1. Could create some complications, but they're moving quickly out towards this A side, but the mini player's just not in a position to coordinate their efforts. Once again, forced to pick up the pieces here. Scooping up the bomb, I think, is try, or at least trying to. I don't know where that's dropped, though, and he doesn't either.
Might have been searching for the gun, but I think Vicente was towards door. Oh my god. He hadn't found it, and he doesn't find anything but the wrong side of a gun barrel. Leo Monster is playing a great game at 10-2. ZA 10-3. Imperial might be about to get a very rude awakening. Because, I mean, how many rounds do you think they need, Imperial? To have a pretty solid chance of a comeback on the CT side. I think they need 3.
At least
They got
3, right?
And they got 3 more to try it.
Mission number 1 is getting down secret on Skate. They haven't even really tried that.
Dude,
That's a
he's
whole
playing-
other task when Leo Monster is in your spawn. They do punish. They punish the aggression after a short delay.
I mean, yeah, they do, but they've lost a lot. A lot of that setup, they have to think about, okay, what's been claimed, what's not, where could these CTs be? On BNC, they're not gone. This is a great coverage, though, from Shay. He gets dinked, but with short down, that uncomplicates matters to a certain extent. Dash and Zede still both committed to the upper bomb site. And ramp wide open. Oh my gosh, they're so low.
They're gonna just run out A, though, and Dash is already here. You shouldn't expect him here at all. There's flashes, there's a molly. Gonna force him. Maybe the op isn't the best tool for the job, as Shay will still be able to handle it.
That is a nasty jiggle from Shay.
Yeah, very careful.
I cannot believe that Leo Monster is up on T roof at like a minute 30, twice in the same map. I think that just goes to show how confident he's feeling, and he gets away with it too, as in he gets the kill, traded eventually, sure, but that is some sword victories to have in the early stages of a round. Bad News Chickens have finally stalled, at least for 1 round. Can't transition those wins in the early round into victories in the late round, and the 3-on-3 unsuccessful. Money's good though, and they'll keep it flowing. So as soon as they get into another position, we'll see how that one goes. News Chickens with a perfect setup to this nuke.
See if they could walk away. I mean, best case scenario is they manage to scrape by with 5 rounds. It's obviously kind of a dream that they're living in, considering how the CT side's set up. But as I highlighted, this is one of the biggest concerns for me so far. We've yet to see them crawl through secret. They're finally doing it without getting spotted, without taking any contact, without getting spammed. That is a huge accomplishment. Now, you would imagine for the CT side, next step is to maybe re-aggressing towards lobby, but that's the job of No Way now to punish.
Sure, anticipating this. He's down here already. Very passive, though. Freck is quite deep. 45 seconds. Starts to speed up. Freck going to get into an even better position, elevated onto the rafters. As Vinny re-clears. Good for the one onto Leo Monster. Find a way to stall that guy out, and it's a lot easier to win a round.
Still aggressing in towards this lower side, and Shay turns the corner with conviction. There's still a player, though. Short, uncleared, and opens up the vent, or rather, single door. It's rewarded for it. CCT. This late lurk, though, through lobby. 10 seconds left. You've got to figure out a way to punch in those digits. You should be able to do so safely. Bomb planted. And that's going to queue up the save for the remainder. So the only real scare there being that late play from Short, who early rotates down lower, but that's exactly what Imperial are hoping to get away with right there. Get down in towards that lower side, and be able to fight forward without losing any members.
You find the danger of not reacting to Imperial getting down secret, or I should say, not reaggressing anywhere. That's what Bad News Chickens fall into. They have good individuals, like good positioning on individuals in the right locations often, with Freck, with Short, but they let Imperial just take all of the initiative and ultimately just run into an issue of bodies. Able to set themselves up for success, Imperial. Best round, no doubt, they've had all half long. Chance to make this 5 a possibility to break the economy of Imperial, or of BNC.
Yeah, that'd be a huge turnaround. I mean, that finally feels like a round that they take fights on their own terms for the first time in this entire map, other than maybe the pistol. I think that's why it looks so much better for this Imperial roster. Now they can turn around a very confident half. Correct. But you need a Molotov. Provide and buy him a little bit of time. I believe that time's going to buy Short to get rotated over here. He's going to be in J-Hole at the very least. And a great smoke into a multi-kill. That's a bomb on the other end of that smoke as well. And they have no lobby control. Leo Monsters aggress forward, so that's even feeling more suffocating. He's eating that flashbang. And Shay left scratching his head. He looks to recover lobby. Only a single kill here. Should be blasted pretty quickly. Oh no. Fights for the op. Oh no! Into a little 1v5 action. Round gets thrown up in the air. He fakes it down the vents.
Nobody here to hear that fake.
Yeah. They're moving. They've left the bomb at the very least. They've given over control of the bomb for some reason.
This is puzzling.
You can scoop it up and just run down lower without meeting any resistance. Now, I'd imagine they're going to get into a position here around the vents where that can change quickly. And yeah, they've separated. One goes down lower, one goes upward. He's got to pretty much hit the jets straight up the ladder. This should be heard. And the cutoff is made. So Freck going to keep that one in a winnable position. Che almost makes it. Cost him, though.
That would have been a classic Shay clutch up, to be honest with you. Proven that nothing is unlosable in a 1v5, but ultimately it is the timing on the utility. Freck sets up with the Molotov. It delays just enough for Short to get onto location. Smoke to cut them off, separate them, and Freck with a double easy peasy as they come out of the ramp smoke. All that. See if Imperial can now find 4th round. They're going to be doing it with CCT just already on the sidelines.
Very quick pick there from Leo Monster into a very snappy rotate down the fence. Jay trying to work some magic, running in a quick kill. Does manage to do so, working around these smokes so effectively. He takes care of many and then now is looking to collapse. They've dropped off of Heaven. This just means that it opens up some serious routes for Che to go in towards Heaven, for them to split in towards A. They've got to regain lobby control. They got to do it now, essentially.
With that move already made, Zene gets there, turns quickly enough. Vinny will ensure that it's only the one. That bomb being dropped, though, is devastating. Be able to recollect it. Oh, the patience. It's good for another. Leo Monster working the timing. Vinny gets the bomb down before he goes down. Shay from Heaven should be the cutoff they need, but Leo Monster's making this plausible. The move back in and around. Leo Monster just holding for 10 whole seconds. Eventually, surely try his swinging.
No. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's just hiding. 10-second stick, and you can see Leo Monster laughing all the way to the bank. No, he just got away with the robbery right there. What a half for Bad News Chickens. They got to be incredibly proud with the effort that they put up. Making that half look like a breeze. And then being able to steal with a little bit of clutch factor, just one extra round towards the tail end.
And it's not even about the numbers there for that round. It's the way in which it happens. It's just the setting. This is what they can do, knowing that I'll just stick this. If he swings me, he wins. That's a devastating mental blow, too, to Imperial. Well, they picked this map. CT side's gonna have to be brilliant.
They're trying to fight here for lobby control. Decent T. Able to rip that back, but they do lose ramp in the meantime. Zeddy. Correct. Still picking. Opening up that double door to provide some safety in the bomb plant. They do punch in those digits. Re-aggression carries forward. Double up in towards single door. And a double into double for the T's. There's a quick headshot from Zeddy. So he holds the line confidently, not straying away from fights. His teammate's low, and that's a help from Try. A team kill there. As he lines up with the opposition. Looking to close out on him. Zeddy still playing confidently, still kicking. He's so elusive. He's dodging these fights so effectively. There's no kit. There's no time. He's won it by that. Oh my god, they get it away with it again. Zeddy has done just enough.
I mean, it's really starting to feel like Bad News Chicken's taking advantage of what we talked about. The fact that there's just no pressure on their shoulders. It smiles for everybody. They're getting away with things that they should never be allowed to. And they know it. They know that it's got to be adding up. That tilt factor becoming stronger and stronger. And nothing goes wrong for Bad News Chickens. But hey, Imperial saw ENC work these FAMASas, and they're thinking maybe they can do the same.
The FAMASas work both ways here. Very loud here, but unnoticed. Decenty will be able to step up for a kill. Cuts off the control of Secret. That's crucial. Vinny doesn't stray away from the fight here out in no man's land, but it's all coming up for the FAMASas. Leo's fallen victim. They have an idea where a couple of these individuals are, but still going to play this round out very slowly.
Jay, honestly, just needed to not even make the move on the ramp side. That's what they're looking for. What Freck is trying to spot out. Great pre-aim out of Zeddy. Oh my goodness, he's so ready.
I just want a little bit of information. That's going to queue up Che to aggress. Highly likely. Open A bomb site. Zeddy is fully confident in this. In fact, this is clear. And now Freck is in a position of power. Yeah, Che cannot make the case to run through lobby. He's going to have to make a long rotate through heaven. Decent deep. Scaling through the side of things. Gets spotted. Okay, that's going to help. What a quick headshot. Puts the clutch again into Zeddy's hands. Back-to-back rounds. He's going to have to do it again. There's no kit. Still, 10-second defuse. He tries to play off that back of that information. And I think enough time already bought off the clock. There, he's going to use that timer to his advantage once again. Chase spins for the kill, but isn't rewarded with the round win. At this point, that is all that they're gunning for, is round wins.
Yeah, everybody going down is so irrelevant to Bad News Chickens and what they care about, man. So they're thinking, yeah, take the gun, have it. We do not care. (17-7) for Leo Monster. That was a 5v4. It turned into a 5-on-3. Brought back as well. BNC. Not a lot of wins here for Bad News Chickens on Nuke, but they've had a lot of reps. They've gotten some of those chances to start to iron things out. And these are going to be a continuation of Imperial in the Force Spy. I mean, they don't have a lot of options. What else do you do?
Smoke's being tossed out. And just hoping to get those rotates rolling. They've already sold 2 players down in towards this lower side. No way in Tribe made the early rotation. And Vinny trying to play sneaky alongside the smoke. It's caught by Dash. Denied any information. And in a 4v5 where you already have a pretty hefty stacking towards that lower side, every last bit of your resources matters all the more. I don't think it's going to be at all lower facing long term. I think they're kind of falling back towards lobby.
Good move, though, that Imperial have just made, doubling up on the ramp side. They're just going to re-clear together. I know that they've lost so much space. Timing not favorable for short. And, ooh, 1-for-1. Shay will reclaim onto that AK. Zeddy, he's got the bomb. Hold on. And it's just been spotted. They got to be careful. Zeddy falls. Now Trike can come up through the vent. And he turns on a dime. The 180 is so good. As Dash burns Shay alive. Try survives.
All Try needed to do, live. Teammate burnt him to a crisp. Was able to finish off the spray before he was burnt to a crisp, rather. And Imperial, as I highlighted, just needed round wins. Especially the costly nature of the round wins in which Bad News Chickens have closed out. 0 players surviving on this T side so far. They're gonna have to force by here.
Leo Monster's got a deagle, and he's feeling good with it. For Spy. Not a lot to it, but the vibe I'm getting from Bad News Chickens is see what we can do out in yard. See who wants to test us.
One HP for Leo. DCT pokes his head up. It's just such a telegraph move at this point. DCT's been doing that so often. Just try. Takes these duels confidently towards that outer yard, which is A1S. I'm missing a beat. Neither is the rest of the squad. Well, a couple players have successfully crossed down. There's no space given here. Imperial should be able to create the conversation for a bit of a comeback effort.
There it is. And he will provide the confirmation. Round out of Imperial that was expected. But against the Force Spy, we've already seen what BNC have to offer, so not as confirmed as immediate as maybe it would be otherwise. It's finally an eco. Might be the first actual eco that Bad News Chickens have had the map. I think everything else was a force or half by at least.
This would be a relief here. Right back to a similar setup as last round. Imperial should be able to coast through this one a little bit more comfortably. Yeah, no concerns, no caution. Shut it down. Imperial move on up. Got 6 locked in before the guns come back out. We'll see if there's any sort of switch up to the tendencies here of this team so far.
Big point to make as well for Imperial is that they have ensured nobody goes down in those 2 rounds. Really limiting the amount of economic damage means that even if BNC win a round, Imperial, not pressured from the economy, be able to full dive right back into it. Oh, it's so fast from short. It's so quick. Nobody knows. Nobody's seen. Nobody's heard. And now they're all gone. A blink of an eye, and Imperial disappear from yard.
That's exactly what they needed right there. No, wait. Nice attempt. We'll be able to throw in a wrench into the system. They're already down lower. The job is going to be placed onto the new guy in the blocks apartment here. Rotating through the ramp side. Entrenched himself into this bomb site. He is committed on this rotate. He doesn't have any close by help here. The blowing open of the windows and it spins for a second. That's big. Puts this one much more up into the possibility here, and Short has to duck out. Has to wait. Can't quite plant the bomb just yet. Already buying time here for a very long rotation from CCT in towards the double doors. And they know that Bad News Chickens now have to make the next move. Fakes it. And opens up an opportunity for CCT to peek here. Short avoids the HE. Now he can plant. There's no resistance here. No way. A little too far removed. He's got a long range spray with that MP9. He's closing the distance though quickly. And Short doesn't anticipate it right there. No way there to save the day. But the real impact definitely comes down to Che with a multi-kill. Managing to make magic out of such an awkward position.
Short a little frustrated. He needed an ace there to close that one out, but 100% Shea being able to be head on a swivel, not moving, standing his ground for that double is absolutely superb. Where do DNC go from here? So as long as Imperial can fend off that 12th round, DNC's still a little too far from grasps of victory. Finally starting to feel a little momentum on the Imperial side as well. Beat it up. Zete the Soul Rifle out in front. Unfortunately, that is front-facing attack that gets his one, only for the rest of the team to get absolutely swept aside.
Blowing past that round here. Quick motion towards 8 now. Imperial taking it round by round, one round at a time, are making this comeback not only plausible, but likely. Side Molly's picked up. We highlighted that. It's always nice to have. A little luxury. Sign of the times. Time's going well. Love a pace change. You would love to see a little bit more quickness out of these gun rounds. Upper pop deck. you have queued up, because they've really been relying on these slow crawls down and towards lower. But Imperial have the rotations ready to go at all times, it feels like. That's always something that they have well covered.
Yeah, last round, Bad News Chicken's kind of thinking the same thing, but the speed with which that comes through is the crux of the deal. They're hoping to catch them off guard, and they don't. It is going to be another one of these slow crawls, as you had talked about. We've seen it so many times. Shay, ever active. Oh, and he knew. He had a... Somehow, some way, he knew about Z8. Doesn't know about Freck. Fortunately, Short is caught in transition over towards Mini. Vinny and Try down into position. It's Desh on a solo mission.
Blasted by the op right there. Tried their luck playing these rounds slow. Leveled out by some good positioning. Constantly being able to reclear there. You can see Che, as I highlighted, he's so familiar, so comfortable in coverage on this map. And 9 rounds now for Imperial as they bolster up their CT side.
No longer a conversation about Imperial out of this map. It's honestly, if Bad News Chickens can survive and find
Ooh, that's
a
huge.
way back in. Yeah, they got everybody down. Nobody even takes damage. It's only the drops. A little bit of damage taken. Freck gonna scale. Shay seeing and hearing exactly where that's located. These are huge frags for both him and Vinny.
Yeah, not taking any damage on those kills either. They provide a lot more comfort. On planted for single door. Lurk dealt with. They're gonna have a tough time getting involved here, but he does do a lot of damage. This one feels like it has Imperial written all over it. Despite a good game plan down the vents. And the post, tough to operate. Imperial on double digits now, just 1 round away from tying things up.
Oh my goodness, the amount of almost comebacks that we've seen today. And then actual comebacks in the form of Otic on Anubis, but looking like this might be a reality that Bad News Chickens are maybe not poised to deal with. Leo Monster, incredible in the first half. I think very quiet here in the second. Zeta a little bit better off in the second half, but not by much. Seems like all of the individuals that they could lean on for the multi-kills back 12 rounds ago are now struggling.
Matters a lot. Blowing open the smoke gives Decenty enough vision to nail that opener. The confidence is certainly swung in the way of Imperial in a big way. Risky moves panning out like that are so... They're just going to continue your confidence. You're going to be playing so much more developed. Down lower once again, though. Neo Monster able to cross successfully.
What is this worth, though? He's got Shay on the other side, and now he's giving away that position with the utility. Scaling forward. This is, though, going to put Imperial on notice. The rest of the squad, or at least the majority of them, join forces. Zeta, the only one on the upper side of the map. Ready to late lurk through ramp. Once again, it all falls to Shay. Once again, he's here to play.
He's a safe
Double
pair of
kill.
hands, man. As they said, he's such a specialist on this map. I think he had a tough time proving it in that first half. He's still playing decent, but here you can see those big impact moments. This round's gonna fizzle out. Save called from Zeddy and Dash. A little exit damage on the way out, but no concern for the CTC side, who's rich for the remainder of this game. In regulation, at least. But not even interested in losing either. While we're at it.
This is a great example for Imperial, how to make the comeback, take it one round at a time. They never looked flustered. They never looked like they were concerned. And there's the nade to open up the smoke. Gives Try an easy shot on Leo Monster, who's still struggling after the dominant first half. 5-on-5, it was hard. How about 4-on-5?
Three on 4. Molly, respected. Not fighting forward inside of the flames, but instead falling back and allowing for DCT to get away with essentially a successful lower hold. They're gonna get that much more active here, looking for a way to group up and attack the weakened up bomb site. But they know this here. Great angle from No Way. Lobby controls that next step in the flow chart. Now you get the hold A from very awkward angle here. Short seems to be weary of this. Steps in. Contact game being played. Shay will step up perfectly, and there's no need to peek the op. They don't give him any chances. Missed shot. He's getting wrapped up. 10 seconds left. Try and survive, and he will be blasted out of this round. Imperial are going to be the team first to take map point here, believe it or not.
Yeah, down so big in the first half. And yet they're the ones to find map. On the line. 9-3 is where we started this half. And Bad News Chickens win the first 2 of them. And they hadn't won a single one since. I guess Dash, a little bit fortunate he doesn't die a little later. He would have had no money. At the very least, gonna have a rifle, Galil to be specific. Fast towards yard. That's the play out of B and C. Where the chickens go from here. They get 3 on the cross. It's Try, who's looking in defense, I believe. And he's got the support of Shay once again. The fact that News Chickens even want to go down to B, considering Shay and how good he's been, is insanity.
Well, there you have Dash and Freck. Go to crack things open. Try looking to save this one from the brink. Big pickup. Now identifies where that bomb is planted. Here's those ticks ticking away long range. I have to wait a long time for his teammate to get involved here. His campaign quickly put the rest, so now on the shoulders of Try, who steps out. Short eventually peeks out confidently, and a little relief right there. Short smiling like it was never a concern. So we go into overtime here. Comeback is complete, but it's not finished off.
Yeah, felt like they might be able to close it right then and there, but no, Freck with a massive multi-kill. Steps them right back into the conversation. Here is that one. It gets complicated, but all good. He gets it done. We'll say the whole comeback, in fact, going down, Imperial looked unperturbed. They, visually didn't seem like they were in too big of a rut to get out of. Bad News Chickens not letting it get to them either. I'll tell you what, with a 9-3 lead, 11-3 after the half, when your opponent gets to 12 first, it can sometimes feel like you've already lost. Okay.
That is
Absurd.
unbelievable. What a jump right there. Leo Monster dancing with the duel and comes out on top like that.
Oh, spotted. Leo Monster knows. Shay? Or, excuse me, Decenti. Shay already floored. Rock about to catch Vinny. Bad News Chickens. Couple kills away from the first round of overtime in their pocket. Try and No Way. Look to bring this back. No Way, a non-factor. I hope Try will just be looking to get out. Yeah, he's made the route very clear.
Get run down. No safety in this situation. It's hunted out of the server. I'm just gonna continue the fight. For Bad News Chickens, I mean, as you said, they didn't look disturbed at all after the entrance into overtime. In fact, it just looked like relief that they're here and that they still get a chance to make good on the lead that they fought for.
All they got to do is transition that into a couple more victories. Seems simple, right? Well, not really. Shay been heated up for a while now. The rest of the team are right behind. Bad News Chickens, though, it's been all about their crawl like you've been talking about into secret. This time it's just a flood. Oh, and they don't check. They don't give that respect. Shay gets away with his single as they scale forward. Decenti on to the bomb site proper. Can't find short. What this means is that Bad News Chickens, they might have a disadvantage, but they have the bomb site.
If that's the case here, if you can set yourself up in good post plants, you can turn a disadvantageous situation into something very favorable. Flashbang goes in. No Way spots out. The op takes a shot. Dash unable to connect and steps into tries instead. Time is ticking. Gotta provide some coverage here. And that defuse successful. Just sticking it right in the face of Short and then sending a bullet his way as well while they're at it. Much needed conversion coming through right there.
It's super important to be able to convert those 3VXs, especially when there's an advantage. But able to do so perfectly. Imperial.
A nice shot from Vinny out of the gates there. Very quickly dealing with the pressure, but now a little bit of a pace change. Speeding up towards that A side. It doesn't go incredibly well, but Dash keeps it possible. Picks up the AK transfers. Now a melee towards heaven forces him to flush out into the open, but it forces him into a fight that he's not prepared for. So in that collapse, T side, CT side going to come out successful. Build a little bit more energy into this half. Good look rolling on out here for this squad. Eating some more confidence, looking to build up some momentum. A better way than doing it just did. Some difficult, hard-fought 4 rounds, but coming out on top here. Keep that effort up. This second half of play.
Having an advantage into it, though, as well, puts all the pressure on the Bad News Chickens. They're the ones that don't have anything to work with. Don't have that extra little rope. And Imperial just searching for Bad News Chickens to make the opening move. No opening gambit men made. We'll see the cross smokes tossed in. So Imperial will start to scale their way elsewhere. Catch the old monster, and oh, it is easy enough. That Molotov is a little late, and it doesn't allow them to scale forward. Short gets his on yard from the back of the site. Freck with a big task up ahead, and oh, that's it. Able to deliver. So low HP is Descenti as well, and tries HP is a little bit higher, but neither of those matter. With Freck in position.
What a lifeline right there from Freck. Comes out clutch. Steps up to the plate here, and it's just another player. A Bad News Chicken who just looks stone cold. In the clutch opportunities. Imperial call a timeout. They're one of overtime.
Tell you what, though, Freck has been insane in those high pressure moments. A little bit on the, you know, less crazy side throughout some of the regulation moments, but anytime he's been deep into those rounds, he's been there. Remembering a big triple kill specifically. And obviously quad kill to hold off the A attack.
Pressure's on this guy, turns into diamond, it seems. One that they can lean on.
That's about to walk it in on ramp side. Rather stand tall in this massive angle. He's got his first escape made. And they don't chase after. It's a costly area of the map to take. Zede filled in. And it's a big surprise for both Descenti and Shea. Short around the corner, and the bomb dropped as well. It is an Imperial that 5 and 15, whose Chicken's likely to pick that one up first.
They capped this round off here. It doesn't look like they're showing any interest in any more concern, although time pressure. They'll give Try a little hunt and for his money. And that he won't look too concerned in. Close out this round. Either way, fighting through that adversity, and now one chance for Bad News Chickens. For the second team to collapse in on a map point, rather.
What a relief it would be if Bad News Chickens can close right here. Emotional roller coaster that's been this series. Already in map 1. Level up towards upper bomb site for the moment. Imperial getting into position. Throw an upper hit. If they want to do that, they're going to have to wait on this smoke.
Setting themselves up. Like they're ready to spring into action. Any given moment. Ability initially, no way finds the entry, but I'm fully blinded up. Multiple players getting involved in the function. And it is desperation station now for Imperial. You need to call upon a hero, Vinny, to provide that coverage. There's just too much resistance, way too much. And they bargained for. Try does land a difficult shot. And an op 1v1. Try and cap this off. He takes it. He's off it. He goes for the swing and he turns the corner with conviction. Try will keep the hopes alive here on Nuke.
And one of the first times that Imperial have really been able to bring up, the clutch conversation. Often it's been Bad News Chickens in the rounds they're winning. They're winning dominantly. It's a big hold along those lines. Finally, the clutch option available, and Try puts it in to gear. Where do Bad News Chickens go from here? Another overtime. Does feel like the longer that this game goes on, the bigger advantage Imperial should have, in my mind.
Absolutely.
But, Bad News Chickens finding a breath of life at the last moment, to be honest, into overtime. Kind of in awe of the fact that they found that second win.
I went too. That was, the one factor I give them credit for here is they headed into overtime despite being in such a position of power, smiling. Even though, again, they in the back of their minds know that they're the team that kind of choked this matchup. To their credit, it just never feels like they've lost hope here.
And for a team that was seemingly all momentum based at the beginning, smiles across the faces of everybody, getting away with things that just should not have been possible. Absurd moves, shout back to Leo Monster being like up on T roof at the very beginning of rounds, like actually just stuff you see out of like a matchmaking game. Those kind of moves where they're laughing and kidding about it, a lot of times those vibes leave so fast when things start to go wrong. And Bad News Chicken's proven that they can hold off and weather that storm.
Got the vibes, and those vibes Don't just leave when the going gets tough. Important for the team here and their mental state. They start off with an opening advantage here in OT.
And his chickens have a ton of control, but they are certainly reacting accordingly. Down to Vent, we've got 2 players on the lower bomb site. And some semblance of yard control with Desh still handling anything too far forward. Into Hell. Imperial, though. Something they struggled with on their first T-half is actually getting down into these locations. Complete the round, and that is one way to do it. Both the rotators full.
They're ready to jump on into the action here. Need a trade, though. Freck. Another big moment for him to show up. But that's one. Call a task here. A chance here in the post plant. Nice headshot from Zeddy. Transfer his aim northbound. Not as impressive of a flash, but hey. No big deal. Still a chance. Especially with No Way kind of backed into a corner. Not given the patient just yet on any fights. But he gets pre-fired. Just hoping he could hold down the line. Another cut off of the op, but it's not planted for him. Got a
He's
molly.
got the molly.
Oh, it's a molly. That'll do it. That'll do it. Forces Eddie to dance. Try knows he has the round in the palm of his hands. He steps back on top of the bomb. Running forward. Plenty of time to take care of the diffuser.
Try just playing for stats a little bit at the end, too. Ensuring that he can grab the exit. And we'll get it. Another overtime started, and Imperial back in business. Once again, Bad News Chicken showing off the depth, though, that they have. That round never lost despite the disadvantage going into the retake. Incredible work from Zeddy. Get him into position. Ooh, it's fast. It's quick. Oh, somehow Vinny gets away with it. And he might get another one. He doesn't know that there's still somebody in Africa. Leo Monster spotting the bomb, holding the trigger discipline at the moment, looking for more. But he only gets the single. But he's still deep in enemy territory. But it's not so simple for those enemies to close in upon his position, to take him out, to remove him. The Leo Monster starts to scale back towards the CT side, and he thinks he's got some safety, but safety is elusive.
Nothing safe, nothing. Lead up the vents they go. Backs turned. Zeddy pushed and pulled every which way, but Decent T at least will be able to cover that much. Headshot angle up in the heavens. He catches one off guard. Jumps down. It's going to be a forward-facing fight. And they got to deal with their problems head on. They're trusting each other, though. As Decent T has his teammates back. Such quick communication gets the job done.
And it's in those moments that, you know, it's the reason that we both agree Imperial having advantages as this game gets deeper. They have the, you know, the experience. They've, you know, even with the change of Shea, he's a guy that slots in pretty easily, I would assume, with his experience. And you know, these 4 guys of Imperial, they've been out, you know, on the land circuit the entirety of last season, entirety of last year, making the major. That's just a level of comfort and presumably communication that comes with that Bad News Chickens just didn't have the opportunity to find.
That sort of quick communication and coordination, not easy to master here as a team, but at this point, you kind of expect it. out of this Imperial squad. Gets him the first 2 rounds of the second OT.
Oh, that's devastating. Short, who has been very good in these positions, gets a dink off. So much damage, but Shea survives. Approaching his 30th kill in second OT. So he gets to cross. He's got a teammate to help. Down to Vince. One would presume Zede surviving for quite a while. On at range, Leo Monster gets into position. The drop down the vent. Leo Monster the equalizer. Dash has got more to prove. From the door they swing, and from the door they fall. One by one. Hold on. Cinti out of time as he burns one alive.
I was right there with you. Started to believe just before the reality comes crashing down. As well around here. At least one around here for the bad news chickens. See what else they can make of this. Back in. Vinny. Wow, that'll help. 2 kills straight through the smoke. That'll just about do right there.
Yeah, and a little bit of a chaotic play. Freck trying to take advantage of the difficulties over in yard. Thinks he can sneak down vent, and DeCinti says, yeah, right. You're seeing both squads take a map point or 2. Looking like Imperial gonna have 2 more. Short has a 1v5 cooked up, but it ends quickly, really before it gets started. There it is. 18th round for Imperial. Ooh, Dash gets the vision and Try loses out. Imperial start this one down by 1. Back already happened though. Bad News Chickens struggle to find their way across. Vinny might continue forward. Oh, they are kissing inside the smoke, and the back is turned for Vinny. Where did they go? The A approach or Imperial, who are slowly re-clearing towards B. Going to be in the perfect position to handle this. Bomb side it is. No way, it might be in the perfect location to be the thorn in their side.
heavens, but oh, Jay. There's a dive up. Misses out on a kill there now. Break is known. Only goes in towards heaven. You're gonna look to make it out of hut here. That's a great flashbang, and again, there's no heaven to worry about, no coverage to come through. How do you make it up the fence though with an op watching you? He's figured out a way. They're looking to double swing the op. They find him, and this could be doing it. HE could seal the deal. Decent D touches down. No way diffuses, and after a couple overtimes, Imperial escape nuke with the victory right there.
Yeah, smiles to end that one. The pick into nuke. It should have been the easy one for Imperial. You know, on paper, might be a little bit newer to this map with this iteration, but you know, it's been a comfort for them in the past. Not so easy. They find up against Bad News Chickens, man. It takes Shay and DeCinti both dropping 30 here at the end in double OT to get her done. But hey, a victory is a victory, right? Like, does this change things for them moving forward?
It doesn't really change the way that I kind of view them. I came into this one knowing that Bad News Chickens was a sneaky good team that could do damage, that could capitalize on the fact that we are dealing with an Imperial that is pretty fresh-faced, and yeah, they're going to come with growing pains. I said this was like a specialty map for Che. He should be able to come in and succeed. He drops 30, so that's a really positive sign. I mean, a couple OTs, sure, but still a 30 bomb. And he showed a lot of really big, you know, massive multi-kill moments where you can tell he's going to be good on this team, and he's going to be good on that map again. Now, the fact that they close it out, I think, is the key detail, right? Because they did have multiple OTs. They required it, but you know, if you remember, it started off 3-9, and it started off looking like this was going to be a team that showed us nothing on this map. So I think that's the bigger deal. They go into that second half, they lose pistol, and they still come back all the way into a fashion in which they probably should have closed it out in regulation, but they didn't. They took it into overtime, and then they closed it out. So I think that's what matters most at the end of the day for this Imperial roster.
Yeah, the close definitely important, and especially when you're talking about, you know, as much as the vibes were high the whole time, it seemed, from Bad News Chickens, ultimately a loss after the half they had, after the comeback, then pushing back and then into overtime, that's got to start to wear on the mental a little bit. So as you look into Mirage, I think Bad News Chicken's going to need a reset, but we are in the same boat as they are. We're going to have about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back in to get Mirage started, so we'll see you in a few. Well, Bad News Chickens show that they are certainly a team that can threaten. But unfortunately, if you don't make good on your promises, those threats fall on deaf ears. Is that the case here? Is this a team that has a big mouth but can't quite deliver?
I mean, I think what they showed on Nuke was that they surely can get into the right position. They can set themselves up for success. They fought so hard. They didn't run out of steam even in when it went into OT, and it felt like it was still going to be Imperials all the way through. They took it into a second overtime. And maybe they are just a little bit more bark than they are bite, but they showed us so much in that last map to make me think otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they showed up in a way, and I think the only like big criticism that you can level at them, maybe there's two, right? I think the drop off there in the second half was pretty immense from, you know, guys like Short, guys like Leo Monster, who were unstoppable in the first half, really struggled in the second. I think that's a valid criticism. And then, you know, the fact that they were there 11-3 and they couldn't find 2 rounds to like close it or even get to map point before Imperial did. I think those are the two things you can kind of look at, but the fact that they stuck it out, that they stayed in it the whole time, is something that very few other teams, I think, could get away with.
I made them work hard for it all the way through this. You do hop into Mirage, which you picked into it, yes. That's a good sign. But then you are playing Imperial, and that's a bad sign about it. Level of opponents. It's a difficult one for any team to take on. And CCT shows exactly why there with a quick headshot. Pixels shown. Pixels taken away. Do scale successfully up connector.
Tripled up in CT as well, or Imperial. Not a lot to work with, but Dash locking in here. But it's a lot of HP to chew through, and it's not enough. Shay breaks that open. Short. Oh my gosh, so aggressive. It's Vinny who hits a double. One taps onto the next as it's all up to Z8. The body blocking being shown to Sente now is Swift with the headshot. We'll get the defuse going. Imperial. As I was mentioning throughout the entirety of last map, they never looked like they were frustrated. It always looked like there was going to be a chance for the comeback the whole way through, and it's that poise that Imperial bring to this pistol round.
Never out of a round until things are fully capped off. Been a challenge here so far for Bad News Chickens in that round, a full example of it. DC was super vocal at the end. You just saw him. You went on a full rampage after the map was over. And he hears the pressure. Does get himself in a position in time here. Does lose out though eventually. Good exchange as the dust settles. Somewhat positive for Imperial, but workable for Bad News Chickens as well.
Yeah, I mean, a little less so for Bad News Chickens, considering the HP there that Short walks away with, but... Hold on a second. No ways. This is really deep. I don't know about that decision from No Way. And they're about to get 2 players walking into them. This is Imperial so very separated. What the hell has happened this round to leave Try, who trades out a couple of teammates in mid, and was the connector player? They lose mid, and the connector player's left alone.
Wishing they could go back to simpler times here, that's for sure. This one to go as complicated as it is at the moment, but he's in a position. Oh, he almost turns his mouse away, but he hears the second as well. AG gonna chunk off some damage, but Dash holds the line. Holds steady, keeps it in winning ways.
Where'd that HE go, man? Just got eaten into the void. Dash was like sitting on top of it.
Dash doesn't believe in HEs.
5 damage. Is that what it is? Is that simple?
That's how it works, yeah.
I'm just like, Yeah, no, actually, I'm just not into that, and suddenly they don't do damage.
That's not Dash's thing.
Okay. I'll have to give it a try. That's insane. Couldn't have been in a much better spot.
Who doesn't like grenades, right? Yeah, Dash just says no. No, thank you.
Not into it. I think if he was into it, that might have been a win for Imperial. Well, they'll still force buy into this. They aren't done. Trying to keep up the pressure. Hello. Bit of a spot. No way. Up close. And the 5-7's a deadly threat in this location. Unfortunately, though, try is going to fall. And so that B site presence is a little bit lesser. All up to Shay, who's still working the pistol. The B and C just walk away. Was that reclaimed rifle doing a big work? And they're just going to go back to B. Timing for No Way as he gets out. Peekaboo.
Okay. Real nuisance with this 5-7. Playing so elusive. Under the crosshairs. Continues to sneak away. The rest of the defense collapses in on the scene as well. With a big takeaway of a round.
It's a bait setup on Catwalk that B and C just kind of walk into. Off angle, and you've got the 5-7 inside of ladder room as well. No Way's recovery of that rifle lets him re-clear mid with ease. And so the move back to B is sort of required out of Bad News Chickens when they lose their mid presence. It's Bad News Chickens' turn to go single rifle. A little shooting gallery. Pretty strong in underpass. That was the bomb spotted, maybe? Didn't see who had it, but I mean, it doesn't matter now. Just MD is on the right position. And the bomb now dropped in enemy hands. Though in home territory for Bad News Chickens.
Oh. Good coverage right there. First teammates back. Wreck. Backed into this one. Facing some challenges here. I'd like to go down here though at the end. He's looking for some damage on his way out. Taken care of. Put it out of this round. Imperial, I think, gotta put it into the force by wars with that victory.
Yeah, it'd be really questionable to try and go back in for more. Your Bad News Chickens. Would be a good time, but
It'd be fun.
as I said, you know, I'm a big value kind of guy. That's not good
What's
value.
not valuable about some Tech 9s?
The Tech 9s
A little bit of
themselves,
armor.
pretty valuable.
Flashes.
The money
while
you
we're
got
at it.
next round, not valuable.
Fair.
Unless you win, I mean. But
True.
then we're playing a real dangerous game.
All bets are off. Twilight Zone.
Things get turned upside down. Ooh, nice spray. Not so nice on the Deagle, but it's all good. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, no way. Baited.
Dude, nade bounce just so devastatingly close.
This doesn't mess with nades.
That's true.
I told you this.
Yeah. Seems like he's got like a force field or something, which I do want to know how you get. Where's that upgrade in the tree?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would. That's why I'm asking.
That's what I just said.
You know? I want to know.
Please tell me.
You hiding it?
Yeah? Gatekept. Can't
Bang.
let this information fly.
Unfortunate. Maybe one time I'll be worthy. Not for this. Not for this map, I guess. Worthy of mid-control, maybe, or Bad News Chickens. They're going to get there. Not in totality, but at least allowing for short to scale out top boxes. We've got Leo Monster located underpass as well. Wow. I had the angle, he had the look, and still Leo Monster survives with a leg shot and gets the dink off. Unfortunately for him, Vinny standing right next to him. And the bomb's dropped. That's no bueno.
With this boost for a very early iteration of the round as well. Finally rewarded after such a long last. He opens up some opportunities though. Makes it happen. Cracks open his A side here. Already in a rotation is Decenty. And levels Zeddy out. Fake on the bomb. Fracking another clutch. Decenty though taking this timing to scale. Oh, and he's sneaky. He's sneaky about it. Freck, is he ever going to realize he does? Great reposition. But Decenty knows, still Freck able to lock it in. What a great clutch coming through.
I mean,
on the side of Freck.
I've been saying it pretty much this whole series that Freck is absolutely killing it on these impact moments. Into the clutch that time. It was the CT side holds that we talked about him the most for. With Bad News Chickens on Nuke, but a massive 1v1. Where Decenty didn't put a step wrong. Bro had every timing perfect. Hit the instant headshot onto the CT player, and he had the right move too. Just a step ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as good as you could ask to play that one. Perfection. Going to breathe new life into this T side. Zeddy pick it all off there as he ended off that last round.
Oh, that's deadly contact. Oh, but I don't know about the secondary. 2 in connector twice in a row is a deadly duo. Bad News Chickens and dunked on from Che. We'll keep these numbers a little bit more in reason until Freck breaks no way off of that A site.
I like watching Che's face when he plays. Looks like he's just having fun in his own world. Can't tell if he's got like a slight smirk. He's talking though. He's talking a whole lot right now. I'm trying to get everything set up here for the coming rounds.
Terrorists win.
I think that conversation, very much surrounding how to handle mid control. That's been the key for Bad News Chickens. It's what they've been trying to force into all these gun rounds. But hold on a second. We got a little different look on that. Smokes as if it's the normal mid setup, except it's the A play.
Jay involved here with the rifle, but now he's met by a molly and 4 players looking his way. He chooses a demise to the AK. The Eagle does, or PT-50 rather, does shine, but they do crack through fairly comfortably. Bad News Chickens having no trouble breaking past this A defense against that hero rifle presence.
What in the form of exits or damage done here. Oh, there's the first. Probably just one. Yeah. CCT. It's his and then tries to fall away into the waiting arms of Short. Bad News Chickens making sure that this one is much more of a back and forth than that first map. Lots of swings and momentum over there. This one being to get right back into the action.
Okay, so steady on this A-hold. Gets his utility down as well. The only option for X steps forward towards middle. Catches decently off guard. Still gonna brute force their way into this A play. Tries in a hot water. And Short will flush him out.
Safe site not lost though. I mean, the bodies Bad News Chickens have surrounding it seems too much to overcome. In the great location out in the open gives Vinny the advantage. So 2-on-2, quick on the flank, and they're already looking. But how long does Desh hold this position? And he can afford to hold this for a lot longer.
Oh. Look at that. Jay reins it in a little bit, though. Just a tad. Have him contained right now. And that little sliver of a decision saves his life. Gonna be handed over. Che now pulls the pins on the flank here, knowing that he hears pins pulled on this play. Flanks off successfully. Steps forward and offers up from frustration. Eagles does get blasted by the off though. And gonna plant in the safety of this smoke. Vinny, he's gonna step forward. No spam connecting. Needs to land the shot, but another shot rattles off past him. Zeddy dancing around this triple box, jumping up and down. Jumping up and down. He needs to find the kill. Zeddy eventually falls too low on HP. And Vinny will come through and save the day in the clutch, but really just some flawless decision making from Che again.
Yeah, that round could have been over, and I mean, against so many other players, would have been over. Desh having such patience waiting on that flank to come through, knows that something's got to be cooking. And Shea just doesn't ever give him a single inch. And so with that, Vinny able to clutch up and onwards and upwards. Bad News Chickens, though, they get the bomb down. And they got the cash to work with, knowing as well that Imperial are probably pretty low on funds.
Entry up here, no way, limited. Leveled out there decent. He does step forward, gets a lot of information. Boxed in now. Stepping into the op though, try holding the line. Ollie will flush him forward into the open arms of Zeddy, who's just so effective at getting into these entrenched positions. And the 3v3 and the uncomfortable nature of these rounds continues.
I don't think that Cindy knew about short. Shorts, I mean, into window. He reroutes, so the 2 players in spawn somewhat safe. Oh, but Descendi finally removed. And that's safety only temporary. They cleared out everywhere else. They just gotta grab the bomb. Gotta know that Shay and Vinny are duoed up. That boost disassembled. Now's the time. Now's the time to move. Wait, it's falling apart. And Shay at the forefront. Vinny slinking across where Freck doesn't see. And now it's a crossfire. Oh, he must have gotten a peek. Must know Vinny is on balcony, or at least under it. Seems like he knows, but he doesn't have the awareness that he's moved up on top. Once again, Shay turns the round on its head.
This causes enough disruption, able to step forward into the fight there. Always seems like he has that decisiveness to make the move when necessary. And flying through, given that slim opportunity, changes the tide of that round. Eagles out. Pass the Molotov into the quick dismissal.
I mean, I'm going to keep it a buck. Well, that can't be the 3rd round of the row. We're just contacting out A. It's like sprinting.
But you'd be surprised.
I mean,
They
to be
say
fair.
if at first you don't succeed, contact out A again and again.
Yeah, but it worked twice already. It did work. They got the kill. Walked it out with an op. That was the move. Walked it out with the AK with utility the first time around, but on the pistols, run it back again. They're prepared.
Good conditioning for the last couple of rounds. Now, can you create any more disruption? Lock says no, but Eagle says yes. Absolutely, we can. A huge wake-up call.
Oh, he saw nothing, and that's when they make their move. No way thinking that he's got to worry about the A-bomb site. Reality, it's the mid-approach. It turns at the right time. An impactful 3rd kill for No Way. They've already got a lot here. 3 kills and a bomb plant and a clutch on the cards here for Desh. He's got the hand cannon available.
Extra here, Che in the clutch again. Deshikin ignoring that HE, but he can't ignore the spray. One thing too powerful, even for the best. Right now, Che proving to be a huge asset to this Imperial squad as he comes up clutch again.
Honestly, just incredible consistency that Che is bringing right now. It's 3 rounds straight that, if he's not the one clutching himself, he's making the right moves, the decisions to ensure that the clutch happens. Though Imperial really couldn't afford for that to be so expensive. That was, at least hopefully, meant to be the round that they start to build some economy. So I guess towards the end of the half, it doesn't matter that much.
They were hoping that round could be the kind of foundation for some further success. Like you said, kind of getting towards the end of the half. Pretty comfortably shake that off either way. Rushing in towards apartments is perfectly placed. Exactly what the doctor ordered. The CT side to succeed.
So much space that Manny's Chicken's currently. Oh my gosh, Dash! Are you serious? Vinny burns after getting short. Jay comes through the smoke though. He's denying the bomb plant as well. And a third man swings and he too falls with Try on the CT side. How's it all gone wrong so fast? The answer is Shay.
Every round it feels like, oh, we lost it. It's Che. The thorn of their side. Always the answer for Imperial. When they want the ecos, who's there to clean up the round, cap things off? Che. Show up clutch. To bring them success. Che doing it all here for the team. As I said, Worth is